Chapter 396. With the vision and experience of the Saint Martial Realm. Driving the first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion was a daunting experience, without any mishaps. Keklak, the crisp creaking of bones came from his body, and with a rumble, the 27 acupoints opened one by one. Several hours later, as the final acupoint was opened, the first circulation in Wang Chang's body finally took shape. At Wang Chang's dantian, the quantitative change turned to qualitative change. A green-black circulation the size of a thumb suddenly took shape. Although small, it was incomparably heavy. It exuded an aura as heavy as a mountain and a light as sharp as a blade. The halo of Dusk Stallion. At this moment, the aura exuding from Wang Chang's body became several times heavier, and a brand new energy surged through his body. Not only that, when Wang Chang formed the halo of Dusk Stallion, the quantitative change turned to qualitative change, and the final condition for breaking into the true martial realm was fulfilled. Boom! The laws of the world seemed to have been touched, and Wang Chang felt his mind shake, as if his entire soul had been jolted out of his body. At the same time, a brand new energy imbued with the laws of the world surged into his mind from space-time. Like rain after a long drought, Wang Chang's psychic energy, origin energy, and physical strength all instantly swelled by twofold. Not only that, the invisible energy that had been imprisoning Wang Chang this entire time also exploded. Wang Chang had already reached a bottleneck in the origin energy realm. But at this moment, as the barrier of cultivation shattered, a brand new world appeared before Wang Chang. There were no longer any obstacles in front of Wang Chang. Wonderful! Wang Chang leaped up from the ground. This wasn't the first time he had reached the true martial realm, but this surge in strength still made Wang Chang extremely excited. From the origin energy realm to the true martial realm, Wang Chang had finally obtained his wish. However, before he could rejoice for long, Wang Chang groaned and fell to the ground. At the same time, something unexpected happened. Boom! Fierce winds blew in the secret chamber. Not long after breaking into the true martial realm, the halo of Dusk Stallion within Wang Chang's body, which was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly unleashed a terrifying and unimaginable suction force. It was like his body had fallen into a black hole. The stellar energy in Wang Chang's body surged in reverse, all of it madly surging toward the fingernail-sized halo of Dusk Stallion. Not only that, but all of the origin energy in the depths of the void also surged in with Wang Chang as the center. Wang Chang had never experienced such a terrifying suction force before. Even his flesh and blood were being sucked in and kneaded into a ball. In an instant, Wang Chang's forehead was drenched in sweat. Bang! The door to the secret chamber was violently smashed open, almost at the same time that Wang Chang fell to the ground. Huang Qian'er, who had heard the commotion inside, rushed in from outside. "What happened to you?" Huang Qian'er shot forward and grabbed Wang Chang's arm. At this moment, Wang Chang's face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. He looked unbelievably weak. He had said that he was going in to cultivate and that she would guard him for a while. Huang Qian'er had never imagined that Wang Chang would cultivate to this extent. Damn it, he can't have gone berserk, right? Huang Qian'er's complexion was extremely ugly. The Huang clan had sent her to protect Wang Chang. This was no longer just a matter of her relationship with Wang Chang, but the safety of the entire Huang clan. But if Wang Chang's cultivation went berserk, how could she explain this to the Wang clan and her clan? No matter how formidable she was, she couldn't protect him from a cultivation deviation. Just what are you thinking? Wang Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Huang Qian'er's ever-changing complexion. He didn't need to think too much to know what Huang Qian'er was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not as bad as you think. You're also a true martial realm cultivator. Can't you sense my pulse? Huang Qian'er's mind was in a mess, but Wang Chang's reminder also made her realize what was going on. Grabbing Wang Chang's wrist, Huang Qian'er sensed the pulse in Wang Chong's body, and she immediately felt embarrassed. Although Wang Chong's breathing was weak and his face was pale, his pulse was very stable. There was no sign of cultivation deviation at all. "Humph, why are you squatting on the ground if you're fine?" Huang Qian'er's face reddened as she flung Wang Chong's arm to the ground. Then she stood up with a cold expression. "Please, do I look like I'm fine?" Wang Chong was truly infuriated. He had only said that he hadn't gone berserk. When did he say that he was fine? That's your problem. Since I won't die, I'll be going out. Huang Qian'er harumphed and walked out with a cold expression, still carrying her silver sword on her back. Looking at Huang Qian'er's cold back, Wang Chong could only smile bitterly. This woman was truly a loyal one. But Wang Chong really had no time to bicker with Huang Qian'er over such things. This is troublesome. Wang Chong smiled bitterly as he looked at the halo of dusk stallion in his body. Zhao Qianqiu had already said that cultivating this technique would place a heavy burden on the body. It would consume a large amount of origin energy and stellar energy, and it would even cause one's martial realm to deteriorate. But Wang Chong had not expected the consequences to be so severe. Not only did he not have a true martial realm cultivation, he had also fallen from true martial tier 1, origin energy tier 9, origin energy tier 8, all the way to origin energy tier 7. Just the first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion had caused him to fall by 3 realms. This is going to be bad. This is only the first layer, and I've already fallen by 3 realms. Won't the further I go, the more formidable it will be? Wang Chong sat on the floor and smiled bitterly. The most basic first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion had already caused one to fall by 3 realms. What would happen to the later layers? Wang Chong finally understood why so few people had been able to successfully cultivate such a powerful technique in his last life. It seems like I have to make a trip to the spirit vein, Wang Chong said to himself. His strength had fallen from true martial tier 1 to origin energy tier 7. This was a massive weakening. Fortunately, he had reached this level before, so as long as he had enough origin energy, he could still cultivate from origin energy tier 7, tier 8, tier 9, all the way back to true martial tier 1. All he needed was a little more time. However, the difficulty would be completely different from before. It would be much easier. After resting for a moment in the secret chamber, Wang Chong walked out. The autumn air was crisp, and smoke billowed from the spirit vein. Thick origin energy had condensed into visible white steam. Wang Chong sat cross-legged in the white steam, his eyes tightly shut. His body was faintly discernible, and he seemed peaceful and calm. From all around, surging origin energy was pouring into Wang Chong's body at an astonishing rate. After settling the matters in deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong rushed to the spirit vein on the same day to cultivate. The origin energy here was so thick that it far surpassed that of Shanwei, Longwei, and Kunwa training camps. And the dragonbone art and barbaric god art that Wang Chong had cultivated allowed Wang Chong to cultivate several times faster than an ordinary person. In just 5 or 6 days, Wang Chong had returned from origin energy tier 7 back to origin energy tier 8. The process was unimaginably easy. This was the difference between returning to one's original cultivation level and breaking into a new one. How comfortable! After some time, Wang Chong opened his eyes and stretched out his arms, his mood relaxed. This was the benefit of having a treasure. At this rate, he would be able to cultivate back to tier 1 of the true martial realm. Not only that, for Wang Chong, opening the barrier to tier 1 of the true martial realm was equivalent to opening the path to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, all the way to tier 9 of the true martial realm. At the very least, he would not encounter any more barriers until he reached the peak of tier 9 of the true martial realm. Moreover, there were some true martial realm cultivation techniques that he could start cultivating. Everything was going so smoothly that it was inconceivable. I just don't know how my cousin is doing over there. Wang Chong suddenly thought of his cousin, Wang Liang. In order to search for the meteorites that had fallen on the outer islands, Wang Chong had prepared nearly 1 million taels of gold for Wang Liang, bought and built a large number of fortress ships, hired many martial artists, and even dispatched the clan's guard experts. All of this was on a massive scale and was time-consuming and laborious, but it was enough to show how much importance Wang Chong attached to this mission. Wang Liang was Wang Chong's cousin, and he was the only person he could truly trust. The meteorites scattered on the outer islands occupied an extremely important place in Wang Chong's grand plan. Without the meteorites, Wang Chong's plan would not be perfect, and he might even suffer massive losses. Now, 3 months had passed. Logically speaking, if the voyage had gone smoothly, they should have already reached the outer islands by following the sea monsoon. Although this world is very different from the one I'm familiar with, it's similar in many aspects. For example, the Wuxi steel from Sinnu, or the existence of Yingzhou. If Wuxi steel can be found in Sinnu, then there's a high chance that meteorites can be found in those mountains in the outer islands. I wonder how they're doing now. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground as he quietly said to himself. The weather in the outer islands was complex, with great waves, storms, lightning, thunderclouds. Too many things were affected. Moreover, there were no landmarks to speak of on the vast ocean. Even a carrier pigeon would probably get lost in a place like this. Sending messages was extremely inconvenient, so he could only wait for Wang Liang and the others to return. I hope that everything goes well, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he quickly closed his eyes. Right now, there was a limit to what he could do. He could only silently wait and pray that everything went well. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, the spirit vane quickly calmed down. Reef! Reef! Watch out for the reef at the bottom of the sea. Helmsman, full rudder to the left. Hurry! Watchman, tighten the rope on the flagpole. Lower the sail, halfway. Hurry! Everyone hold on tight to the rope. Hurry and get moving. The waves are coming. Watch out. Rumble. Following a deafening roar, a huge wave that was several hundred meters tall crashed down from above, toppling mountains and overturning seas. With a loud crack, a mast broke, and at the same time 7 or 8 sailors were thrown off the ship by the huge waves. In the blink of an eye, the 7 or 8 sailors disappeared in the waves. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. Rumble. The sky was filled with thunderclouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain continued to pour down, forming a dense line of rain between heaven and earth. On the mainmast of the ship, Wang Liang gasped for breath, inwardly rejoicing. I dodged another calamity. This thought flashed through Wang Liang's mind, and he suddenly rejoiced that he had listened to his cousin Wang Chong's advice. This ship was made of the sturdiest wood, and the nails on the ship's body were also far more than normal, although the cost of doing so was still high. However, this ship had withstood the huge waves time and time again, saving his life time and time again. Chapter 397. Crack! Another bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds overhead, striking Wang Liang awake. With no time to rejoice at having just escaped disaster, Wang Liang immediately issued a string of orders. Change course! Lower all the sails except for one. Helmsman, keep an eye on the situation ahead. All sailors get into position. Whether or not we can survive will depend on ourselves. Coils of rope tied Wang Liang to the mainmast. It was precisely by relying on these coils of rope, soaked in seawater, that Wang Liang was able to protect himself in the storm and issue one order after another. From a tender youth to a dark-skinned captain, only Wang Liang knew what he had experienced in the last 4 or 5 months. The crew on the ship was now less than a third of its original size, and many of the guards of the Wang clan and those his father had assigned to him had died. He had experienced storms, civil strife, conspiracies, assassinations, doubts, divisions, starvation, forced abdication. Not even Wang Liang could count them all. This was an arduous journey that Wang Liang had narrowly escaped with his life, one that no historical records could record. From the self-confidence and smugness he had felt when he first left the port to the calm and tranquil life he had now experienced, only Wang Liang knew what he had experienced. When he first set out, he knew almost nothing about sailing, but now he was the most experienced captain of the entire fleet. To achieve this level of accomplishment in 4 or 5 months was something that an ordinary person could brag about for the rest of their lives. But Wang Liang had no such thoughts. Life could temper a person, but it could also make a person. Only he knew where this astonishing skill had come from. He knew nothing about sailing. His only advantage was learning. He studied day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, doing his utmost to learn. From the helmsman to the sailors, all the crew members were his opponents in learning. In these 4 or 5 months, one disaster after another and one death after another had taught him how to rapidly grow on the ship. Watch out! The second wave. Careful! Although he had escaped disaster, the disaster was far from over. In front of the might of nature, the abilities of humans were insignificant. Whether it was a true martial realm expert, a profound martial realm expert, or an ordinary sailor, in front of the vast might of the world, they were all equal. There was no difference. In the face of the power of nature, everyone was as insignificant as ants. Once they fell from the ship into the boundless ocean, even if they were in the Xian martial realm, only death awaited them. If they wanted to survive, they had to be of one mind, work together, and cross the river together. But what Wang Liang was worried about was not this vast and unparalleled might of nature, but the elusive and unfathomable human heart. For 4 to 5 months he drifted on the ocean, set foot on the island again, and returned disappointed again and again. Wang Liang had not found the meteoric metal Wang Chong had spoken of on these small islands. From the initial trust, to the longing for the treasure, to the disappointment, suspicion, and forced abdication. Now, the secret of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was no longer a secret to some of the higher-ups in the fleet, but everyone was suspicious. Even the Wang clan's own guards were shaken, and some were even roped in by their opponents. How could a person who had never been out to sea, who had never been there, know that there would be meteorites thousands of miles away? If there were meteorites, why had the fishermen of the other seas never discovered them? At the end of the day, this was just nonsense. The suspicion of Wang Chong, the suspicion of Wang Liang, the suspicion of the purpose of the fleet had never ceased. And with the deaths of so many crew members, the suspicion only continued to grow. Wang Liang's position as captain was now in jeopardy. Wang Liang was well aware that if he could not make any progress, what awaited him would be the same as the others. Thrown into the depths of the ocean to be fed to the sharks. Boom! The crashing of the massive wave interrupted Wang Liang's thoughts and the tranquility of the fleet. Amidst the shrill screams, several more figures were washed off the ship by the waves. Wang Liang opened his mouth and was just about to issue a new order to adjust the fleet. A moment later, there was a heaven-shaking boom. It was like an invisible giant hand had smashed into the bottom of the ship. Wang Liang felt a pain in his chest. He felt like those coils of rope were digging into his flesh, and his organs were about to be jolted out of his body. Not good. The ship has hit a reef. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he heard a panicked voice. This was the last sound Wang Liang heard. His vision went black, and he knew nothing else. Splash! It was the sound of the surging of the sea. It seemed like only the snap of a finger, but it also seemed like 10,000 years. Wang Liang finally woke up from his coma. The seawater slowly surged under his body. Wave after wave of water surged over and then receded. There seemed to be some tiny creature crawling on his body. Cough, cough! Wang Liang coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of rising water and sand. When he opened his eyes, he saw blue water and sand. Several small crabs the size of a fingernail were crawling on his hands and body. How could I be here? His chest ached and his head felt swollen. Wang Liang couldn't understand why he was here. His last memory was that the ship seemed to have hit a reef and he had been thrown off. Was I thrown off the ship? Wang Liang's heart tightened, a hint of fear emerging in his heart. In the vast sea, without a ship, one could only wait for death. He struggled to his feet, and a moment later, Wang Liang was struck dumb. Just a few thousand feet away from him, a huge ship crashed head-on into a vertical cliff. The ship was half-tilted beneath the water, motionless. Wang Liang's entire body froze. The ship had run aground. In other words, what it had crashed into last night had not been some submerged reef, but a cliff. Wang Liang couldn't say a single word. The ship had not disappeared, and he had not been thrown off. This was undoubtedly something to be happy about, but the ship had run aground. The only silver lining in this misfortune was that the ship had not sunk. As long as he used some techniques to fix the leak, the ship could still continue its journey. Temporarily putting aside his thoughts, Wang Liang struggled to make his way to the island. His first priority was to find the rest of the crew. Since the ship had run aground here, the rest of the crew couldn't have gotten far. This was the first time Wang Liang had taken a look at the place he had drifted to. This was a lonely island. Strange rocks, each as tall as 2 or 3 people, stood on the island like a strange forest of stones. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the sunlight shone down from above, Wang Liang suddenly felt like the tops of these stones reflected a gloomy metallic luster. No, it wasn't an illusion. Wang Liang's eyes swept over the nearby rocks that had fallen off, and his entire body shivered. Under the mottled and peeling surface of the strange rocks, what was revealed was not brown rock, but pieces of metallic luster. This was the typical luster of metal ore. Wang Liang had once specially investigated for this operation, so he was extremely familiar with the color of this metal ore. Could it be? As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Liang could no longer suppress his excitement. But Wang Liang did not act rashly. After so many trials, he had gone from hope to disappointment, then to hope, then to disappointment. Wang Liang was already used to it. These were just metal ores, not necessarily the meteoric metal Wang Chong spoke of. He had already seen these kinds of metal ores, iron ores, copper ores, and of varying quality. The sheer number of ores was an eye-opener for Wang Liang. However, this place was far from the central plains, and the long period of time meant that these ordinary metal ores were not worth mining on a large scale. If these ores were also of that sort, then they would have no value at all. I hope it's the kind of ore I'm looking for. Wang Liang rubbed his hands, his mind uneasy. He knew in his heart that he couldn't go too far. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that the fleet could no longer advance under these conditions. There were no results, no harvest, and the people were not united. Food and water were all running out, and even the sturdy ship he had built with so much care had been severely damaged. He probably wouldn't have many chances to explore. He took in a deep breath and calmed his mind. With a clang, Wang Liang finally unsheathed the Bai sword on his back. Wang Chong had given it to him before the operation. There was no way to distinguish meteoric metal from its color, and Wang Liang was not a professional blacksmith, so he could not distinguish it with the naked eye. But Wang Chong had taught him the simplest method. If one used the woozy steel sword to chop at it, if one could cut it in half or sink it several feet deep, then it was just ordinary metal, ordinary ore, and had no value at all. But if one could block the chop of woozy steel, or if the woozy steel could cut through it, it would only be able to cut into a relatively shallow layer. There was no question that this was meteoric metal. This was the simplest method of distinguishing meteoric metal. If it could block the chop of woozy steel, then even if it wasn't meteoric metal, the quality of this metal was infinitely close to that of meteoric metal. Clang! In the sunlight, a cold light flashed, and with Wang Liang's uneasy heart, The sword slashed at the exposed part of the jagged rock. For a moment, time seemed to drag on in Wang Liang's eyes clang. As the sword swept past, Wang Liang saw that the woozy steel sword in his hand was stuck half an inch into the jagged rock, unable to go any further. Wang Liang suddenly froze. All the sounds in the world disappeared in that instant. The entire world was silent, and even time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Half an inch, half an inch. As he watched the woozy steel sword finally get stuck in the rock, Wang Liang's breathing almost stopped. Clang, 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 clang. In the next moment, Wang Liang seemed to have gone mad. His eyes red, he suddenly pulled out the woozy steel sword and madly hacked at the jagged rock again and again. Half an inch, half an inch, half an inch, half an inch, from top to bottom. Every part of the rock was marked by the marks of Wang Liang's woozy steel sword. But without exception, they were all half an inch, some not even half an inch. The unstoppable woozy steel sword that could cut through iron like mud was actually only able to cut half an inch into this strange rock. Whoosh! As if agitated, Wang Liang's eyes went red as he suddenly began to peel away the mottled stone shell on the surface of the rock. Dark gold, dark gold. It was all dark gold after peeling away the brown shell on the surface of this strange rock. What was underneath was actually mottled dark gold metal. Clang! Wang Liang suddenly threw away his sword. His eyes red, he raised his hands to the sky and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, success, I've succeeded. I've finally found the meteoric metal. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Liang's voice resounded over the entire island. As he laughed and laughed, tears began to flow from his eyes. After so many trials and tribulations, after so many narrow escapes, he had finally found the meteoric metal that Wang Chong had spoken of in the outer islands. From childhood to adulthood, he had finally surpassed himself, truly accomplished something inconceivable. Chapter 398. Wang Liang's laughter alarmed the entire island. Slowly, one figure after another appeared in the stone forest. All the crewmen who had been washed up on the island were alarmed by Wang Liang's laughter. They walked over and stared in confusion at their captain. No one knew what was going on, nor why Wang Liang was laughing so wildly. Ha ha ha, set sail. We've found our target. We can finally return to the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. Wang Liang raised his arm and laughed heartily. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. The several months of misfortune seemed to have finally come to an end. Good news came in wave after wave. Someone had discovered a dense forest of coconut trees on the island, all of them bearing large clusters of coconuts. This was the best source of fresh water. In addition, someone had discovered giant sea turtles and turtle eggs on the shore. On the island, there were also many small lizards that could swim short distances in the water and prey on the fish in the sea. This was the best meat. In an instant, the problems of fresh water and food that had plagued the crew for several months had been resolved. And this was not the end of the good news. At dusk, several large fortress ships suddenly appeared on the shore of the island. After the rain, the sun had cleared. They had finally followed the trail from last night to this island. After a long time, their luck had finally taken a turn for the better. More than 10 days later, after sufficient preparation, the extraterrestrial meteoric irons on the island had been collected, and the extraterrestrial meteoric irons on the nearby islands had also been searched. After replenishing a large amount of fresh water and food, all of the dozen or so tower ships had finally begun their long journey back to the island with full load. On the mountain of the spirit vein, Wang Chong sat cross-legged in the spiritual energy, motionless like a meditating monk. But his body exuded a tidal wave of energy. It had been more than 20 days since they had entered the spirit vein, and the energy exuded by Wang Chong's body had advanced by leaps and bounds, growing stronger and more intense. And now it was finally about to reach a peak. Buzz! After some time, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly opened. With a whoosh, He leaped up from the ground and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar! Rumble! The mountains responded one after another. I finally succeeded. Wang Chong did a somersault and landed on the ground. He was overjoyed. After more than 20 days of hard work, in addition to the medicinal pills he bought from Liu Zhizhang, Wang Chong finally, with the help of the rich yuan qi of the spirit vein, went all the way from the 7th level of origin energy to the 9th level, and finally returned to the 1st level of true martial realm. The current Wang Chong, be it strength, agility, or speed, could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. A majestic energy aura surged within his body. This energy was sharp, vast, and filled with an oppressive feeling. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as when he was in the essence Qi realm. This was stellar energy. Currently, Wang Chong's entire body was sparkling and translucent, incomparably pure. All of it was the aura Qi of the true martial realm. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Chong fixed his eyes on a brown boulder that drilled out of the soil more than 200 feet away. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly launched 100 steps divine fist. This time, it was no longer pure yuan qi. Instead, it was a bright mass of stellar energy that streaked across the sky like a comet. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, the earth quaked, and the sky swayed. The top of the brown boulder suddenly exploded into pieces. The explosion set off a gale that blew the grass, shrubs, and leaves within a radius of more than 10 feet away. Even the white yuan qi mist drifted along, forming a huge vortex. Good. Seeing this, Wang Chong's eyes brightened. He suddenly opened his feet, and a thick stream of stellar energy flowed out of his body. Wang Chong took up a stance on the spirit vein and began a series of fist techniques. Shoulders and knees united, hands and feet united, eyes and heart united. Each of Wang Chong's moves was explosive, trembling, and shaking. The moves were not profound, but in Wang Chong's hands, they were immensely powerful. The vast stellar energy caused the air in a radius of several dozen zhang around Wang Chong to surge along with his fists like waves, shaking the air around him. The true martial realm did not have the strength to summon the spiritual energy of the world, but the stellar energy on Wang Chong's body could already indirectly affect the surrounding air currents. Boom, boom, boom. As Wang Chong stomped down, dirt and dust flew into the air. He was like a dragon in human form. Now, I can try out my halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong's eyes brightened, and he suddenly let out a heaven-shaking whistle. The whistle continued for a long time. After some time, the neigh of Nei's horse came from the bottom of the mountain, followed by the galloping of hooves. Nei. In the thick fog, a muscular black silhouette appeared, its mane flapping in the wind. It charged into Wang Chong's chest, rubbing its head against Wang Chong's chest while its tongue licked Wang Chong's arm and cheek, a look of intimacy on its face. Ha ha ha, little shadow, enough, enough! Little Shadow's licking made Wang Chong's palm itch, and he couldn't help but stroke Little Shadow's glossy mane as he laughed. It had been almost 2 months since he had been injured. Little Shadow had not only completely recovered, his body had also grown taller and more muscular. Only after his bones were broken would he grow stronger. Little Shadow was currently in this state. In just a little more time, Little Shadow would reach adulthood. Patting Little Shadow on the back, Wang Chong mounted his horse and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Rumble! In the next moment, a green-black ring of light rapidly descended from Wang Chong's body and spread to the white-hoofed Shadow's feet. Rumble! The ring of light transformed into a massive and dazzling ring of ancient black thorns. At this moment, the auras of Wang Chong and the white-hoofed Shadow suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if they were mountains. Meanwhile, the white-hoofed Shadow's speed suddenly skyrocketed. With a fierce neigh and a metallic clatter, the green-black ring of light vibrated as Wang Chong shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the ring of light passed, the spirit vein mountain quaked. Rocks and trees swayed and were pulverized by the ancient black thorns. The ring of light was like the sharpest of swords, cutting through rocks, trees, weeds, and shrubs, razing everything in its path to the ground. And the metallic clatter of the ring of light resounded through the heavens, making one's heart palpitate. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, ha ha ha! As one with his horse, Wang Chong could feel the scenery on both sides of him speeding away. He couldn't help but heartily laugh, his mind in a carefree mood. The true martial realm and the origin energy realm were on completely different levels, and the halo of Dusk Stallion was also far superior to ordinary true martial realm war halos. Power, speed, agility, under the effects of the halo of Dusk Stallion. These 3 most important abilities of a martial artist were all greatly enhanced. Wang Chong felt like he was a moving fortress. Not only was he incredibly heavy, he also possessed terrifying speed. When this weight and speed were combined, the resulting impact was extremely frightening. Wang Chong was even confident that if he were to do it again, even with the protection of the stellar energy Iron Cloak, he would still be heavily injured. Come, let us see just how much strength we have in the end. Wang Chong patted Little Shadow's back and said. Nei seemed to sense Wang Chong's intentions. The white hoof shadow turned its head to glance at Wang Chong, and then increased its speed and pushed its strength to the limit. Rumble, like lightning, the white hoof shadow left a long trail of white chi behind it as it fiercely crashed into a boulder 300 zhang away. Nay. Amidst the intense neighing of the horses, there was an earth-shattering boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and this rock, which was as tall as a person and made entirely of granite, instantly shattered into thousands of tiny pieces. The highest piece of rock even flew several dozen zhang into the air. Even Wang Chong was greatly surprised by this sight. Ha ha ha, wonderful! Resounding laughter resounded through the air. Riding on the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong looked at the cloud of dust with amazement in his eyes. He had originally thought that it would be quite impressive if the charge of the warhorse could shatter half the rock. He hadn't expected it to be able to shatter the entire piece of granite. Tier 3 of the true martial realm. No, it's at least at Tier 4 of the true martial realm, and it's almost at Tier 5 of the true martial realm. The result before him was completely outside of Wang Chong's expectations. This level of granite was incomparably sturdy. To shatter it, or even shatter a piece of it, wasn't very difficult. Anyone at Tier 1 or 2 of the true martial realm could do it. But to shatter it to such a degree, one had to be at least at Tier 4 of the true martial realm, perhaps even Tier 5. On the battlefield, the charge of cavalry relied on the strength of their battle prowess and their extreme speed to display a strength that far exceeded normal standards. This was vividly displayed in this attack. What filled Wang Chong with even greater anticipation was that this was only a small test of the halo of Dusk Stallion's might, and this was only the power of the first layer. As his strength progressed, once the peak power of this move and Little Shadow's unity of man and horse stabilized, it would definitely reach the peak of Tier 4 of the true martial realm, or even Tier 5 of the true martial realm. On the intense battlefield, this move was already extremely threatening. Is this the halo of Dusk Stallion? A voice came from his side. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a white-clothed icy beauty slowly walking out of the white mist of the spirit vein, carrying a large sword on her back. Huang Chenner's face was expressionless, but a strange light flickered in the depths of her eyes. As long as she stayed by Wang Chong's side long enough, many things were no longer secrets. This included the halo of Dusk Stallion on Wang Chong's body. As the renowned fairy of dainty hands of the capital, Huang Chenner had always believed that Wang Chong's strength wasn't worth mentioning, or perhaps even beneath her. But even Huang Chenner had to admit that this attack of Wang Chong's unity of man and horse was so powerful that it posed a threat even to her. If Wang Chong continued to progress at this rate, then her bodyguard, would probably only exist in name, with nothing to do. Chapter 399. Haha, this is only the elementary halo of Dusk Stallion, and it's not very powerful. When I reach true Martial Tier 5, I should be able to cultivate the level 2 halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong, unaware of Huang Qian'er's complicated thoughts, faintly smiled from atop his horse. The first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion only required one to reach the true martial realm, but advancing to the second layer was not something that Wang Chong's current cultivation level could satisfy. Instructor Zhao was right. This secret art was indeed difficult to cultivate. Walala! Just as he was speaking, an air-piercing sound came from above him. This sudden voice attracted the attention of both Wang Chong and Huang Qian'er. The two of them looked up and saw a white carrier pigeon descending from the sky, flying towards Wang Chong. This is... Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand, allowing the pigeon to land on it. Wang Chong undid the leggings on the pigeon's legs and took a look. He couldn't help but laugh. Good news really comes one after another. The corners of Wang Chong's mouth curled up, revealing a joyful smile. The letter was written by Aloyo and Arloja, but the message was about the faraway Hyderabad mine in Sindh. After the gold was delivered, the deal was completed. After spending several months to increase production, the high priest of the Hyderabad mine in Sindh had already prepared all the 1,000 jun of Hyderabad that Wang Chong needed, and he was transporting it as quickly as possible to the capital of the Tang dynasty. There was a time difference between Sindhu and Hyderabad. Judging from the date on the letter, it was written more than a month ago. In other words, the team transporting the Hyderabad ores had been on the road for at least 20 days. It seemed that in another month or so he would be able to receive the ores from Sindhu and Hyderabad, although there weren't many of them at first glance. However, Wang Chong was well aware that this was probably the largest Hyderabad ore transaction in the world so far. Even the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu would not be able to obtain more than him. The production of this metal ore was too low. Everything is on track, as long as the ores from Hyderabad were delivered. I can forge at least 1,000 Wuzi steel swords. This amount is already enough to equip an entire troop and be used in actual combat. At this moment, Wang Chong sat on the back of his horse, gripping the letter tightly. His heart was filled with relief. The Hyderabad ores had only been discovered for a short period of time. To be able to forge 1,000 Wutz steel swords in such a short period of time was probably the greatest achievement in the history of the Great Tang, not even in the foreign countries. In his last life, the powerful Mamelukes had yet to appear, but he was already one step ahead of them, gaining the qualifications to construct the first 1,000-man Wuzi steel army. These 1,000 soldiers weren't very powerful when placed against an infantry army of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. However, Wang Chong was well aware that as long as these 1,000 Wuzi steel swords were given to the elite cavalry, they would be able to display the full might of these 1,000 Wuzi steel swords, and they might even be able to influence the outcome of a battle. It had been a long time since he had come into contact with Aloyo and Arloja, and it was finally time for his efforts to bear fruit. What's wrong? Huang Qian'er looked at Wang Chong said, Nothing. Wang Chong chuckled as he crushed the paper ball in his hand into powder. The relationship between the Wang and Huang clans was no longer as hostile, and the Huang clan had even expressed their allegiance. However, there were some core matters that Wang Chong still didn't want Huang Qian'er to know. At the very least, before she truly obtained his trust or trusted him enough to enter the core, Wang Chong still wanted to keep some secrets. Huang Qian'er's expression turned cold, and with a cold snort, she turned around and left in displeasure, continuing to cultivate. Wang Chong had opened up a special cultivation area for her on the spirit vein. By following Wang Chong, Huang Qian'er had also benefited greatly. As he watched Huang Qian'er's figure slowly vanish into the mist, Wang Chong chuckled and turned around, heading to another area where he was training. To Wang Chong, Cultivating back to Tyr, one of the true martial realm, was just the beginning. Next, by borrowing the dense spiritual energy of the spirit vein, he could begin his other plan for reaching the true martial realm. As the mist churned, Wang Chang's figure quickly vanished into the spirit vein. Thud! While Wang Chong was once more cultivating in the spirit vein, in the capital, a black falcon flapped its wings and flew into the Yao residence like an arrow. A few moments later, an experienced steward dressed in black rushed into the depths of the Yao residence, carrying a letter. In the depths of the Yao residence, Yao Guangyi, the head of the Yao clan, was seated upright and still. Next to him was a thin and haughty elder with a goatee and the appearance of a strategist. When the steward walked in, Yao Guangyi was drinking tea with the goatee elder. The steward froze for a moment before quickly lowering his head and walking up to Yao Guangyi's side. After whispering a few words into Yao Guangyi's ear, he handed over the letter. Yao Guangyi took it, glanced at it, and was instantly moved. "What's wrong?" Seeing that the two were talking, the goatee elder raised his head, his expression unhurried. "Sir, there's news from the west. That brat from the Wang clan has been transporting something." Yao Guangyi quickly regained his composure, and without the slightest hesitation, he handed over the letter. He spoke with a respectful attitude, seeming to treat this goatee elder with great respect. As the head of the Yao clan with the support of the old master, Yao Guangyi's status could be said to be extremely stable. In the capital, there were very few people that could command such respect from him. Only people on King Qi's side could command such respect from him. And this was indeed the case. This thin, small, and unprepossessing elder with a goatee had just so happened to be one of King Qi's subordinates. In this period of time, in the Bureau of Military Personnel, Bureau of Punishments, and the Imperial Court, King Qi had been suppressed by the King of Song and the Wang clan. The people at his side had either been demoted or pushed aside, putting him at a disadvantage in every aspect. King Qi had also begun to recruit soldiers and by nets, gathering all sorts of talents in preparation for a counterattack. The goatee elder before him was one of the experts King Qi had recruited, and one of the most important. Although the Yao clan had an illustrious status, Yao Guangyi was well aware that King Qi's ambitions were limitless. His ambitions would not be satisfied with just the Yao clan, and King Qi's personality would not allow him to receive any special treatment just because of the Yao clan status. The old master had once said that when dealing with King Qi, one could not have the slightest bit of arrogance. No matter what decision King Qi made, who he sent, or what opinion he had, the Yao clan only needed to comply. Otherwise, they would only be courting disaster. Yao Guangyi had always firmly remembered this point. Hyderabad, or... The old man with the goatee merely glanced at it, and in the next moment his originally calm expression vanished into thin air, and his cold eyes revealed a shocked expression. In the capital, the King of Song and King Qi were sworn enemies, and this naturally included the Wang clan. Wang Chang's Wuzi steel weapon had been a secret at the start, and no one knew what this Wuzi steel weapon was. But more than half a year had passed since then, and King Qi and the Yao clan had spent a great deal of energy and price on it. Wang Chang's Wuzi steel weapon was no longer a secret. A single Wuzi steel weapon could be sold for 70 to 80,000 taels of gold, perhaps even 200,000 taels of gold. Even to an imperial prince like King Qi, who had never cared much about money, such an enormous fortune was an extremely fatal temptation. The Wang clan's sudden rise to power posed an enormous threat to King Qi, and that enormous wealth and Wuzi steel weapon could not go unnoticed. At present, almost everyone in the imperial army, from top to bottom, had a favorable impression of the Wang clan. Even the opposing factions did not dare to lightly offend the Wang clan. The reason was those Wuzi steel weapons. It's not that simple. This time, more than 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad was transported. Yao Guangyi sternly said. Although he had only glanced at it, Yao Guangyi had already clearly seen the crucial content. As a strategist in general, this was a basic ability. The goateed elder did not say anything, but his heart fiercely twitched. After a long while, he could not help but let out a long sigh. What an enormous fortune! That's right, what an enormous fortune! Yao Guang-yi agreed. The two men in the room suddenly sunk into a shocked silence. More than 1,000 junav, or could be sold for more than 100,000 taels of gold. This was an enormous sum, let alone the old man with the goatee. Even Yao Guang-yi was frightened the moment he received the news. This was truly a sum of millions upon millions of taels of gold. The extravagance of that brat from the Wang clan had left even him, a perennial figure in the court, deeply shaken. The Yao clan had never been a small clan, but compared to this brat, they were truly lacking. Such an enormous fortune, we can't miss it. After a long while, the goateed elder broke the silence, a look of excitement on his face. If such an enormous fortune were to be allowed to pass by, the heavens would not tolerate it. Moreover, the Wang clan was King Qi's sworn enemy. That's right, Yao Guang-yi agreed, a rare occurrence. The Wang clan was already difficult to deal with. If they were to obtain such an enormous fortune, even the Yao clan would find it difficult to contend with them. No matter what, the Wang clan's operation this time had to be foiled. They absolutely could not be allowed to obtain it. Why don't we quickly inform His Highness King Qi? Yao Guang-yi probed as he looked at the goateed elder. There's no need. His Highness has a multitude of affairs to attend to, and he is currently feeling vexed and having a headache. There's no need to trouble him with such matters. Otherwise, it will make us, his subordinates, seem untrustworthy. Lord Yao, don't you agree? The goateed elder said without hesitation. Chapter 400. As for Yao Guang-yi's intentions, the goateed elder naturally understood. Thus, in the end, he had used Yao Guang-yi's army. If something really did happen, and King Qi blamed them, they would all be implicated. A strange look flashed through Yao Guang-yi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Teacher speaks the truth. Yao Guang-yi nodded. Although he had been testing the other party's words were not wrong. This matter truly was one that he should share King Qi's burden. Moreover, the 1,000 jun of Hyderabad was no small matter. If they were allowed to smoothly transport it to the capital, the Wang clan would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and the Yao clan would be the one to suffer. Yao Guang-yi cared more than anyone else about this matter. We must dispatch experts to intercept this shipment as quickly as possible. Right now, our greatest advantage is that the Wang clan still doesn't know that we've discovered their secret. As long as we move fast enough, we can make it in time. However, that convoy also has quite a few experts, all of them great monks from Sindh. It won't be easy for me to snatch the Hyderabad from their hands. As Yao Guang-yi spoke, he turned to the goateed elder, his meaning clear. The 1,000 jun of Hyderabad was no small matter, and Sindh clearly viewed this matter with great importance. Based on the information, there were at least 20-some powerful Sindh monks guarding the Hyderabad and there were quite a few experts among them. Snatching food from the jaws of tigers from the hands of these Sindh monks was no easy task. Without enough top-class experts, it would be impossible. Yao Guang-yi had no problem, but in terms of experts, the Yao residents had no more than King Qi. King Qi had always been in the habit of recruiting experts, and his residence was already filled with experts and talents. King Qi himself was even a top-class expert. Compared to the King Qi residents, the experts of the Yao residents were like a chestnut in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. It was clearly better for the people at King Qi's side to appear. Ha ha ha, if General Yao is worried about this matter, leave it to me. I can handle this matter. There was no need for Yao Guang-yi to say anything. The goateed old man laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he took on the responsibility. With a proud expression, he took the initiative to do it. However, sir, the strength of those Sindhi monks is not to be underestimated. There are many of them, and their strength is at least at tier 7, 8, or 9 of the true martial realm. There's even one at Tier, one of the profound martial realm. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. It was just that they wouldn't be able to return. Yao Guang, he kindly reminded, although he was very happy that the goateed old man had taken charge of everything. This matter was equally important to the Yao family. Yao Guang, he had no choice but to remind him of some things. Ha ha ha, don't worry, General Yao. They're just some monks in the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier of martial realm. Even if he was a profound martial realm expert, it wouldn't be a big deal. This old man is highly regarded by the King of Qi and is able to mobilize a few experts. The goateed elder stroked his beard, his expression rather conceited. Yao Guang, he nodded slightly, not daring to underestimate this old man. To be able to obtain King Qi's trust, these people naturally had their own outstanding qualities. Since Sir says so, this Yao can rest easy. If possible, I hope that Sir won't mobilize the experts of the estate. The previous ambush has already attracted the attention and dissatisfaction of the Wang clan and the King of Song. If we leave behind any evidence, not even His Divine Majesty will be able to answer, Yao Guang, he warned. Yao Guang, he warned. It hadn't been long since Wang Chong had been ambushed on the official road and nearly lost his life. If King Qi and the Yao family were to make another move and leave behind evidence, even the Holy Emperor would begin to feel dissatisfied. Having served in the imperial court for so many years, Yao Guang, he was well aware that the Holy Emperor simply didn't care about these minor details, nor did he have the heart to care about them. But there were some things that could only be done once. If one went too far, even His Majesty wouldn't ignore them. His Majesty just didn't want to pay attention to some things, but he definitely wasn't feigning ignorance. Anyone who believed that His Majesty was truly muddle-headed would truly be a fool. General Yao, be at ease. We won't attract the attention of the Wang clan and the King of Song. The goateed elder waved his hands without hesitation as he proudly declared. As a steward of the King Qi residence, if he didn't even have such means, he would have wasted King Qi's trust. Oh! Yao Guangyi's eyelids twitched. For the first time he was astonished. Forgive this Yao for speaking out of turn, but where did Sir find such an expert? To deal with this group escorting the Hyderabad ores, one had to be a profound martial realm expert at the very least. An expert of this level was no small matter, and even the Yao clan would find it difficult to invite them. Haha, General Yao, I won't hide it from you. I do know a few people on the road. I wonder if General still remembers that iron cloak Li who lived near Longxi? The goateed elder stroked his beard. Iron cloak highwayman. Yao Guangyi's eyes flashed. He still had a deep impression of the iron cloak highwayman who had nearly killed Wang Chong's group. Alas, they had failed on the verge of success. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in so much trouble right now. Does Sir know such an individual? Yao Guang immediately understood. Ha ha ha! General Yao's reaction is truly fast. No wonder King Qi thinks highly of you. Indeed, I do happen to know such an individual. However, this person is much more formidable than the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. On the road to the western regions, this person is without a doubt the king of bandits. His cultivation has long reached the profound martial realm, and he has countless experts under his command. With this person's appearance, no matter how formidable the King of Song and the Wang clan are, they won't be able to implicate us. The goateed elder stroked his beard, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Yao Guang, he was greatly surprised by these words. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this frail-looking elder. If he really did know such an individual, then he was unquestionably the best candidate for this operation. And the operation would be flawless. It's wonderful that Sir has such a candidate. As long as we can seize that batch of ore, the Wang clan is certain to suffer a heavy blow. Yao Guang, he nodded, his mind much more relaxed. He, this is not a small amount of wealth. Once this matter is over, we can transport this batch of ore to the capital. If His Highness King Chi can obtain the aid of this batch of Hyderabad, or he will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and he will definitely value us even more." The goateed elder nodded. This was his ultimate goal. Yao Guang froze, and then he bitterly smiled. "Sir's idea is quite good, but it's not very practical." "Oh, is General Yao not tempted? This is hundreds of millions of taels of gold." The goateed elder said with a frown. "Ah, Sir misunderstands my meaning." Yao Guang helplessly said, "It's not that I don't want to use this, but that even if we get our hands on it, it's useless in the entire world. Only that Brat can run the business of Woozy Steel. This is also his exclusive business." Although he had spent a great deal of effort to understand, this person clearly did not have a very good understanding of the Yao clans and King Chi's opponents. "General Yao, what do you mean? Are you saying that only they can have the Hyderabad, and we can't? When the time comes, we just need to lie and say that we bought it from Sinu." The goateed elder was somewhat displeased. "It's useless. The Hyderabad is that Brat's exclusive business." Yao Guang bitterly smiled. Without hiding anything, he explained what he had learned from the Court of Judicial Review about the contract between the Wang clan and Hyderabad, which allowed the Wang clan to monopolize the Hyderabad business of the Central Plains. The goateed elder stared in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. "That Brat might be young, but he's extremely meticulous. Sir hasn't interacted with him for long, so it's normal for you to not understand him. In the future, Sir will understand. In the entire Wang clan, Wang Yan and Wang Gung aren't even worth mentioning. Wang Zhen is inflexible, and the only one who can truly threaten us is that Brat. If not for that, how could we have lost in the last operation?" Yao Guang said. The goateed elder was stunned. He had only been a subordinate of King Chi for a short period of time. There were many things that he did not understand as thoroughly as Yao Guang did. He had originally believed that his opponents were the Wang clan and the King of Song, but it now seemed that the truth was different from what he had understood. "But we don't need to leak this matter. As long as we secretly forge a Woozy Steel sword, isn't it all the same?" The goateed elder said. "It's useless. The Woozy Steel sword truly was forged from Hyderabad but Hyderabad alone isn't enough to forge a Woozy Steel sword. I won't hide it from you. In truth, I've already done what you've just mentioned. However, this is what I've produced." Yao Guang opened the drawer and took out a pitch-black metal sword. "This is a Woozy Steel sword?" The goateed elder was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his eyes as he stared at that swarthy, seemingly no different from an ordinary sword. If not for Yao Guang's explanation, he would never have dared to believe that this sword was forged from Hyderabad This was a far cry from the gorgeous, shiny, demonic, and incomparably sharp weapons sold by the Wang clan. I also didn't want to believe that this was forged from Hyderabad Only when I personally watched from the side did I finally confirm that this was a weapon forged from Hyderabad As Yao Guang spoke, he took out a second swarthy sword from the drawer. There was no doubt that this sword was also forged from Hyderabad Although these iron swords were very short, only about a foot long, they all looked exactly the same, and all of them were unremarkable. But doesn't the capital's Zhang clan also produce Woozy Steel swords? As long as we forcefully abduct a few people and have them help us practice our swords, wouldn't it be the same? The goateed elder said somewhat unwillingly. "Sigh." Yao Guang sighed once more. "This is where the problem lies. All the craftsmen of the capital's Zhang clan are only forging sword embryos. The most crucial, as well as the final step of forging, is completely grasped in that boy's hands. It can be said that besides him, no one in the entire Tang dynasty knows how to forge the kind of Woozy Steel sword. Even if we snatch that 1,000 June of Hyderabad I'm afraid we still won't be able to forge the Woozy Steel sword we want." The goateed elder sat there in a daze, as dumb as a wooden chicken. Previously, When Yao Guang he had said that the boy's work was watertight and meticulous, he hadn't believed it and had thought nothing of it. But at this moment he suddenly realized just how watertight that boy was. Chapter 401. This is 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore, a fortune worth nearly 100 million taels of gold. Are we sure that we don't have a way? The goateed elder muttered to himself. He had to admit that he had never imagined such a situation. There was clearly such a good opportunity, such a large piece of meat, but he just couldn't eat it. Without the forging skills of Wuzi steel, these ores were useless to them. That's not necessarily true. Yao Guang said after a few moments of thought. Oh. The goateed elder raised his head, a questioning look in his eyes. I heard that the Arabs and Carracks Spazinu of the West have some experience in forging Hyderabad ore. Although we can't use it ourselves, we might be able to sell it to them. That's all we can do. The goateed elder sighed. Although he didn't have much understanding of Hyderabad ore, he knew that the difference between raw material and finished product was enormous. A finished Wuzi steel weapon was worth tens of thousands of taels in the Central Plains, but in raw ore it would only be worth a few hundred taels. This was far from what he had expected, but it was better than nothing. After all, they wouldn't be able to use it in their hands. The two swarthy objects in Yao Guang Yi's hands were the best proof of this. I'll notify the other side and have them seize the ore as quickly as possible. Have them bury it on the spot. Once this matter has passed, we'll contact the Arabs. Let's just let them have the Hyderabad ore. The goateed elder reluctantly said. Yes, that's all we can do. Yao Guang also sighed, although he had appeared calm. How could Yao Guang not be moved by the prospect of 100 million taels of gold brushing past his hand? His words were indifferent, but his heart was filled with regret. If weeds aren't cut by the roots, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Although we've robbed them of this business, this isn't a long-term solution. The goateed elder lightly rapped the table twice, his eyes turning to Yao Guang Yi. General Yao, your Yao clan has many connections. Can't you think of a way to cut off this business of the Wang clan from the source? If we could cut it off at the source, wouldn't we be able to solve this problem once and for all? The goateed elder said. Yao Guang Yi's eyes lit up and he was greatly tempted. Sinu was weak and impoverished, unable to compare to the Central Plains. If a group of experts were to be sent to the Hyderabad mine to control the mine from the source, it might really be the end of the matter once and for all, a real plan to wipe out the family. The only problem was that Sinu was far from the Central Plains, and he wasn't familiar with the terrain. It would probably take at least 3 to 4 months. But the benefits were also obvious. Although the Yao clan and King Qi could not touch the Wang clan, much less Wang Chong, they could still send experts to Sinu to make trouble. Even if the Holy Emperor knew about it, he would not blame him. There were some things that couldn't be said as long as they didn't fall out. There was no need to worry about the Holy Emperor. Yao Guang Yi's gaze was used to looking at his own country, dealing with the affairs of the Central Plains. Here, he was inferior to the goateed old man. He had just arrived, but his vision was even more far-sighted. That's a good plan, mister. However, I'm afraid that our Yao clan won't be able to do this alone. I'm afraid we'll need mister's help. Yao Guang Yi said. General Yao, be at ease. I'll make arrangements for King Qi. The goateed old man stroked his beard and smiled. For the first time, the two of them had reached an agreement on this matter. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a black falcon flew out of the capital like a bolt of lightning. At almost the same time, the experts of King Qi and the Yao clan set out from the capital, meeting up and heading toward the distance in the winding mountains stretched out in a continuous chain. After passing through Longxi and heading northwest for several thousand miles, there was a vast desert. The mountain winds howled, and traces of weathering and desertification could be seen everywhere. This was Qixi, the only path to the western regions. Chishi was under the rule of Chishi Protector General Fomenlinta, the imperial great general. But not even Fomenlinta had much control over this region. The vast Gobi Desert was a product of nature. Before the power of nature, even the power of the empire paled in comparison. Many bandits, brigands, and bandits had grown around the Chishi Desert. The desert was the best barrier. As long as one plunged into the desert, not even the imperial army would be able to reach them. And in the northwest of the Chishi Desert was a place called Mount Cheongchi. Heat waves surged and sand was everywhere. In this place, called Mount Cheongchi, it was unknown how many bandits and highwaymen were stationed here. Beneath their feet, dazzling halos could be seen. Who knew how many true martial realm experts there were at Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6, and even Tier 7 and 8? Rumble. It was noon, and the world was filled with billowing white waves. It was the hottest time of the day. Suddenly, the ground beneath the surrounding sand began to shake, and waves of rumbling came from all directions of Mount Cheongchi. The sand was shaking violently, and the ground was shaking incessantly, as if something huge was about to drill out of the ground. Nay, the war horses neighed. All the war horses in a radius of several dozen, Li sensed this uneasy aura and began to move restlessly, some even standing on their hind legs. War horses were far more sensitive to this sort of aura than humans. However, unlike their steeds, all of the bandits and highwaymen who sensed this sight began to howl in excitement. Many of the brigands even took out their wineskins and began to guzzle while laughing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ha ha ha! It's exactly the same as yesterday. It's time for the gang master to train again. Extreme heat, extreme yang, and extreme toughness. Where else could there be a better place for the gang master to train than this desert? Ha ha ha, look at these new brats. We haven't even started, but they're already so scared. How can they follow the gang master like this? That's right. Come, throw a few of them into the sea of sand. With this bit of courage, they don't have the right to follow the gang master. The bandits excitedly laughed, the anticipation in their eyes deepening. Rumble. With a tearing sound, with Mount Cheongchi as the center, the sea of sand began to seethe and suddenly crack open. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of rocks, large and small, densely packed together, seemed to come to life as they rose from the ground under the influence of an invisible power. Boom, boom, boom. The large rocks weighed nearly 1,000 jin, while the small ones weighed several dozen jin. After rising into the sky, they did not fall back down, but instead hung motionlessly in the air. In an instant, all of Mount Cheongchi fell silent. Even though they had seen this miraculous sight countless times, every time they saw it, they still felt a powerful shock and impact. It was like seeing it for the first time. This is incredible. What a miracle! Besides the gang master, who else could do this? On the ground, countless gazes were filled with envy, fear, and deep reverence as they stared at this miraculous sight. A true martial Tier 4 bandit didn't even realize that the wine in his wineskin had spilled out and soaked his clothes. This was no miracle, nor was it some unfathomable might of the heavens. Everything was the result of human effort. It was the power of their gang master. Whoosh! The wind howled, sending sand and rocks flying. Almost at the same time as the boulders flew out of the ground, the world's origin energy in all directions seemed to be attracted by something, surging majestically towards the center of Mount Cheongchi. Clang! The loud sound of steel rang in everyone's ears. Just as everyone was looking up, a huge black steel rushed down from the top of the mountain like a wave, stopping halfway up the mountain. Then there was another roar, and the second ring of black steel rushed down again, covering the first ring of steel and continuing to expand outwards. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 enormous and heavy black thorny halos enveloped the entire Mount Cheongchi. The last one, which was also the largest, even released a heavy aura that was as heavy as the earth. These 7 massive halos of thorns combined to form the most primitive and powerful ring of light, the Ring of Earth. These 7 rings of light were filled with the thick aura of the laws of the earth. In front of this ring of earth that was as heavy as a wall, the true martial tier 7, 8, and 9 martial artists were all insignificant. This was a huge power that only a high-level Xian martial realm expert could possess. Buzz. Tens of thousands of rocks scattered through the air were first motionless, and then they began to tremble and groan. Next, all the sand and gravel began to gather under the influence of an invisible force, shrouding the entire area in a hazy haze. It had been a scorching noon, when the sun was at its strongest, but the surroundings of Mount Cheongchi were so shadowy that even the sky was obscured. Under the shadow of this sky-obscuring dust, all the bandits lost their luster and fell silent. Rumble! After some time, the boulders fell back down and the dust settled. All the floating boulders fell back down, and the fissure in the ground closed up once more. The sand and gravel closed up from all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything was gone. The entire sea of sand returned to its original state, without a single trace of change. It's over. The gang master has finished his cultivation. What a pity. I'm afraid the gang master is about to wake up. The bandits looked at their surroundings, slowly calming down, each of them longing for more. Chapter 402. Boom! With a massive boom, dust roiled from the summit of Mount Cheongchi as a stone door opened and a tall and slender figure walked out. Beneath his feet, a shrunken ring of earth spread out. It emitted an aura as heavy as a mountain, making his body seem even more powerful. Without any signs or gestures, the man simply stood there like a pillar that could support the heavens. Naturally, he became the center of the world, instantly suppressing the auras of all the bandits and highwaymen in a radius of several dozen li. An enormous aura swallowed the heavens and enveloped the entire area, and the mood instantly became extremely heavy. Paying respects to Gang Master. A loud voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The thousands of bandits and highwaymen around Mount Cheongchi dismounted from their horses and knelt down at almost the same time. The ferocious and bloodthirsty bandits who viewed human life as nothing more than grass all lowered their prideful heads at this moment, showing respectful and submissive expressions towards the man on the mountain top. From Longxi to the western regions, all the bandits and bandits, whether they were here or not, had to submit to this man. On the entire road to the west, this was the true king, the king of bandits, the lord of the sea of sand. No matter where the bandits were, they would send generous gifts every year to show their respect. Rise! A resounding and magnetic voice resounded in everyone's ears. On the summit, the man's sleeves fluttered as he extended a hand. Thank you, Gang Master. With a burst of resounding voices, countless bandits and bandits stood up. From Longxi in the east to the western regions in the west, the dragon bandit's reputation was like the noon sun on the road to the west. There was no one who did not know the name of Black Dragon Zhao, the true leader of all bandits. After several decades of fame, Black Dragon Zhao had gathered many top-class experts under his banner, including several hundred true martial Tier 7 and Tier 8 experts. Moreover, he was extremely familiar with the geography of Qixi and had become one of the most powerful factions on the road to the west. Cree! Just as everyone was getting up, a long howl suddenly broke the silence. Everyone raised their heads and saw a massive pitch-black falcon shooting down from the clouds like an arrow, flying straight toward Black Dragon Zhao. For a moment, all was silent. Black Dragon Zhao's eyes flashed, and he immediately extended his hand, allowing the sharp-eyed knight Falcon to land on his arm. With a wave of his arm, a ferocious-looking highwayman walked forward and tossed a large piece of fresh horse meat into the Night Falcon's mouth. Black Dragon Zhao nodded, then took the letter from the Night Falcon's leg. Hee, you're finally here. After reading the contents of the letter, Black Dragon Zhao crumpled the paper into a ball, an expression of anticipation in his eyes. After waiting for so long, he had finally gotten the news he wanted. "Get ready, we're leaving immediately." Shattering the ball of paper in his hand, Black Dragon Zhao threw it aside and gave the order to attack. Boom! In an instant, the originally silent crowd of bandits burst into a tsunami of cheers. The entire Mount Cheongchi was filled with jubilation. After such a long time, the gang leader was finally going to take action again. Everyone knew that gang leader would not easily make a move. Something that was worthy of him taking action was definitely something big. Ha ha ha! A smile appeared on Black Dragon Zhao's lips as he gazed at the mountain of bandits and highwaymen filled with excitement. As the uncrowned king of the road to the west, Black Dragon Zhao had long since ceased to care about wealth. At his level of strength, there was only one thing he cared about, and that was power. But he was not some king of bandits. What he wanted was that kind of real power, and now this letter was providing him with precisely this sort of opportunity. As long as he could complete the task mentioned in the letter, he would be able to smoothly establish a relationship with King Qi. King Qi's status, authority, and the bandits under his control would assuredly bring him to a higher level, a height that he had never dared to imagine before. At the very least, those several dozen monks from Sinu were not what he needed to worry about. At this moment, Black Dragon Zhao's eyes exploded with ambition. "Let's go." In a flash, Black Dragon Zhao waved his hand and led the entire dragon bandits through the sea of sand, charging in the direction of the caravan carrying the Hyderabad ore. What? The convoy carrying the Hyderabad ore has been robbed. Several days later, on the Spirit Vein Mountain, Wang Chang's face was brimming with shock. He almost didn't dare to believe his ears. How could this be? The matter of the Sinna high priest delivering 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or to him, had been an extremely secretive one. In the entire capital, there were very few people besides him who knew about it. Just a few days ago, he had been waiting for this 1,000 June of Hyderabad or to be delivered to the capital. He hadn't expected that it would be robbed just a few days later. The sudden news had thrown Wang Chang's mind into chaos. This ore was extremely important to him. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. This was not something as simple as wealth. "Young master, I've already verified this matter. There's no doubt about it." Eagle also had a grave expression. He currently had an extremely heavy mission. After Wang Chong had gone to the Spirit Vein Mountain to cultivate, he had left almost everything to him, whether it was the Wang clan, the training camp, or the Hyderabad ore. All the channels of the Wang clan were available for him to use. Several days ago, when our Loja and Ablonidin's letter had arrived, Eagle had almost immediately taken action. Not only had he sent people to receive them, he had even dispatched the fastest falcon to the western regions to keep watch. Who did this? Wang Chong clenched his right hand into a fist as he took in a deep breath. Now that it had happened, the urgent task at hand was to get the ore back as quickly as possible. It was Qishi's dragon bandits. Old Eagle said, but his answer was surprisingly straightforward. Even Wang Chong was taken aback. He had originally believed that this sort of matter wouldn't be so easy to uncover. These fellows never even thought about hiding their tracks, swaggering over to plunder. They even left behind the insignia of their bandits. Just what is the background of this dragon bandits? Wang Chong asked. In his last life, he had never paid any attention to these matters, so he had never heard of this Qishi dragon bandits. The eagle also did not hesitate, immediately telling Wang Chong everything he knew. As a former member of the Bureau of Justice, he truly did know much more about these matters than Wang Chong. Wang Chong instantly fell silent, a bandit king that ruled from Longxi to Qishi to the western regions. It had to be said that all of this had exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. But even now, we still don't know why the dragon bandits did this. In the past, the dragon bandits would never plunder ores. In normal circumstances, only gold and silver would attract their attention. Of course, We can't rule out the possibility that they know the price of woozy steel, so they plundered this batch of Hyderabad or to extort and threaten us. Eagle said. No, they definitely aren't using this to extort and threaten us. Wang Chong had a pensive look on his face as he waved his hand without hesitation. How can young master be so sure? The eagle was somewhat surprised. A tiger would never fight with a stray dog for food, and a lion would never team up with a hyena. Other bandits might be able to extort, but a bandit king like Black Dragon Zhao would never do something like this. He definitely has a deeper reason for doing this. The eagle's eyes widened at these words, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Young master isn't planning to say, correct. This matter definitely has something to do with the Yao clan and King Qi, Wang Chong firmly declared. But isn't the time a little too short? They might not have reacted so quickly, right? The eagle said in disbelief. Although he had also suspected the Yao clan and King Qi, the relationship between the two sides was obvious. But the eagle still felt that they might not have reacted so quickly. There's definitely a monster behind this abnormal situation. You said it yourself. Although the dragon bandits have a habit of plundering, Boss Black Dragon, Zhao, rarely takes action. Moreover, he has so many bandits paying their respects to him every year. So why would he plunder my Hyderabad or? When did the bandits start forging swords again? If no one was directing him, he would never do such a thing. Wang Chong sneered. If you want to know if the Yao clan and King Qi did it, the method is very simple. The eagle, send someone to investigate. See how the Yao clan and King Qi residents have been doing these past few days. If the Yao clan and King Qi residents are still as noisy as before, then it might be their doing. If they're exceptionally quiet, then there's no need to ask. It's definitely their doing. The eagle's speed was faster than he had imagined. A night falcon flew out. In less than an hour, the people of the capital had finished Wang Chong's test for the eagle. Bang! Wang Chong fiercely punched, shattering the stone. It really was them. Wang Chong's complexion was ashen. The eagle's complexion was also rather unsightly. Wang Chong's conjecture had been correct. The Yao residents and King Qi, which had always been aggressive and noisy, had been abnormally calm in the last few days. This situation was clearly abnormal. Young master, what should we do next? The eagle asked. Whether or not the Yao clan and King Qi had done, this was no longer the problem. The problem was how to find the Hyderabad ore. 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore was no small sum. Even though the eagle didn't have much understanding of woozy steel swords, he knew that the value of this ore was astronomical. Even to the great clans of the capital, this was an unimaginable number. In short, the Yao clan and King Qi had dealt a heavy blow to Wang Chong. This time, they had struck Wang Chong's weak spot. Wang Chong said nothing, his complexion extremely unsightly. He had never been in such a situation before. From the intelligence gathered by the eagle, the dragon bandits had many experts, more than 1,000 of them. Their boss, Black Dragon Zhao, was a high-level, profound martial expert. Even if Wang Chong fought to the death, he wouldn't be able to deal with a person of this level. Moreover, Qixi was Protector General Foman Linta's territory. This was his mortal enemy. In the regional commander's incident, Foman Linta had been the one who wanted Wang Chong dead the most. In his territory, Wang Chong could not let him know that he had lost 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore, or else he would be in even more trouble. As for the Yao clan and King Qi, last time he had been ambushed by them on a training mission and almost died on the way. If the Wang clan dared to leave the capital this time, Wang Chong was sure that they would intercept and kill them on the way. Moreover, unlike last time when dealing with him, if it was just the experts of the Wang clan, these two clans would have no qualms about attacking. Wang Chong had a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Chapter 403. All was quiet on the Spirit Vein Mountain. Eagle looked at Wang Chong, his brow tightly creased. He was only skilled at taming eagles and birds, and this had delayed his cultivation on the martial path. With his cultivation at Tier 9 of the true martial realm, even if he was half a step into the profound martial realm, he was still no match for Black Dragon Zhao. Moreover, Black Dragon Zhao had countless bandits and brigands under his command. In this regard, Eagle was also creasing his brow. If only Brother Ma and the others were here. Eagle thought of Ma Yinlong. After dealing with King Sojurim, Ji Yinlong had left, Solitary Wolf had been sent to Jianan, and Iron Arms had been dispatched by Wang Chong on a secret mission. They wouldn't be able to return for some time. If the three of them were here, although they still wouldn't be able to compare to Black Dragon Zhao, who was a profound martial rank 7 dragon bandits, they would at least be able to take care of him. It seems like I can only call him. Wang Chong suddenly gave a long sigh. Who is young master speaking of? Old Eagle's entire body shivered. At this time, he truly couldn't think of anyone who could resolve the situation before him. Wang Chong only smiled, not replying. 8 hours later, a travel-worn Li Sai appeared in front of Wang Chong from deflecting Blade Manor. As he gazed at the 2-meter-tall Li Sai, his body brimming with explosive power and pressure, Wang Chong couldn't help but inwardly sigh, somewhat unwilling. Wang Chong's original intention had been to think of a way to delay Li Sai until the beginning of spring, preferably until the war in the south broke out. But the current situation was so urgent that he couldn't afford to worry about such things. This 1,000 June of Hyderabad was one of the most important things in Wang Chong's plan. Without this 1,000 June of Hyderabad or to forge the Wuzi steel sword, when that thing happened, he would be useless. All the effort and time he had put into it before had become meaningless. As the future invincible general, a valiant existence who could single-handedly turn the situation of the entire battlefield, Li Sai was Wang Chong's only, you better think it through. You only have one chance. Li Sai looked down at Wang Chong with a smile on his face. His voice rumbled like thunder. After waiting for so long, Wang Chong finally came to beg him. As long as he completed this task, he would be able to return to the western region in broad daylight. Of course, Wang Chong said without hesitation. Looking around, Li Sai was probably the only one who had this ability. Good. I was just waiting for you to say this. Li Sai raised his head to the sky and laughed. Without another word, he turned and left. What Black Dragon Zhao? What dragon bandits? His goal was to conquer the western regions and pacify all the kingdoms. How could a trifling bandit block his path? Wait a moment. Wang Chong suddenly called out. What? Kid, do you want to go back on your word? Li Sai rumbled like a mountain as he turned around and stared at Wang Chong said, You're wrong. Give me 3 days. I feel like you're still lacking a suitable weapon. Wang Chong seriously said. Oh, Li Sai hesitated. He originally wanted to refuse, but after some thought he still nodded. He didn't feel like he needed any special methods to deal with a band of bandits. But the lack of a suitable weapon for his physique truly was his shortcoming. Ever since he left the mountain, he had never found a suitable one. Fine. Li Sai finally nodded. After leaving the mountain, Wang Chong returned to his home. After his last weapon, it had been a very long time since Wang Chong had personally forged a weapon. Wang Chong took a ruler and personally measured Li Sai's height, the width of his palm, the ratio of his upper body to lower body, and the thickness of his shoulders. Then he spent another day drawing up a blueprint before burrowing into the cave. Unlike any other time, Wang Chong brought 4 pieces of Hyderabad ore into the cave. This was a quality that surpassed any previous forging. Even Li Sai, who was originally indifferent, became interested in this. How could he not care about his first weapon? Clink-cling, clang, 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 clang. Clink, clang, clang. Inside the cave, the ear-piercing sound of metal rumbled incessantly. Sparks flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed out from inside. From night to day, from day to night, Wang Chong did not rest or sleep, pouring all his energy into this task. This operation was related to his entire plan, and failure was not an option. Thus, Wang Chong placed an unprecedented amount of importance on this task. Allocate 1,000,000 taels of gold and find me the best inscription master in the capital, the strongest inscription master. In one day, I want this sword to be inscribed with enough sharpness, toughness, and swiftness, until this sword can no longer endure. 2 days later, Wang Chong walked out of the cavern wearily, his face covered in soot and soot. 1,000,000 taels. The eagle's face was filled with shock, and even Li Sai couldn't help but widen his eyes. There's no time. We have to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be, Wang Chong wearily said. Although 1,000,000 taels was a lot, 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad was even more valuable. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Otherwise, it would all be too late. Moreover, 1,000,000 taels of gold was worth 1,000,000 taels of gold. This sword had cost 4 Jun of Hyderabad ore, even more than the Death's Abyss that Wang Chong had forged. In terms of weight alone, this sword weighed 130, nearly 140 Jin. Even a true martial realm expert would find it very difficult to use this sword. Being able to raise it did not mean that one could freely use it. This sword had been forged by Wang Chong especially for Li Sai. In short, it was unique. Even if he spent 1,000,000 taels of gold, it would only increase its value, not weaken it. Wang Chong was sure that the power of this sword would far surpass any sword he had forged before. Understood. Feeling the determination in Wang Chong's voice, the eagle no longer hesitated and strode in. Inside the cave, there was a huge package wrapped in black cloth, extremely heavy. The eagle picked up the package, stood up, and left. A day later, the eagle finally returned with the package. Young master, it's all done. A total of 3 inscription masters have added 72 inscription arrays of all sizes and types. There's no way to add more. The eagle said in a low voice. 1,000,000 taels of gold was not spent in vain. The number of inscriptions on the hilt had reached a level that other weapons could only look up to. Wang Chong did not say anything, but just knocked on the anvil in the cave. Yes. The eagle nodded and quickly left. He then quickly released more than 10 the eagle, nighthawk, and nightingale to monitor the surroundings. Wang Chong had never allowed anyone to observe the last few steps of the sword forging process, and naturally the eagle was included. This was Wang Chong's unique secret, as well as the greatest and most valuable secret of the Wang clan. The cave was eerily quiet. It was only until dawn that the sounds of clanking echoed in the cave, each time like thunder. It's done. Late in the morning, Wang Chong finally walked out of the cavern. A huge sword, 2 meters long, wrapped in sharkskin, was taken out by Wang Chong. The black scabbard didn't have many gems embedded in it. It was completely black, and there were simple golden lines on it. There weren't too many decorations, but it exuded an extreme magnificence from the inside out. Don't open this sword easily. Only open it when you really need it, Wang Chong said as he placed the sword in Li Sai's hands. Li Sai stood guard at the entrance of the cave, not immediately taking the sword. Instead, he looked at Wang Chong, a strange look in his eyes. Okay. Solemnly taking the sword from Wang Chong's hands, Li Sai weighed it in his hands, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then he turned around and strode out without hesitation. His heroic figure swiftly vanished into the distance. The eagle, help me send a message to Big Uncle. Have him and the King of Song help me mobilize soldiers. In the name of suppressing bandits, mobilize soldiers from Baiting, Chishi, and Longxi. In the name of a joint operation, hurry to where the dragon bandits are. In addition, do your best not to alarm Foman Linta. Wang Chong said. The dragon bandits didn't just have Black Dragon Zhao. There were also several thousand powerful bandits. Wang Chong wouldn't place his hopes on Li Sai alone. A single person's strength couldn't deal with several thousand soldiers. But if the imperial court's army was added to the equation, everything would be different. The only problem was that Chishi was Fomin Linta's territory. If they weren't careful, they might attract his attention. In addition, go to the King of Song's residence and find the old butler. Although peak profound martial experts are very difficult to borrow, experts at Tier 1, 2, and 3 shouldn't be a problem. Have them go and receive Li Sai. In addition, you should go as well. I need to be informed at all times. Use carrier pigeons and eagles to communicate. Wang Chong said. Yes, young master. The eagle replied without hesitation. Although his strength wasn't very high, still at the peak of the true martial realm, he could rely on his eagle taming skills to quickly send news. In addition, young master, should I call Iron Arms over? There's no need. Wang Chong's heart stirred, but he still shook his head. Iron Arms had his own mission, and even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to deal with Black Dragon Zhao. This titan of the Western Road could only place his hopes on Li Sai. Yes, young master. Old Eagle solemnly nodded and then flew off on his shuttle. I hope that everything goes smoothly and that I can succeed. Everything that could be done had been done. As he watched the eagle leave, a hint of worry flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. The current Li Sai was still far from that invincible, great general of the empire. Wang Chong had no idea if he could succeed or not. Moreover, with the Yao clan and King Qi interfering, even if he succeeded, he might not be able to smoothly obtain the whereabouts of the Hyderabad ore. This won't do. I still have to meet Yang Zhao. If he appears, not even King Qi will dare to object. In addition, I won't arouse his suspicions too early. Chapter 404. Wang Chong had gone to see Yang Zhao at noon and only returned late at night. Whether it succeeds or not will all depend on luck. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he ascended the spirit vein. Everything had already been arranged. Yang Zhao had agreed to help build an army from the Bureau of Military Personnel to help suppress the dragon bandits near the Chishi Desert. Li Sai's abilities and the Imperial Court suppression should be enough to threaten the dragon bandits and Black Dragon Zhao. Afterward, Wang Chong ascended the spirit vein, calmed his mind, and began to cultivate with all his might. This was all he could do at the moment. Now that his cultivation had reached the true martial realm, there were many things that Wang Chong could cultivate. One of them was an extremely powerful technique that Wang Chong had learned in his last life, the leaping dragon spear. Time flew by, and 10-some days passed in the blink of an eye. While Wang Chong was cultivating on the spirit vein and quietly waiting for news, the capital was in an uproar. An invisible net had been cast out of the capital, enveloping Chishi in the extreme west. Carrying Wang Chong's massive broadsword, which was taller than a man, Li Sai and his 2 horses were traveling day and night toward the western regions. The distance from the capital to Chishi was long, and it would take at least a month. Li Sai's method was the only one that could shorten the time needed to reach the Chishi Sand Sea. As Li Sai took the lead, traveling day and night to Chishi, the experts of the Eagle and the King of Song's residence were in hot pursuit. The mobilization of the Bureau of Military Personnel had also been smoothly transmitted to the Chishi Protectorate, the Biting Protectorate, and the Big Dipper Army. It was not strange for an army to organize a joint operation in the name of suppressing bandits. In the past, the Imperial Court had used this sort of operation against bandits that were too big to deal with. In short, under Wang Chong's push, a large net formed from many factions was rapidly advancing toward the Chishi Sand Sea. A strong gust of wind swept up the sand and dust from the sea of sand, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire vicinity of Mount Cheongchi was covered in a gray haze. However, the dragon bandits around Mount Cheongchi were still heavily guarded. For ordinary people, this kind of sandstorm was extremely dangerous and difficult to accept. But to the bandits who lived here, they were already used to it. All of the horse bandits used clothes and cloth to cover their mouths and noses, patrolling normally in the sandstorm. This was their basic ability. Mount Cheongchi looked relaxed on the outside, but it was tense on the inside. There were many more people in many key areas, and they seemed to be extremely vigilant. Last time, he had killed quite a few Sindhi monks in order to plunder the goods. These monks were not weak. There was even a Xian martial arts realm expert who was personally killed by the gang leader. After so many years, the gang leader rarely made a move. After the incident, there was news that the goods belonged to a big shot in the capital. All the dragon bandits were extremely nervous. Everyone knew that the big shot would not let the matter rest so easily. However, the dragon bandits were not so afraid that they would flee. In the region of Chishi, they had already experienced far too many encirclement and suppression by the imperial army. Not even Fomin Linta of the Chishi protectorate could do anything to them, much less anyone else. If that big shot in the capital really did send an army, and they couldn't win, they could just hide in the desert. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind sent sand flying. The area around Mount Cheongchi suddenly trembled, and then a strange feeling came from the distant wind. It's finally here! At almost the same time, on the summit of Mount Cheongchi, a lofty figure slowly opened his eyes. Even in the midst of the sandstorm, those eyes still exuded a dazzling light that no one dared to look directly at. Black Dragon Zhao was sitting on a stone chair on the summit. To his left and right were the elites of the Cheongchi bandit gang, all of them looking in the same direction with cold and solemn eyes. An hour ago, he had sensed an unfamiliar aura suddenly appearing in his perception. Moreover, it was heading straight for his Mount Cheongchi without the slightest deviation. Within a radius of 100 li around Mount Cheongchi, not a single blade of grass grew. Only he and his dragon bandits existed. There was no doubt that this person was coming for him. They're truly fast. It's only been 20-some days, but they were able to get here without stopping. Black Dragon Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain, his hair flying in the wind. He naturally exuded the aura of a ruthless and ambitious person. It would take at least a month and a half to get from the capital to Mount Cheongchi, but this person had clearly traveled day and night. This also showed how much importance they attached to the goods. But just one person, wasn't this person treating him with too little importance? If it were Chishi Protector General Fomin Linta, even if it were just one person, he would have already fled, not lingering a moment in this place. In order to guard against Fomin Linta, he had even placed many spies around the Chishi Protectorate headquarters. As long as Fomin Linta went out, as long as he was in the air, a carrier pigeon would immediately fly to Mount Cheongchi. But what about the others? Not everyone could become a great general of the empire. In the entire Tang dynasty, there were only a few people that he feared. To send a single person to seize Baekthi, or from him, was truly delusional. "Boss, he's here." A voice suddenly came from next to him. In an instant, almost half of the dragon bandits on the summit turned to look in the same direction. At some point, a black silhouette had appeared in the vast sandstorm. Step by step, it was slowly making its way toward Mount Cheongchi, toward the group. His steps were very slow, but they were abnormally firm and heavy. Let alone the sandstorm. Not even the sea of blades, the sea of volcanoes, or the abyss of adversity would be able to stop his steps. This person possessed a terrifying and extremely powerful will that could never be defeated. He's a true man. Black Dragon Zhao gazed at the sandstorm, the disdain in his eyes slowly transforming into a hint of respect. Very few people could give him this sort of feeling. Just a single figure was enough to change his mind. But there was no question that this person had done it. Boom! In the sandstorm, Li Sai slowly made his way toward Mount Cheongchi. After some time, Li Sai finally got close and took the Wuzi steel sword that Wang Chong had forged for him from his back. Sword and scabbard, he threw it to the ground and stabbed it in front of him. At this moment, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Half of Mount Cheongchi trembled from Li Sai's strike. "I've finally arrived," Li Sai placed his hands on the hilt of the woozy steel sword and took in a deep breath. After more than 20 days, traveling day and night, and exhausting 3 well-trained war horses, he had finally arrived at the distant Mount Cheongchi of Chishi. Standing at the base of this mountain, he could finally clearly see the black-robed, black dragon Zhao looking down from the summit, his heroic aura swallowing the heavens, as well as the dragon bandits elites at Tier 7, 8, and 9 of the true martial realm. Black Dragon Zhao. Li Sai's voice was brimming with energy, rumbling like thunder through the air. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice drowned out the sounds of the storm. Almost all the war horses were startled, and they immediately reared up. After traveling for more than 20 days and only resting for a few moments, Li Sai's eyes showed no fatigue, only a deep excitement and a thirst for the upcoming battle. Truly a true man. On the summit, Black Dragon Zhao gave a rare word of praise as he looked down. At such a close distance, Li Sai could clearly see him, and Black Dragon Zhao could naturally see him as well. Li Sai's huge physique and strong body were almost a size bigger than the strong men of this era. Standing at the foot of the mountain, even if he didn't do anything, he was like the Buddha Vajra, giving people a great sense of oppression. If he was like this even before fighting, one could easily imagine his true strength. "I am Black Dragon Zhao," Black Dragon Zhao said, his voice rumbling and brimming with dignity. "How should I address sir?" Li Sai. Li Sai stood at the base of the mountain, a faint smile on his lips. Now that he had found the person in question, everything would be easy to discuss. Li Sai. Black Dragon Zhao creased his brow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. His eyes and ears covered the world, and wherever there were bandits and bandits, his eyes and ears could reach them. The true experts of the world, from Silla and Goguryeo to the countries of the western regions, were known to him. But Li Sai, Black Dragon, Zhao shook his head. He had never heard of this name before. It seemed that this person was not some formidable personage like he had imagined. From the capital, Black Dragon Zhao spoke once more, his expression much more relaxed. "Yes." Li Sai grinned. He didn't need to think too much to know what Black Dragon Zhao was thinking of him. But Li Sai didn't care in the slightest. Although he was still a nobody at the moment, in the future, he would definitely make this name resound throughout the world. "Since you're Black Dragon Zhao, everything is easy to discuss. Hand over that batch of Hyderabad ore." Li Sai's voice boomed through the world like a peal of thunder, his voice unquestionable. Boom! The moment Li Sai spoke, before Black Dragon Zhao could reply, the dragon bandits surrounding Mount Cheongchi couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Black Dragon Zhao, sitting on the summit, couldn't help but smile. "Hero, I respect you as a true man. How about this? You join our dragon bandits. I'll leave a place for you at my side." In the howling wind, Black Dragon Zhao extended his right hand and pointed at the empty seat at his side. "Ha ha ha, officials are officials, bandits are bandits. Our paths are different, and we can't work together. I'll ask again, is Boss Zhao willing to hand over that batch of plundered Hyderabad, or?" Li Sai rested his hands on the woozy steel sword as he spoke. "Hand it over? Ha ha ha. What right do you have? Just you alone?" On the summit, Black Dragon Zhao's face was brimming with derision. Since the other party wasn't willing to submit, there was no need for him to be polite. At the base of the mountain, Li Sai earnestly nodded his head, apparently unable to hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Li Sai earnestly nodded his head once more. "Humph. Since that's the case, then come and take it yourself." Black Dragon Zhao's expression chilled. As he spoke, his long hair danced in the wind and his 2 arms slowly spread open. Rumble. As he spread open his arms, tens of thousands of dragon bandits howled out from behind the mountain. surrounding Li Sai at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, even more experts of true martial tier 7, 8, and 9 walked out from behind Black Dragon Zhao. This place was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. This place was Black Dragon Zhao's territory. Ha ha ha, I knew you would be like this. At the base of the mountain, Li Sai gripped his sword with both hands. Ha ha ha. In the face of this vast sea of dragon bandits, Li Sai showed no fear in his eyes. There was only extreme excitement for the upcoming battle. His life was destined to be born for battle. Since you're not willing to hand over the ore, then I'll come and take it myself. With a rumble, Li Sai rested his hands on his sword and then pulled out the woozy steel sword that Wang Chong had tailored for him. Boom! Chapter 405. Flap, flap, flap. Several days later, night falcons and eagles flew out, leaving afterimages in the night sky as they flew toward the capital. What? Li Sai succeeded? He relied on his own strength to kill the dragon bandits and retrieve the lost Hyderabad ore? Upon receiving the news sent by the eagle on a night falcon, Wang Chong was stunned, not daring to believe his ears. Although he knew that Li Sai had a chance of success, Wang Chong had never imagined that it would be like this. The combined armies from Longxi, Qixi, and Baiting were still on the way, and experts of the king of Song's estate and the eagle had not yet arrived. But Li Sai had already single-handedly defeated the entire dragon bandits and retrieved the 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore. Wang Chong had gone to great lengths to get his big uncle to use the strength of the Wang clan, to get the king of Song to get in touch with Yang Zhao, and then to mobilize the Bureau of Military Personnel, but in the end it was all for naught. Li Sai had single-handedly dealt with the entire dragon bandits. Just how did this fellow do it? Wang Chong stood on the Spirit Vein Mountain, his hand gripping the letter that the eagle had sent him. His mind was in turmoil, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. That was thousands of dragon bandits. Almost all the strongest bandits on the Western Road had been gathered under Black Dragon Zhao's command. In terms of the size of an army, Black Dragon Zhao's dragon bandits were equivalent to an army. And Li Sai had single-handedly defeated the profound martial tier 7 Black Dragon Zhao and several thousand dragon bandits elites. Wang Chong didn't dare to believe it. This was too inconceivable. It had to be known that Li Sai was still far from reaching the level of the invincible great general of his last life. Wang Chong wrote several letters to the eagle, but more news was still on the way. The eagle arrived at the Spirit Vein Mountain a few days later. Even though it had been more than a week, the eagle's face was still full of shock. What's going on? Wang Chong asked. Black Dragon Zhao is dead. The dragon bandits are finished, completely finished. The eagle panted, his face filled with extreme shock. Ever since he received the news, he had been traveling day and night, his 2 horses constantly changing carriages as he rushed to the capital. The eagle was the closest to the news. He even left a little bird there. However, the eagle was no less shocked than Wang Chong. When the troops from the Ministry of War arrived, they saw corpses all over the mountain. Corpses of humans and horses were everywhere. All of them had been cut in half. Even the sand in the desert was dyed red. The ground was full of cracks and large rocks. The scene was extremely tragic. The eagle also had eyes and ears in the Longxi, Baiting, and Longxi armies. Wang Chong had arranged for all of them to follow the eagle's orders, so that it would be easier for him to unify the situation and receive news at any time. The eagle immediately told him everything he knew. Wang Chong said nothing. Even he was shocked by the scene described by the eagle. This was completely the style of fighting on the battlefield. Li Sai had entered the army and had yet to participate in a proper battle, but he was already beginning to display the fighting style of the invincible great general. Wang Chong was well aware that the scene described by the eagle was precisely the fighting style of the army that Li Sai would lead when he became the invincible great general. Their fighting style was often based on heavy hacking and aggressive attacks. No matter how many people their opponents were, they would never retreat. This was precisely the style that Li Sai had displayed in this battle. This is fate, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Li Sai had not yet become the invincible great general whose name would shake the world, but he was already beginning to display this sort of loftiness. In addition, I've also received news from Li Sai. He says that he's already convinced 10 some dragon bandits elites to renounce darkness for light and join his side. He's currently leading them back to the capital. The eagle said, "Ah." Wang Chong had a look of surprise on his face. This news had truly surpassed his expectations. This really is his style. Wang Chong had a strange expression on his face as he inwardly sighed. In Wang Chong's view, Li Sai's persuasiveness was completely innate. On the bitter battlefield of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, no matter how formidable their opponents, the army led by Li Sai had never retreated. It was fine if Li Sai himself did not retreat. After all, he was very strong. But those soldiers who followed him also followed him with unwavering determination and fearlessness. Was this not the result of his charisma? Even before he had become the invincible great general, Li Sai was already showing off his abilities. What a pity! Do you really want to let such a person go? The eagle looked at Wang Chong, a look of regret on his face. He had never known that the giant man that Wang Chong had transferred from biting and was making such a ruckus at the gate of deflecting Blade Manor was such a powerful existence. This sort of valiant fighting strength had even managed to kill Black Dragon Zhao. Letting him go would be far too much of a pity. There's nothing that can be done. A man cannot stand without his word. Since I promised him back then, I naturally have to do it. Wang Chong knew what the eagle was thinking and waved his hand, indicating that he should give up on this idea. The eagle didn't know of Li Sai's origins, nor had he heard of his reputation, so he couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. But to Wang Chong, this was no longer a secret. To have a future invincible great general serve under him for a period of time was already not easy. This was something to be proud of. In the end, it's impossible to keep such a powerful figure, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. In the end, a future great general was not so easy to tame. Wang Chong could only calmly accept this result. It could only be said that fate was not so easy to change. To be able to retrieve his 1,000 June of Hyderabad was an unexpected harvest for Wang Chong. With this matter resolved, Wang Chong breathed a long sigh of relief. After sending off the eagle, Wang Chong returned to the depths of the spirit vein and continued to cultivate the leaping dragon art. 10 some days later, Li Sai returned to the capital, accompanied by 10 some dragon bandits elites at Tier 7, 8, and 9 of the true martial realm. In addition, several Sindhi monks had also been brought back to the capital by Li Sai. I've already delivered those monks to your home. I found them west of the Chishi Desert. All of them were injured, and 2 of them were called Ablonidin and Arloja. I think they said that they knew you. On the spirit vein, Li Sai stood tall, his tall figure like a mountain. This bitter battle had not only failed to tire or frustrate him, it only made him seem even more spirited. It was like his body had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Thank you, Wang Chong sincerely said. Although he had already learned of the news from the eagle's messenger pigeon, Wang Chong still expressed his thanks. In addition, I've also shipped the Hyderabad back to the Wang clan. Following your orders, I left a few people to stand guard there, Li Sai said. Wang Chong nodded and tossed over an object the size of a pellet. This is for you. What is it? A hint of surprise flashed through Li Sai's eyes as he subconsciously caught it. A pill. Your injuries from this mission are not light, right? If you swallow it, it can help you neutralize the dark blight, Wang Chong said. Haha, it's just a minor matter. Li Sai laughed and waved his hand, not taking it to heart. His body was much stronger than others, and after so many days he had mostly recovered, so it was no longer important. Don't be careless. A dike of 1,000 Li can collapse because of an ant's hole. No matter how small the injuries accumulate, they can still take one's life. Wang Chong said calmly. Li Sai was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he would still be injured. In his previous life, Li Sai's attacks were too ferocious, causing him to neglect his own defense. Coupled with his usual carelessness, all kinds of injuries and hidden injuries kept accumulating. That was why, at the final critical moment, he was triggered by the intense battle, causing all kinds of hidden injuries to break out all over his body, causing him to collapse and die. Since he had met Li Sai in this life, he would do whatever he could to help and change the situation. The longer Li Sai's lifespan, the healthier his body would be, and the longer the empire would last. In his previous life, Wang Chong had had enough of the feeling of fighting alone. Also, here's a bag of pills. In the future, swallow a small pill during minor battles. He had swallowed a total of 3 large pellets during the battle. Be careful, and it will be beneficial to you. Wang Chong tossed over a bag. Li Sai stared blankly for a moment, but he still took it. Now that I've taken your pills, I just so happen to have something to give you. Oh, Wang Chong's face was filled with surprise. I found this on Black Dragon Zhao's body. It was stored in a jade box and kept close to his body. It seems to be a treasury. However, I've never been interested in treasure maps. If you're interested, there's no harm in taking a look. But don't get your hopes up. It seems to me that Black Dragon Zhao hasn't made much progress either. As Li Sai spoke, he casually tossed a pouch to Wang Chong like he was throwing away his shoes. Treasure map? Wang Chong blinked, even more surprised. Li Sai wasn't interested in a treasure map. But how could he be interested? In terms of wealth, Wang Chong was truly wealthy enough to rival a country. Even if he really did have a treasure trove, it probably couldn't compare to Wang Chong's. Putting everything else aside, just this 1,000 June of Hyderabad was already an astronomical amount of wealth. For many great clans, they might not even be able to gather this amount in 100 years. However, something that an ambitious and ruthless person like Black Dragon Zhao kept close to his body could not be as simple as an ordinary treasure trove. Just what is it? Wang Chong curiously opened the pouch that Li Sai had tossed over. When he saw what was inside, Wang Chong was flabbergasted, because inside the pouch was a piece of leather, a leather that Wang Chong had never seen before. It was black and ancient, covered in scales the size of baskets. Wang Chong sensed a powerful ripple of energy from this leather, and almost instantly, Wang Chong sensed danger in his soul. What is this? Chapter 406. This is the skin of a Qilin. In the main hall at the center of the Spirit Vein Mountain, the evil emperor stared at the black beast skin on the table and said something that Wang Chong didn't expect. Qilin skin? Let me take a look. The moment the demonic emperor old man finished speaking, a small and curious hand reached out from the side and grabbed the black hide on the table. Don't! Be careful! The faces of Wang Chong and the evil emperor darkened. They wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. The little sister of the Wang family had always been the type to act on her whims without any warning. Roar! The atmosphere in the hall changed abruptly. The scene that Wang Chong experienced previously appeared once more. Almost at the same time that Wang Xiaoyao grabbed the beast's skin, a loud and clear beast roar filled with a brutal and murderous aura suddenly resounded in the hall. An invisible and violent aura swept across the hall like a raging gale, dragging the 3 of them into it. Pacta! The beast's skin fell to the ground, and Wang Xiaoyao's hand loosened. Her face was pale, and she looked frightened. I told you not to touch it easily. Wang Chong smiled bitterly. His little sister had always been this rash. This beast skin was extremely sinister. Just by sitting beside it, he and his master were already assaulted by the mental energy. Given how his little sister touched it with her hands, the impact was unimaginable. "Little fellow, if you continue to be so rash and disregard my advice, don't blame your master for being impolite in the future." The evil emperor glanced at the little sister of the Wang family and said sternly. Wang Xiaoyao behaved obediently, not daring to say a word. Even though she was rebellious by nature, such that even Wang Chong couldn't control her, she was extremely fearful of the evil emperor. Furthermore, she had suffered a huge blow from the mental energy assault in the beast's skin this time. Even now, she hadn't recovered from it, so how could she dare to say anything? "Master, a Qilin is an auspicious beast, so how can it be so sinister? Besides, is there really a Qilin in this world?" Wang Chong asked. Dragons and Qilins were all legends. Whether it was his previous life or this life, Wang Chong had never seen a single one of them. On the other hand, he had seen many birds, beasts, insects, and fishes, crocodiles, lions, tigers, elephants, orangutans. But Wang Chong was very sure that the voice in the beast's skin did not belong to any of those beasts. It didn't even seem like something an ordinary wild beast would have. "Haha, Chonger, you didn't see it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Since we martial artists can obtain legendary powers through cultivation, what's so strange about the appearance of Qilin and the like? When I was young, I once saw an earth python. Its tail was on this side of the mountain, but its head was on the other side. Although these items are rare, they do exist." The evil emperor stroked his beard and said something that surprised Wang Chong. But thinking about it, it was hard to refute. Indeed, since martial artists could exist, what was so strange about the existence of Qilins? Moreover, when he thought about the otherworldly invaders that would descend upon the central plains in the future, wouldn't it be even stranger? Although I have never seen a Qilin, as someone who is well-read, you should know that Qilins did exist in the ancient records. If there is black, then there is white, and if there is good, then there is evil. If there is auspiciousness, then there is naturally evil and darkness. The evil emperor spoke calmly. Wang Chong fell silent. There were records of Qilins in the ancient records, and this was something that Wang Chong naturally knew. During the spring and autumn warring states period, there was a saying that saints were accompanied by Qilins, and this was even recorded in the history books. But this sort of thing was too unfathomable, and Wang Chong had always treated it as a legend, until today when he encountered this beast skin. However, I don't really care if this is the skin of a Qilin. What I care about is this. As the evil emperor spoke, he extended 2 fingers from his sleeve and grabbed the black Qilin beast skin on the table. But unlike Wang Xiaoyao, after the evil emperor grabbed the beast skin, nothing happened in the room. It was as if it was just an ordinary piece of beast skin. What I care about is the treasure map on this beast skin. The evil emperor flipped the beast skin over, and a completely different treasure map appeared in front of everyone. This was a complicated map filled with mountains and rivers, and there were even some complicated markings that made it impossible for anyone to understand it. It was like a maze. In the world of sex, there is a legend regarding a peerless supreme technique called the Supreme and Infinite Origin Immortal Art. The evil emperor said, "Wang." Upon hearing this technique, his little sister was still at a loss, but Wang Chong's heart suddenly twitched. When Li Sai handed this technique to him, Wang Chong didn't feel much about it. But upon hearing the name of this technique, Wang Chong felt completely different. The top 10 legendary techniques of the Central Plains: Art of God and Demon Obliteration, Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art, Supreme and Infinite Origin Immortal Art, Myriad Spirit Sea Art. Supreme and Infinite Origin Immortal Art was one of them. Moreover, this technique could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 techniques. However, Wang Chong knew a long time ago that this technique had been lost a long time ago. Furthermore, it was during the Great Sui Dynasty. If one wanted to obtain this cultivation technique, there was no meridian to be found. Thus, Wang Chong didn't even consider it from the start, nor did he include it in his search list. Speaking of which, this technique has a lot to do with our lineage. Do you remember what I told you before? The little yin-yang art and great yin-yang heaven creation art are extremely easy to master because we don't need to cultivate them. As long as we continuously absorb energy from others, we will be able to gain the cultivation that others would take decades to achieve in a short period of time. With this technique, I was already unrivaled in the world of sex by the age of 30, looking down on all the experts in the world. But for every benefit, there is a drawback. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, the higher one's cultivation, the more intense the conflict between the stellar energy in one's body, and the greater the risk of cultivation deviation. I spent nearly 60 years trying to refine the different kinds of stellar energy in my body and fuse them together, but I still failed in the end. In fact, it was also because of this that I was taken advantage of by my traitorous disciple. At this point, the evil emperor turned to Wang Chong, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Chong'er, your little yin-yang art is advancing too quickly. You don't need a reason to kill someone in the army. It's even more convenient for you than it is for the people of our sections. This isn't a good thing at all." The evil emperor had personally experienced this, and he had almost died because of it. That was why he had completely given up on this technique and switched to the myriad spirit sea technique. But there was no need to doubt the power of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. As long as one could kill enough opponents and absorb their inner energy for their own use, one could become a top-class expert in the shortest time possible. In this aspect, the myriad spirit sea art could not compare. The latter was dozens of times more difficult to cultivate than the former. Even if they reached the peak, it would still be equally shocking. "Master, be at ease. I know what I'm doing," Wang Chong sincerely said. "It's good that you understand. The massive flaw of the great yin-yang heaven creation art is not impossible to make up for. If you can obtain the supreme and infinite origin immortal art, the two can complement each other and make up for the flaws of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. But no one has ever been able to do this. The legacy of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art is too mysterious. It only truly rose to fame during the Great Sui dynasty. Thus, I didn't mention it to you before. This is probably the only clue to this technique in the next several hundred years." The evil emperor looked at the treasure map on the table and sighed. Fate truly made fools of people. If he had obtained this technique earlier, perhaps it would not have been like this. But now, it truly was fate that made fools of people. His great yin-yang heaven creation art had already been broken, and even his dantian had been crippled. He had long ago become incapable of cultivating this technique. But how did such an important thing end up in Black Dragon Zhao's hands? Also, what's with this map? Wang Chong frowned. At the end of the Sui, the world was in chaos and heroes rose up. The supreme and infinite origin immortal art probably entered the hands of the common people at that time. Black Dragon Zhao was a tiger blocking the path to the west, and plundering was his duty. Perhaps it was for this reason that he coincidentally obtained the treasure map for this technique. As for this map, I heard a little about it when I was in the martial arts world. It was said that the senior who cultivated the supreme and infinite origin immortal art had drawn his supreme technique on an ancient map that was completely different from the one we have today. That ancient map represented the origin and inheritance of this cultivation technique, as well as the tradition of this cultivation technique. The more you hear about the legends, the fewer you believe them. I never imagined that this legend would be true. The evil emperor sighed. Wang Chong frowned. This was also the first time he had heard of such a thing. Of the 10 top-notch cultivation techniques of the Central Plains, other than Su Jingqin's art of god and demon obliteration and the demonic emperor Old Man's great yin-yang heaven creation art, the other cultivation techniques were hard to come by. It was not very strange that the supreme and infinite origin immortal art would use the geography of ancient times as a clue to its treasure map. But with the vicissitudes of time, dragons, and snakes emerging from the land, the geography of the ancient era was completely different from that of the Tang dynasty. It was basically impossible to find the location where the supreme and infinite origin immortal art was hidden by relying on the diagrams of mountains and rivers on it. Chapter 407. You don't need to worry about this matter. Leave the matter of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art to me. Have your eagle tamer work with me. The demonic emperor elder waved his hand. But master, you... A hint of worry appeared in Wang Chong's eyes as he gazed at his seated master. Although his master's hair had turned from white to black and he looked much younger, Wang Chong could sense that his mental state was not as good as he had imagined. If he carefully sensed it, he could even sense a sliver of chaotic energy in his body. This was the after-effect of being ambushed and having one's dantian destroyed. The myriad spirit sea art required a martial artist to cripple their own martial arts. Without destruction, there could be no construction. Only by crippling one's dantian could one form these thousands of small spirit seas in the countless acupuncture points of the body. But the myriad spirit sea art required one to cripple their own martial arts, which was completely different from the evil emperor, who had been ambushed and had his dantian destroyed. The evil emperor had reached a certain level of mastery in the myriad spirit sea art, and his attacks were filled with all sorts of phenomena that ordinary people could not deal with. But because he had been ambushed and his dantian heavily damaged, he couldn't fight for long. If he fought for too long, he would immediately go berserk and die. This was why Wang Chong had never thought of asking his master for help, even though the 1,000 June of Hyderabad had been stolen from Sinu. Moreover, once his whereabouts were exposed, it would alarm those grandmasters and titans of the martial arts world who had ambushed his master, as well as that traitorous disciple. At that time, these people would swarm over, and not even the Wang clan would be able to protect his master. And once he was swept into a battle between titans of the martial arts world, even the Wang clan would be implicated. Thus, Wang Chong didn't dare to recklessly use his master's power. The area where his master, the evil emperor, lived had even been designated as a forbidden zone by Wang Chong. Not even Zhao Jingdian and the others could approach. Wang Chong didn't hope that the secret could be kept forever, but he could delay it for as long as he could. The hall was silent. Chong'er, your master appreciates your filial piety. However, I, your master, have been indomitable all my life and have never feared anything. Do you think I will be like what you think and hide here forever? The evil emperor said. Master, don't worry. I will try my best to help you find a way to completely repair the hidden danger in your dantian. Wang Chong knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Haha, it's enough that you have such thoughts. Master knows what to do. The evil emperor patted Wang Chong on the shoulder as a look of relief flashed across his eyes. The evil emperor had dominated the world of sex for his entire life, causing everyone to pale at the mere mention of his name. But in his old age, the evil emperor realized that what he was most proud of was not the fact that he had slaughtered the experts of the righteous and evil sex, but the fact that he had taken in this little disciple in his old age. Whether a person said one thing and did another, whether they were speaking from the bottom of their heart, he was able to sense it. At the very least, he could sense the utmost sincerity in Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong truly cared about him and wanted to help him. The demonic emperor old man was used to the deception of the martial arts world, and this sort of sincere emotion was extremely precious to him. Master has lived for 60 years and has seen and experienced far too many things. I know what can be done and what cannot be done. Moreover, the supreme and infinite origin immortal art is closely related to our lineage's great yin-yang heaven creation art. When I was young, I tried to find it, but alas, my efforts were in vain. If I can find a reliable clue, I cannot let it go no matter what. If we can obtain this legendary supreme art of the righteous path, perhaps our yin-yang fortune gate will be able to truly accomplish what our predecessors failed to accomplish. Transcend the realm of peak consummation and reach an even higher realm, the evil emperor said. His voice was loud and brimming with passion. Making up for the flaws in the great yin-yang heaven creation art had been his lifelong wish, and he had spent almost half his life on this art. Now that hope was within reach, no matter who it was, no one could stop him. As for whether he could still cultivate after his dantian was destroyed, this was no longer something he cared about. Your disciple understands. Wang Chong understood his master's intentions and said no more. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times and then withdrew. After arranging for the eagle to assist his master, Wang Chong put aside the matter of the supreme and infinite origin of mortal art. His mind was completely focused on cultivation. Time slowly passed, and each day, Wang Chong made significant progress, his strength increasing. Compared to the beginning, Wang Chong had gotten even stronger, and he was steadily advancing toward Tier 2 of the true martial realm. Roar! Roar! A clear and melodious cry, like that of a dragon or a phoenix, shook the heavens. At the summit of the spirit vein, Wang Chong shot forward like a rainbow, rising 10 zhang into the air. Bzzz. Spiritual energy gathered beneath his feet, forming a white, cotton-like mass of origin energy. Wang Chong stepped forward, circled around, and then leaped even higher into the air. Bang! On the second step, Wang Chong finally ran out of momentum. In midair, he executed the tail whip of the divine dragon, and like a shooting star, he shot toward a boulder 50 zhang away. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, a huge boulder weighing nearly 10,000 kilograms, along with the hard ground, was blasted into pieces. Billowing smoke and dust soared into the sky, reaching a height of more than 100 feet. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, a heavy and forceful foot stepped out from the cloud of dust. Wang Chong walked out, a silver spear in his right hand. His body was tall and straight, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He exuded a powerful aura. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, sweeping away the cloud of dust behind Wang Chong. A 10-meter deep hole appeared behind Wang Chong. The leaping dragon technique can only reach the second layer. I'm still not strong enough. Wang Chong disassembled the silver spear in his hand into pieces and stuffed them into a leather pouch on his body. Then he let out a long sigh. The leaping dragon technique was extremely powerful. Every time he soared into the air, he could absorb origin energy from the world. From start to finish, he could only soar 9 times in the air. At the 9th layer, its power was unbelievably great. Even his every move could summon the image of a dragon. Its power had already surpassed any true martial realm expert, and it could even defeat a profound martial realm expert. This technique did not rely on its own power, but on the origin energy of the world it absorbed from the depths of time and space, borrowing the might of the world to defeat its opponent. Right now, Wang Chong was on the verge of reaching true martial tier 2, so he could basically soar into the air twice. For a martial artist below true martial tier 4, a single touch would mean injury, and a single hit would mean death. It was impossible for them to block it. The leaping dragon technique and the stellar energy iron cloak give me the ability to protect myself in the true martial realm. Now I'm just lacking. Wang Chong thought to himself. As he spoke, he opened his right hand. Whoosh! A black shadow rose from Wang Chong's body and landed on his hand. It shrunk layer by layer until it was the size of a walnut. It was a pocket-sized stellar energy iron cloak. Other than the leaping dragon art, Wang Chong's greatest harvest in his seclusion this time was the cultivation of Iron Cloak Li's stellar energy iron cloak. Although his cultivation was far below Iron Cloak Li's, Wang Chong's stellar energy perception and control were far superior to his. Iron Cloak Li's stellar energy iron cloak could be used for both offense and defense. With these 2 techniques, Wang Chong had basically reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm. So, opening his palm, the stellar energy iron cloak in his hand flew out like a bolt of lightning, enveloping a boulder 10 zhang away, following which the iron cloak contracted, and with a series of cracking sounds, the entire boulder was crushed into pieces from the inside out. Walala! Wang Chong lightly shook the stellar energy cloak, causing thousands of pebbles to clatter out and scatter into a pile. Elusive. Iron Cloak Li's first impression is still the strongest, and his thinking is too simple. The stellar energy Iron Cloak shouldn't be as simple as just a barrier of stellar energy. Wang Chong grinned. As he walked forward, he waved his hand and summoned the stellar energy Iron Cloak into his body. Yi, placing his right index finger and thumb into his mouth, Wang Chong whistled loudly at the foot of the mountain. In the next moment, a cloud of dust shot up from the foot of the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, a greenish-black, white-hoof shadow appeared before Wang Chong, affectionately licking Wang Chong. "Are we setting off?" A cold voice sounded from within the mist. Huang Qian'er, dressed in a snow-white robe, had appeared behind Wang Chong on a horse. In just a few short months, Huang Qian'er seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. She had grown stronger, but at the same time, she had also become more aloof, transcendent, and otherworldly, like a fairy who had descended from the mortal world. Over the past few months, Huang Qian'er had clearly benefited from it, and her strength had grown stronger and stronger. Perhaps it was due to the thunderclap of dainty hands. Wang Chong felt that the higher Huang Qian'er's cultivation got, the colder and more serene she became, as though she had transcended the mortal world. She gave off a feeling of alienation. Anyone else would have long felt ashamed before Huang Qian'er, but Wang Chong did not. "Let's go, it's about time we leave." Wang Chong leaped onto his steed and galloped down the mountain. Huang Qian'er followed closely behind him, and it didn't take long for the two of them to leave the spirit vein. Half a day after leaving the spirit vein, Wang Chong arrived in the vicinity of Deflecting Blade Manor. However, unlike usual, Wang Chong didn't head toward Deflecting Blade Manor. Instead, he stopped at a hill. "Wang Chong, you're finally here." Chapter 408. Huang Qian'er, stop. Before the two could get close, a spear was pressed against their chins, giving them quite a fright. Wang Chong hurriedly stopped Huang Qian'er. "You said you wanted to come to Deflecting Blade Manor to find them?" Huang Qian'er examined the three, a suspicious light in her eyes. Even though she had been at Wang Chong's side for a long time, there were still some things that Huang Qian'er did not know. For example, the news that Wang Chong had sent through carrier pigeons. Yes. Wang Chong smiled. He had left the spirit vein not because he was strong enough, but because he had received a request for help from 5th Prince Li Heng. "Huang Qian'er, can you give us some space?" Wang Chong made a gesture of invitation. "Humph. Do you think that I care?" Huang Qian'er held her head high, coldly snorted, and turned to leave. Although she was very curious as to why Wang Chong had seen these two acting suspiciously, Huang Qian'er's pride did not permit her to linger. Although she had left with her horse, Huang Qian'er did not go far, waiting around 50-some zhang away. "Who is that woman?" Li Xiang looked at Huang Qian'er's back, a strange look flashing through his eyes. That moment, just now, had truly given him a fright. Although Li Jingzhong would often berate him and even slap him, that was because he had grown up with him and had a special status. This was the first time someone outside of the imperial palace had pointed a sword at his neck. "He's my guard." Wang Chong gave a simple explanation. Huang Qian'er was a daughter of the Huang clan, so she was very far from the imperial palace. Li Heng and Li Jingzhong both had warm expressions on their faces when they heard Wang Chong's answer. Wang Chong knew that the two had misunderstood, but he only smiled and did not explain. "Your Highness, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Chong asked. Li Heng's messenger pigeon had come in a hurry. If not for this, he would not have left the spirit vein so quickly. "Wang Chong, you must think of a way to help me with this matter." Speaking of proper business, Li Heng's face instantly revealed a worried expression. "Right now, I can only think of you. Yes, young master, you must help Her Highness. Otherwise, Your Highness would really be consigned to eternal damnation." Li Jingzhong also chimed in, his anxiety no less than Li Heng's. "What's going on?" Wang Chong asked. "Father has summoned me to the palace." Li Heng spoke concisely. "His Majesty summons you to the palace." Wang Chong was stunned. This should have been a good thing, but when he saw Li Heng's anxious expression, he immediately realized something. Someone intentionally facilitated this. "Yes, third brother arranged it," the fifth prince said, and his words revealed a very fearful expression. Of all the princes of the imperial clan, the third prince was one of the most feared. He had a strong desire to ostracize others and would use any means necessary. At the same time, he would never leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. "What's going on here? It's not like His Majesty has kept you in Kunwa training camp for the first time. So why did he suddenly summon you back to the palace? There has to be a sufficient reason, right?" Wang Chong said. After spending more than a month on the Spirit Vein Mountain, Wang Chong knew that something had happened that he did not know about. Someone has found out that His Highness has recovered his martial arts. A voice came from the side. It was Li Jingzhong who interrupted from the side. "How could this be? Not many people should know about this, right?" Wang Chong said in surprise. Li Heng had always kept a low profile in the training camp. Wang Chong had only found out that Li Heng was in the same place as him after spending several months there. Moreover, among the princes, Li Heng had already been proven to have no hope of cultivating, so he was the one that no one paid the least attention to. As long as he did not reveal it, and Li Jingzhong did not reveal it, and in truth, Li Jingzhong would never reveal it. Given how inconspicuous they were, no one should have known. "I ran into Enai Huang in the training camp," Li Heng helplessly said, and then he gave a rough account of what had happened. As the saying went, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse, and if it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Li Heng's conduct had always been abnormally inconspicuous among the princes. Ever since he had his blood exchanged and could cultivate, he had become even more inconspicuous. Whenever he had the time, he would enter the mountains outside the training camp. As for Wang Chong's deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong had warned him that Princess Enai Huang was there and that he should do his best to avoid her. If there was nothing important, he should do his best not to go to deflecting blade manner and send a messenger. If he had to go, he should do his best to avoid Princess Enai Huang. Li Heng listened to all this, but he didn't expect that. When he returned from the forest at night, he happened to run into Princess Enai Huang, who was strolling around the training camp. The two of them bumped into each other, and Li Heng was left dumbfounded. Princess Enai Huang's cultivation was much higher than his, and she was accompanied by an unfathomable old nanny who possessed profound martial arts. The old nanny took Li Heng's wrist and immediately understood. Li Heng's face was pale, and it took him quite some time to recover. All this time, he had been able to live a stable and inconspicuous life precisely because he couldn't cultivate martial arts and posed no threat to the other princes. Thus, the cruel war of the princes was very far away from him. There weren't too many attacks focused on him. But if he could suddenly cultivate martial arts, everything would be completely different. He would receive a great deal of attention, and all kinds of attacks, both overt and covert, would be impossible to guard against. There was no such thing as familial love in the imperial household, and the conflicts between the princes were even more cruel. The result would not be as simple as being injured or being demoted. If Li Heng had secretly cultivated and accumulated enough strength, it would have been fine. But right now he was still extremely weak. This would only cause him to suffer even fiercer attacks, perhaps even attacks from many sides at the same time. If one could eliminate one's opponent while he was still weak, then one couldn't just sit and watch him grow. This was a tacit rule of the imperial household. Upon understanding this, one could understand why Li Heng was in such a rush. But if Princess Enai Huang discovered that you can cultivate martial arts, why was it the third prince who reported it? Wang Chong asked. This is why I don't like staying in the court. Li Heng sighed. Because princes don't just compete with each other, they occasionally cooperate. It's not good for the first prince to appear. Thus, the third prince is the best method. Moreover, the assassins who tried to assassinate His Highness were basically sent by the third prince. Li Jingzhong said. He had spent his entire life in the imperial palace and had seen all kinds of power struggles, schemes, and deceit. He had long ago seen through all of this and understood the tricks behind it. But this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that the third prince recommended His Highness to His Majesty, heartily praising His Highness, saying that His Highness is talented and has made great progress, already reaching Origin Energy Tier 8. He asked His Majesty to greatly reward His Highness. Li Jingzhong sighed. But the third prince clearly knows that even though His Majesty rarely interferes with the War of the Princes, using the method of raising goo, what His Majesty hates the most is someone deceiving him among the princes. The third prince is clearly praising His Highness, but in reality, he wants to push His Highness into the pit of fire. In the current situation, Imperial Father has already summoned me to the palace. If I enter the palace and display myself, I will be committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign, and my other brothers will also hate me. If I don't display myself, I will still be committing the crime of deceiving the sovereign, and my other brothers will not let me off. No matter what I do, I will be in the wrong. Li Heng's brow was tightly furrowed, his anxiety and nervousness evident in his words. In the depths of the palace, without any faction, background, the protection of his maternal clan, or the strength to protect himself, he was in a situation where a catastrophe was imminent. He did not have the strength to resist the princes, but he was simultaneously attracting their hostility and hatred. One could easily imagine Li Heng's situation. In reality, it was already quite impressive that he could maintain his composure and seek out Wang Chong to discuss countermeasures. Anyone else would have long ago been at a loss for what to do. Wang Chong silently creased his brow. The situation before him had already somewhat surpassed his expectations. He had always avoided the War of the Princes. This was not his area of expertise. Wang Chong, only you have seen Imperial Father, and it was only after he imprisoned you in the Imperial prison that he released you. In this aspect, only you can help me. Li Heng immediately revealed the true reason for seeking out Wang Chong. A monarch does not go back on his words. The words spoken by the emperor could not be changed. The words of the Son of Heaven could easily be changed by other sovereigns, but it was extremely rare for the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven. In the past few decades, the words of the Holy Emperor had basically determined a person's life or death. In all his years in the palace, Li Heng had only heard of a few people like Wang Chong, who had been vilified by the Hu generals and thrown into the death prison, and who had caused such a huge uproar, but had still managed to come out alive. In the end, everyone could see how much the Holy Emperor cherished Wang Chong. There was no doubt about this. Young Master Chong, a sovereign's heart is unfathomable. You were so confident in presenting the memorial, even risking the wrath of the world and His Majesty. So you must have understood His Majesty's thoughts. Young Master Chong, you must not be stingy in saving His Highness. Li Jingzhong also said, tears on the verge of flowing out of his eyes. Although he knew that this scoundrel wasn't a good person, and he didn't even know where those tears had come from, Wang Chong had to admit that this bastard Li Jingzhong was sincerely trying to help Li Heng. This is troublesome, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He knew his own situation best. Li Heng and Li Jingzhong had completely overestimated him. In the regional commander's incident, it wasn't that he had grasped His Majesty's thoughts and knew that nothing would happen to him, but that he had cast aside his life and death. But no one would believe him on this point. Moreover, based on his memories, Li Heng had never been summoned to the palace from the training camp in his last life. There was no doubt that it was his interference that had brought about this danger. Chapter 409. Li Heng and Li Jingzhong silently looked at Wang Chong, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Even the distant Huang Qian'er seemed to sense something, her gaze falling on Wang Chong. "When do you need to enter the palace at the latest?" "I need to enter tonight. I only have 2 hours at most," Li Heng said. Time was tight. If not for this, he would not have been in such a rush to urge Wang Chong. "It seems like Big Uncle can't be counted on." Wang Chong's heart sank at Li Heng's words. When he had first received the news of Li Heng's matter, his first instinct had been to seek help from his big uncle. His big uncle had accumulated a great deal of experience in this aspect. Although it was very difficult to guarantee that he would be able to understand the imperial heart, his decades of experience meant that he could at least give a clear suggestion. But the eagle had sent word that something had suddenly happened in the imperial court, delaying his big uncle. He would need at least 4 to 6 hours before he could come out. In other words, he couldn't count on his big uncle at all. Right now, Wang Chong was truly fighting alone. "It seems like I can only rely on myself." As Wang Chong thought to himself, his brow creased tighter and tighter. This matter was very risky. If he did it well and helped Fifth Prince Li Heng escape this calamity, Li Heng would have an enormous amount of trust in him. Coupled with the fact that he had helped Li Heng undergo a blood exchange, he would truly become a member of Li Heng's inner circle. Although this was a small matter, in the future, even if his entire clan went bankrupt, he still might not be able to enter the heart of the future son of heaven of the Tang dynasty and become a member of his circle. There was only one chance. If he succeeded, he would obtain Li Heng's absolute trust and become an important minister, just like his grandfather. But at the same time, if he failed, Wang Chong would have to pay an enormous price. All his previous efforts, including his contribution to Li Heng's blood exchange, would be written off. At the same time, Li Heng would begin to doubt his abilities and distance himself from him. And the worst thing was that because of him, the fate of the Tang dynasty had been greatly deviated. For example, the Wang clan was not destroyed, the King of Song was not demoted, the regional commander system was not fully implemented, and he and Yang Zhao had become sworn brothers. Everything was completely different from what he remembered. If all of this could undergo such a massive change, who could guarantee that Li Heng, the future son of heaven, would not truly be buried? These were all things that Wang Chong needed to consider. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Maybe it's time for a change. As Wang Chong looked at the expectant and worried Li Heng, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The current Li Heng was far from the future son of heaven brimming with talent and ambition. His experiences in the first half of his life and Li Jingzhong's influence on him caused his character to have too many weak elements. That was why, when he encountered this kind of situation, he couldn't make up his mind, and the first thing he thought of was to find him. But if he was the future son of heaven, he would never be like this. Rome wasn't built in a day. If Wang Chong wanted to change Li Heng's character, get rid of those weak and indecisive elements and make him valiant, decisive, firm, and decisive, this was the best chance. "Your Highness, do you trust me?" Wang Chong suddenly asked. "Of course." Li Heng immediately replied after a momentary daze. Wang Chong had basically given him a new lease on life. If Wang Chong didn't trust him, Li Heng would not have come here to find him. "Good. Your Highness, once you enter the palace, if His Majesty examines you, do your utmost to perform. You can't hide anything, and you can't cower in the slightest." Wang Chong suddenly said. His eyes were bright and his voice firm. Wang Chong's decisiveness left Li Heng and Li Jingzhong, master and servant, flabbergasted. But wouldn't that make me an enemy of everyone? All my other brothers would definitely view me as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh. Moreover, His Majesty would probably think that I'm deliberately hiding something. Li Heng said in shock, "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse, and if it's a curse, it can't be avoided. The fact that Your Highness can cultivate martial arts has already spread, and no matter what Your Highness does, you can't change this fact. Since it's already like this, What use is there for your highness to continue hiding? Wang Chong calmly said, But what about Imperial Father? What will Imperial Father think of me? He will only think that I'm a schemer who's deliberately deceiving him. When the time comes, he'll definitely be furious. Eighth brother is a lesson to be learned from. Li Heng said, somewhat fearful and uneasy. Eighth Prince Li Long had once been greatly favored by the Holy Emperor. Although he was ranked very low, he was no less favored than the first prince and third prince. But Li Long had colluded with a minister of the court. Later on, when the matter of that minister was exposed and the eighth prince was implicated, the eighth prince did his utmost to deny any involvement, repeatedly declaring to the Holy Emperor that he had nothing to do with that minister. Later on, the Holy Emperor was enraged, and because of this, banished him to the cold palace and stripped him of his status as a prince. Eighth Prince Li Long was both shocked and afraid, sorrowful and regretful. In the end, he died of depression in the cold palace. This was a matter from 10 years ago. There was no one in the palace who did not know of this matter. All the princes knew that although His Majesty did not care about the conflicts between princes, did not care about the collusion between princes and ministers, he would not tolerate anyone's deceit. There was no consequence worse than deceiving the sovereign, because that was a capital offense. Once one was branded as deceiving the sovereign, it basically meant the end of one's political career. Your Highness, you are wrong. If His Majesty had already determined that you were deceiving him, he would never have summoned you into the palace. He would have long since dealt with you. Summoning you into the palace is proof that His Majesty does not completely trust the third prince and still has a sliver of hope in you. Moreover, Your Highness, you still do not understand. Every step in the palace is treacherous, and the war of the princes is fraught with danger. Right now, the one who can save you is not me, nor is it anyone else, but His Majesty. Only His Majesty is your greatest backer. Wang Chong sternly said, Imperial Father is my greatest backer. Wang Chong's words left Li Heng and Li Jingzhong dumbfounded. It was obvious that this was the first time they had ever heard someone say these words to them. Your Highness, do you still not understand? Only by obtaining His Majesty's favor can you obtain true peace. As for everything else, whether you hide in the Kunwa training camp or do your best to keep a low profile, you will only be putting your tail in the sand and not a solution. Only His Majesty can truly guarantee your safety. Wang Chong sighed. In truth, if you make good use of this visit to the palace, not only will it not harm you, on the contrary, it will be an excellent opportunity for you to show off in front of His Majesty and gain his favor. Even though Wang Chong didn't have much experience in dealing with political affairs, he didn't think too much of it. However, Wang Chong was someone who had read many history books. He had a clear understanding of the nature of the War of the Princes that others could not reach. In the end, the War of the Princes was a struggle between a group of people surrounding a single person. And this person was the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven, who reigned supreme in the court. The life and death of all the princes, their joy, anger, sorrow, and resentment, were all in the hands of that person. If one could not clearly see this point and was lost in a momentary gain or loss, then the gains would not make up for the losses, and one would truly be lost. Li Heng and Li Jingzhong had long ago found themselves speechless. It was clear that the two of them had never imagined that Wang Chong would say something like this. But if I do this, His Majesty will think that I was deceiving him in the past. Perhaps my schemes are too deep, and my residence is too deep. Li Heng uneasily said, You're wrong. His Majesty has grand plans. The north reaches the Yin Mountains, the south reaches Jiaoji, the east reaches Goguryeo, the west reaches the Tsong Mountains, and then the western regions Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Bazinu. The powerful and prosperous Tang dynasty was single-handedly established by His Majesty after many years of hard work. What His Majesty reveres is individual courage and strength. If Your Highness continues to cower and cower, Then you will truly be running in the opposite direction, seeking fish from a tree. If your Highness can display your true strength and show your desire to advance, I believe that not only will His Majesty not blame you, he will even view you in a new light." Wang Chong sternly said. His thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer. The current Son of Heaven was a valiant sovereign who revered strength. The appearance of so many great generals on the border was the best embodiment of the Son of Heaven's valiance. As long as one knew the sovereign's heart and did what he liked and appreciated, it was fine. Although the sovereign's heart was hard to fathom, the sovereign's will could be seen. It was ever-changing, but always the same. It was like how fog obscuring the eyes, but as long as one knew the direction, one would never get lost. This was Wang Chong's first attempt to intervene in the most dangerous struggle for Crown Prince of the Central Plains. Wang Chong was well aware that once one took the first step, one could never turn back. "Your Highness, just think about His Majesty's path to the throne and you will understand. His Majesty's every step was taken through blood and fire. Without formidable martial strength and firm will, it would be impossible for him to reach this step. If your Highness continues to cower and yield, do you think that His Majesty's insight will be of any use?" Wang Chong had been observing Li Heng's reaction this entire time, and he knew that these words alone would not move him, so he added a little more fuel to the fire. As expected, upon hearing Wang Chong's final words, Li Heng's body trembled, and his expression immediately changed. There was practically no prince who did not know of the history of the Holy Emperor's insignificant days. The coup d'état before his ascension to the throne was even more legendary. As a child, Li Heng had heard of it, so he was naturally very familiar with it. In Li Heng's heart, his imperial father was a godlike existence. Wang Chong's words had finally had an effect on him. "Your Highness, you no longer have a path of retreat. Only by moving forward and actively displaying yourself will you have a sliver of hope. This is your only chance," Wang Chong said. "But if this happens, your Highness will truly become everyone's target. In the palace, your Highness will have no one to rely on, so you won't be able to resist the other princes. If your performance is too dazzling, the other princes will want to get rid of you even more," Li Jingzhong said with an uneasy expression. Chapter 410. Wang Chong couldn't help but glance at him. Although this fellow was sinister and cunning, his words weren't without reason. "I can think of a way to contact Consort Taizhan for you. With her help, the other princes shouldn't dare to touch you for the time being. However, all of this will have to wait until you get past this trial," Wang Chong said. At the mention of Consort Taizhan, Li Heng and Li Jingzhong's spirits were roused and their expressions changed. In the regional commander's incident, the Wang clan and Consort Taizhan were mortal enemies. They knew that the Wang clan and Consort Taizhan had reconciled, but they hadn't expected that Wang Chong would still be able to use his relationship with Consort Taizhan. "Young Master Chong, could you have Consort Taizhan step forward?" Li Jingzhong asked, a moved expression on his face. Wang Chong shook his head, interrupting Li Jingzhong. He knew Consort Taizhan, but that was all. Consort Taizhan's status wasn't at the level where he could casually make decisions for her, especially now. Time was short, and there was no time to think. Wang Chong and Li Heng discussed for a while longer, and then Li Heng and Li Jingzhong left together. "I hope that it will succeed." As he watched Li Heng and his servant ride away, a hint of worry flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. He had done all he could, and there was too little time, so this was all Wang Chong could do. As for whether it would succeed or not, it was still unknown. "That person is a prince of the imperial household?" Huang Qian'er suddenly asked. At some point, she had walked over. "How did you know?" Wang Chong's eyes widened. Huang Qian'er was still at the true martial realm, so at that distance, she shouldn't have been able to hear what they were saying. "Humph, did you think that I was eavesdropping?" Huang Qian'er could tell what Wang Chong was thinking with a single glance. With a displeased snort, she coldly turned her head away. The way he walks. Even though you didn't tell me, do you think I can't tell? That's the gate of the princes and princesses in the palace. The atmosphere suddenly became a little stiff. A light breeze blew past, and Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an indescribable awkwardness. This woman was far smarter than he had imagined. Cough, cough! Wang Chong had just coughed a few times when Huang Qian'er interrupted him. There's no need to explain. Tell me, where are we going next? Huang Qian'er said mercilessly with a cold expression. This was the first time Huang Qian'er had displayed such an overbearing attitude in front of Wang Chong, and it was clear that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Chong's request for her to retreat. Wang Chong rubbed his nose, knowing that he was in the wrong. He laughed bitterly in his heart and did not argue with her. However, Huang Qian'er's words had reminded him of something. In terms of time, it should be about time. Wang Chong raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the sky. This sudden action also attracted Huang Qian'er's attention, and she also raised her head to look at the sky in astonishment. A few moments later, a massive rock eagle flapped its wings and flew over from the western horizon. Wang Chong extended his right hand and caught the rock eagle, after which he took the letter from its leg. As expected, Wang Chong nodded, as if he had expected this. After reading the contents of the letter, Wang Chong crushed the paper into powder, allowing it to fall through his fingers. Let's go to the capital. Saying so, Wang Chong leaped onto the back of his steed. We're not going to Deflecting Blade Manor. Huang Qian'er was surprised, and she subconsciously glanced at the nearby Deflecting Blade Manor. This place was probably only a few kilometers away from Deflecting Blade Manor. We're not going, because we have other things to do. Wang Chong grinned, but he was thinking back to the training camp trial from several months ago. At the time, Wang Chong had captured that Arab, and Li Tsangqi had mentioned that a mysterious group of Uzin had incited them to go on a rampage and plunder. Now that so much time had passed, it was about time to put an end to this matter. Hiya! Wang Chong urged his horse to turn around and ride back to the capital. Have you found out everything? Wang Chong looked down from his vantage point at the eagle and several Wang clan guards who had come out to greet him. I've found out everything. The eagle lowered his head respectfully. All of the arrows point to the Uzin diplomatic mission in the capital. In addition, I secretly brought Li Tsangqi to their embassy to confirm the matter. And Li Tsangqi also identified a few of the Uzin guards as the mysterious Uzin experts who appeared in their stronghold back then. Li Tsangqi was the bandit leader who had told Wang Chong about the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. In addition, according to the information we've found, the leader of the Uzin diplomatic mission is the Uzin First Prince. He has already been in the capital for more than 3 months now. Li Tsangqi said, The Uzin First Prince? Wang Chong frowned, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly chuckled. He knew who this Uzin First Prince was. Of the princes of the Uzin Empire, this was the one who actively advocated war against the Tang dynasty. Almost all of the decisions related to the Tang dynasty had this Uzin First Prince in it. But ironically, the next senpo of the Uzin Empire wasn't this fervent prince who was determined to defend his empire and felt that he deserved to inherit the throne. Moreover, if Wang Chong's guess was right, this earnest, aggressive, and arrogant first prince was probably already stirring up something else in the capital. Where is that first prince? Wang Chong asked concisely. Northern City, the eagle immediately replied. Let's go. Wang Chong urged his horse forward. Setting off from the city gate, passing through many alleys and streets, in the northern district of the Tang dynasty, between the Court of Judicial Review and the Imperial City, Wang Chong finally found an Uzin diplomatic mission. This was a massive training ground in the northern district, a place where the imperial army, the nobles, the scions of the great clans, and the young geniuses of the capital could exchange pointers. It was a training ground donated by His Majesty when he was young. When this training ground was first built, it had been bustling with activity. The scions of the great clans and nobles came here to train and nurture many of the talents of the Tang dynasty. But the Tang dynasty had been at peace for several decades, and the culture of martial arts was no longer as prosperous as it once was. The scions of the great clans and nobles who usually came here to train were few and far between. In Wang Chang's memory, this place should have been rather deserted. But when he actually arrived, Wang Chong realized that he was completely wrong. The training ground before him was packed with people. There was even a large number of Imperial Army members maintaining order at the perimeter. All kinds of flags representing the various branches of the Imperial Army were planted in the surroundings. And within the training ground, there were countless scions of the great clans and nobles clenching their fists and palms. Furious expressions could be seen on their faces. Hung Long Long. When Wang Chong brought Huang Qian and the others to the perimeter, they couldn't even see what was going on inside. All they could hear was the rumbling of the ground and the trembling of the mountains. Ah, a violent impact sound came from inside, as if two mountains had collided heavily. Only a mournful scream of death could be heard, and then everything became silent. Damn it, bastards! This isn't fair. Those bastards from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, all of them only know how to threaten their own people. All of them deserve to die. Indignant roars echoed from the crowd. Kunis, Kilinaros, Ziana, the galloping of hooves and gleeful shouts that were clearly not in the language of the Central Plains sounded from within. Even those who didn't understand the Uzun language could understand the insults, disdain, and flaunting in those shouts. The crowd immediately grew even more furious. Kill him! Kill those barbarians! Bastards! Are there so many experts in the capital of our Tang dynasty that none of them are capable of dealing with these barbarians? This is already the 33rd. Damn it! I'll give 1,000 taels of gold to whoever kills this bastard. I'll pay 2,000 taels. I'll pay 5,000 taels. As long as someone can kill him. The crowd grew furious once more. All of the scions and nobles around the training ground began to curse, and the crowd grew even more ferocious. Audacious! Just when the crowd's rage reached a boiling point, a loud bellow sounded. At the edge of the training ground, an expert dressed in the uniform of the Chamberlain of Dependencies popped his head out from a building with a stern expression. Injuries are inevitable in a duel, and death is unavoidable. This is the first prince of the Uzun Empire, as well as a member of the envoy. If you injure the first prince of the Uzun Empire and incite a war between the two countries, will you be able to bear the consequences? Everyone listen up. The first prince of the Uzun Empire can only be captured alive. Otherwise, all of you will be severely punished. At the end of his words, his expression was stern. The originally noisy and indignant training ground suddenly quietened down. Many pairs of eyes stared at the expert from the Chamberlain of Dependencies in the two buildings, fear in their eyes. These fellows are going too far. They can only be captured alive, and they mustn't be harmed in the slightest. How are we supposed to fight with such restrictions? Even though Huang Qian'er had just arrived, and she didn't even know what was going on in the training ground, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger in her eyes when she heard those words. Huang Qian'er rarely came into contact with the affairs of the Uzun envoy. However, she had a deep understanding of the martial arts. If two people were to fight, and one of them was fearless, able to use all kinds of means at will, while the other party was restrained, only able to capture the other party alive. If so, there was no way they could fight. Even if they had 100% of their strength, they wouldn't even be able to bring out 30% of it. This was because they could easily injure the other party. There was no fairness in such a battle. He, Chamberlain of Dependencies. What's so strange about such a situation? Chapter 411. In the Empire, the reputation of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had long ago been tarnished. The Chamberlain of Dependencies was tasked with receiving foreign countries and handling matters of etiquette. It only needed to answer to the Son of Heaven. It had little interaction with the nobles, the scions of the great clans, or the common people. Thus, the Chamberlain of Dependencies tended to favor the foreign countries. Wang Chong was not at all surprised that the Chamberlain of Dependencies would appear in a place like this. Buzz! As he was speaking with Huang Qian'er, the crowd began to stir. The densely packed crowd suddenly parted like waves, and several guards of the training field dragged a man and a horse's blood-stained corpse out from inside. Behind them, the ground was smeared with scarlet, leaving an obvious long trail of blood. The stench of blood assailed Huang Qian'er's nostrils. Looking at the man's wide-open eyes, gaping mouth, and the gaping hole in his chest, Huang Qian'er hurriedly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of it. It's the Imperial Army. On the other side, Wang Chong's expression darkened. In his last life, he had actually heard about this incident in the northern part of the capital. But hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it for himself was another. This young imperial soldier was said to have died at the hands of Uzin's men, but in truth he had died at the hands of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Bastards, those bastards of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, really should be fed to the dogs. They're protecting these foreigners everywhere. Don't tell me they took their money. Humph! The spies of the Tang dynasty are probably all in the Chamberlain of Dependencies. These bastards only know how to bully the people of the capital. If they like the foreigners so much, send them to the foreigners. The sight of the bloody corpses once more stirred the crowd. Ha ha ha, Prince, did you hear that? Did you hear that? We haven't even started fighting, but the people of the Tang dynasty are already making a ruckus. In the inner circle of the practice ground stood a muscular and majestic figure. Uzin Imperial Great General Dusong Mangpoj smirked as he listened to the curses of the men around him. The challenge this time was the result of the first prince's willful actions. Dusong Mangpoj had no interest in this sort of competition, which was like a fight between children. It couldn't be said to be in favor, but it couldn't be said to be against either. But now, Dusong Mangpoj had discovered a little joy. They were the ones who killed people, and the people who died were also people of the Tang dynasty. But in the end, the two sides of the Tang dynasty started cursing each other. Hee, what do you think, Lord Dusong? My suggestion isn't bad, right? I've said it before. Our operation this time will be more daunting than dangerous. Wrong, he wasn't shocked at all. The current Tang dynasty was no longer the Tang dynasty of the past. They are no longer qualified to be our opponents. The eldest prince said proudly as he rode on his highland steed. These words were all spoken in the Uzin language. First prince, don't be too careless. There was a saying in the Middle Earth. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, and a centipede is still alive. It's true that the Tang dynasty isn't as powerful as it used to be, but it can't be underestimated, Dusong Mangpoj said. He still maintained a cautious attitude toward the Tang dynasty, but there was one thing he had to admit. After entering the Tang dynasty twice, the current Tang dynasty was no longer that powerful, valiant, and warring empire of the past. It had already lost its sharpness and aggressive spirit. Ha ha ha, great general, be at ease. I know what to do. Once today is over, we will leave the Tang dynasty and return to the empire. After 3 months, we can go back and report on our mission. The eldest prince heartily laughed. Dusong Mangpoj nodded and gestured to the side. An Uzin horseman patted the back of his horse and galloped around the practice ground. The Tang people of the Central Plains, listen up. First Prince has said that the experts of your Central Plains can't even take a single blow. Don't say that we Uzin look down on you, but is there anyone else? Is there anyone in the younger generation of the Central Plains who can fight? First Prince will give you one more chance. If there is no one who will fight, First Prince will leave. The Uzin horseman galloped, but this time he was not speaking in Uzin, but in the language of the Central Plains. His voice was shaky and his accent strange, but everyone could understand what he was saying. Boom! The unbridled voice of the Uzun soldiers once more set the crowd abuzz. It had always been the Tang dynasty who bullied others, even if the Uzun soldiers had bullied them to their doorstep and acted so impudently in a place like the capital. A few people were already stamping with rage. Fight! Everyone, hurry and fight! Is there a formidable expert? Hurry and capture him! The crowd began to look around. A few of the more powerful scions immediately found it hard to hold back, but just as they were about to walk out, they were pulled back by their clansmen. You're crazy! That's the first prince of Uzun we're talking about. The Chamberlain of Dependencies is a small matter, but if you really injure the first prince and incite a war between the Uzun and the Tang dynasty, can you bear the consequences of this? Can your clan bear the consequences? Bastard! Are you trying to bring about the destruction of our clan for your own selfish desires? That stern look on his face cooled down the passion that had just been boiling. In the crowd, some of the more powerful scions immediately stopped in their tracks. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, Wang Chong listened and watched, and a hint of worry flashed through his eyes. A single first prince of Uzun couldn't shake the foundation of the Tang dynasty, and a single imperial army expert wasn't enough to deal a heavy blow to the empire. Frankly speaking, even the Chamberlain of Dependency's policy of flattering the enemy wasn't enough to affect the outcome of a single battle for the Tang dynasty. These were all insignificant matters in the capital. What Wang Chong was worried about was something else, the human heart. When a person was wounded by a saber and a sword, blood would flow out, and it would be visible very quickly. It was impossible to see the trauma of the human heart. Rome wasn't built in a single day. The collapse of an empire wasn't something that happened overnight. Before anything fermented, there would always be subtle signs. And the human heart was the source of all these signs. When the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies issued these orders, they didn't know how much of a blow this matter had dealt to the people of the empire. These spectators who had backed down due to their apprehensions also didn't know how much of a blow this matter had dealt to the people of the empire. Only after this incident, many years later, when they looked back, would they suddenly realize how great of a wound this matter had dealt to the hearts of the people of the empire. There had never been a person who could kill and injure so many people in a strategic location like the capital and still leave successfully. And in the entire Central Plains, beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven, there wasn't a single person who could defeat him. Challenges from foreign countries, and who had happened before in the capital. But this was the first time that a foreigner, had won a complete and overwhelming victory in a challenge to the Central Plains. This was a complete humiliation to the Tang dynasty. The people of the Tang dynasty were proud, so this matter dealt an even greater blow to the hearts of the people of the empire. Although first Prince Uzun had used his identity as a factor, and the Chamberlain of Dependencies was also a factor, once this matter spread, those who heard it wouldn't know any of this. They would only know that beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven, where all the geniuses and elites of the Tang dynasty had gathered, so many people had been unable to deal with a single Uzun. The hearts of the people had suffered a deep setback. Coupled with the subsequent defeats, the once proud, dignified, and self-confident people of the Tang dynasty had been beaten to the bottom of the valley. They were filled with lack of confidence, even inferiority, and even self-doubt. With the hearts of the people scattered, this was the true collapse of the empire. This also made Wang Chong's heart ache. There was a deep reason why Wang Chong had run over to deal with the Uzun instead of the fifth prince's matter. When he first heard about the matter of the Uzun diplomatic mission, Wang Chong already had his suspicions, and the eagle's words only confirmed his suspicions. "The eagle, is my armor ready?" Wang Chong suddenly said from his horse, "It's ready." The eagle nodded and solemnly said, "According to young master's orders, I've already had the Zhang clan ship it over." Wang Chong gave a slight nod, a satisfied look in his eyes. After several months, The massive deep-sea Xian metal gate that had been discovered in the base of the Iron Cloak Highwayman had finally been successfully shipped back to the capital, to the territory of the Zhang clan. The capital's Zhang clan attached great importance to this 7 to 8,000 jin deep-sea Xian metal gate. When they were transporting the Iron Gate, they sent elders to escort it. When it arrived at the capital's Zhang clan, they had even gathered the most elite swordsmiths of the clan's elders to personally oversee this matter. Even the head of the Zhang clan was involved. A strategic material like deep-sea Xian metal was no trifling matter. Not to mention, what Wang Chong had discovered was 7 to 8,000 jin, enough to forge 70 to 80 sets of deep-sea Xian metal-heavy armor. In any empire, this sort of material was of great importance and couldn't be underestimated. If not for Wang Chong, even the capital's Zhang clan wouldn't have the right to come into contact with this material. Thus, it was easy to imagine how much importance the Zhang clan placed on this matter. The head of the Zhang clan personally supervised the forging of the first set of armor for Wang Chong's personal use. Wang Chong's original intention was to just forge a set of armor. However, the head of the Zhang clan sent a letter saying that he would use the best swordsmiths and find the best inscriptionists to add the best and most sturdy inscriptions to Wang Chong's armor. This was to show the respect and sincerity the Zhang clan had for Wang Chong. Chapter 412. What are you planning to do? A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Huang Qin'er looked at Wang Chong warily. She had been by Wang Chong's side all this time, so she had heard the conversation between Wang Chong and the eagle loud and clear. Hee, I'm just doing what I should. Wang Chong sat on his horse and replied calmly. Seeing the disciples of the Zhang clan approaching from afar, he hurriedly beckoned them over. You aren't a match for him. You saw that Imperial Guard too. His cultivation was higher than yours, but he still died at the hands of that Uzin first prince. Huang Qin'er was extremely wary of Wang Chong's actions. Her mission was to ensure Wang Chong's safety, not to send him to his death. That person isn't someone you can deal with. You underestimate me too much. Wang Chong grinned as he leisurely and unhurriedly took off his robe. At the same time, he indicated for the Zhang clan disciples to open the chest and hand over the deep-sea Xian metal upper body armor to him. The Zhang clan had indeed put a lot of effort into this armor. As Wang Chong weighed it in his hand, he immediately felt his hand sink, as if it weighed more than 100 jin. Be it in terms of shape or sturdiness, the armor looked extremely powerful. It felt like a miniature fortress. Wang Chong raised the armor above his head and quickly put it on. An exceptionally comfortable feeling came from his body, like a fish in the water or a bird in the forest. It was a perfect fit. Since I'm prepared to go on stage, it means that I'm confident in my chances of victory. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done this. Furthermore, if I don't go on stage, are you prepared to take my place? Wang Chong turned to look at Huang Qin'er, a faint smile on his face. Huang Qin'er opened her mouth, but just as she was about to speak, she hesitated. There were so many people present and so many experts, but no one made a move. This was not without reason. Defeating this Yu Sang first prince was not difficult, but the problem was that if they accidentally injured him or killed him, it would incite a war between the two countries. No one present would be able to bear the consequences of such a thing. The reason why Huang Qin'er was at Wang Chong's side was to ensure the safety of the Huang clan, not to kill a prince and bring disaster upon the Huang clan. That's it. Wang Chong smiled faintly. He quickly took the other helmet from the Zhang clan's disciple and put it on his head. Boom! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the center of the crowd, and the originally quiet practice field suddenly boiled up again. Let's go in and have a look. Wang Chong's expression changed. Without thinking, he immediately spurred his horse into the training field. Flashing his token, Wang Chong's group successfully squeezed in. Sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, Wang Chong suddenly soared into the air and landed on the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, Wang Chong could clearly see what was going on in the practice ground. Wang Chong's intuition was right. In the end, there was still someone who could no longer hold back his anger and charged into the training field. Come, foreign barbarians, today I'll let you know the prowess of the Central Plains. On the massive training field, a furious voice reverberated in the air. Galloping, Wang Chong could see a fully armored young man wielding a large spear. He was currently charging at the Tibetan crown prince, his horse stirring up a thick plume of smoke as he thrusted it toward the Tibetan crown prince. His aura was unstoppable, as though he was unstoppable. But in the next moment, the crowd broke into an uproar, and an infuriating sight occurred. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure galloped forward. The first prince of Uzin didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight at the tip of the spear of the scion, as though he was courting death. Bastard! The scion was taken aback. His goal was to teach the first prince of Uzin a lesson, not to kill him. In the blink of an eye, he pulled on the reins of his horse and charged to the side. Nay! The war steed neighed, and its 4 legs seemed to have stiffened as it charged forward. Gee, there was a flash of blood. Before the scion could do anything, his chest was struck by a saber and blood spurted out. Despicable, shameless. He's using this move again. What kind of ability is this to use such shameless methods? Do these Uzin barbarians even know the rules? He's doing this because he knows that we don't dare to hurt him. That bastard. To think that the great first prince of Uzin would be like this. In the training field, everyone was furious when they saw this scene. In a war between 2 countries, the weak are prey to the strong, and the winner is king. That's how it is between countries, and it should be the same in a contest of martial arts. What do you mean by stopping when the time is right, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom? It's ridiculous for the Central Plains to have such a rule. I didn't ask you to give way to me. Who can you blame if you want to do this? On the other side, the first prince of Uzin turned his horse around. Listening to the crowd's furious curses, he sneered in his heart, but he didn't care. He wasn't a member of the Tang dynasty, so it didn't matter if he was cursed by foreigners. He wouldn't lose a strand of skin anyway. Come on. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. With his eyes fixed on the scion in the distance, the first prince of Uzin smiled sinisterly. He urged his highland steed to attack. But just like before, the first prince of Uzin left himself wide open. He attacked with all his might, not caring about defense at all. In an instant, the expression of the young man, who looked like a descendant of an aristocratic family, turned extremely ugly. Do you still think that I can't kill him? Wang Chong, who was clinging to the edge of the building, spoke without turning his head, the sound of clothes rustling through the air accompanied by an alluring fragrance. This person can't be touched. Don't you see that there are so many people standing there? It's not that we can't deal with him, but that we can't touch him. Even if your Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals, even if your grandfather's name is known throughout the world, the consequences aren't something your Wang clan can bear. Huang Qianer said with a cold expression. Not too long after Wang Chong flew over, she attached herself to him as well. That's because you know too little about me. Don't you know? The more unkillable a person is, the more I like to kill him. Wang Chong looked at the highland steed in the training field, a mocking smile on his lips, as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. What a clever strategy! Wang Chong watched as the Uzin first prince used his body as a shield and charged forward, completely disregarding his own life. Wang Chong couldn't help but sneer coldly. A duel of martial arts was a battle of life and death. Why would there be so many rules? In this aspect, he actually quite admired this Uzin first prince. But while this method of using one's body to threaten others might work, it was completely useless against him. So, loosening his grip, Wang Chong quickly jumped down from the building and landed back on his steed. The battle was already over, and on the training field, the scion was already in dire straits. His body was riddled with wounds, and his death was inevitable. "It's my turn!" Wang Chong urged his steed forward. "Wait a moment!" Huang Chenner jumped down from the building and was just about to stop Wang Chong when the eagle stopped her. "Young miss, don't worry. Gongzi has a clear goal in his actions, and he would never do something that he isn't confident of. Naturally, he has his reasons for making a move. I hope that young miss can maintain her trust in Gongzi," the eagle said solemnly. The operation of the Gogrian assassins had already forged the eagle's absolute trust in Wang Chong. Furthermore, the eagle's trust wasn't that blind either. Wang Chong was wearing a deep-sea Xian metal armor that was the bane of master archers, and there were a large number of toughening inscriptions inscribed on it. Even a full-powered arrow from a master archer wouldn't be able to pierce through it. Needless to say, the swords and sabers of the Uzin. On top of that, the eagle wasn't a foolhardy individual either. He had already mobilized a master archer outside to await his orders. If anything were to happen, Wang Chong's deep-sea Xian metal armor and the master archer's arrows would be more than enough to save him. On the training ground, Li Chun had never imagined that he would exhaust his stamina to such an extent in just a few short exchanges. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, nose bridge, and chin. Salty sweat seeped into his eyes, blurring his vision. The small spear in his hand felt unprecedentedly heavy. The pungent scent of blood wafted into his nose. Li Chin knew that this blood was all his. Bastard! Li Chin clenched his teeth and cursed in his heart. He suddenly felt a tinge of regret, not for his arrogance, but for underestimating the other party's shamelessness. In the past few days of challenges, the other party had grasped the mentality of the crowd, and he had grasped the advantage of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He had been using his body to block, to knock, to stick, to snatch. In any case, he was using all sorts of self-harming methods to make Li Chin hesitate. On the other hand, he was using his full strength, resorting to all means. This wasn't a fair fight. Li Chin also knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. What flowed out of his body was not only his blood, but also his stamina and stellar energy. Li Chin wanted to end this, but with so many people watching, he couldn't easily back down. Moreover, his strong pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Enough! Go down! Just as Li Chin was feeling extremely tormented and finding it hard to persevere, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. With the clatter of hooves, a fully armored figure suddenly spurred his horse out from the crowd. Wang Chong dismounted from his white-hoofed shadow, clad in deep-sea Xian metal armor. He was armed to the teeth. Wielding the silver spear made from woozy steel, he slowly spurred his horse towards the training ground. Bzzz. In that instant, the huge training field suddenly quietened down. After Wang Chong appeared, everyone simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 413. On the other side, the first prince of Uzin sneered. The battle was already nearing its end. He was about to enjoy the joy of victory. How could he be disturbed by a single person's words? Nay. The war horse neighed. The first prince of Uzin became one with his horse, turning into a cloud of dust as he charged straight at Li Chin. Humph! Wang Chong sneered, as if he had already expected this. He straightened his right hand. Boom! The next moment, it was as if a clap of thunder had streaked across the sky. A thick iron arrow streaked across half of the training ground, brushing past the first prince of Uzin's horse and stabbing into the ground. Nei's Highland steed neighed and reared. On its back, the first prince of Uzin had an extremely ugly expression. Bastard! Before the first prince of Uzin could launch an attack, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the golden-roofed building at the edge of the training ground. Wang Chong's arrow had not injured the first prince of Uzin, but it had angered the official from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Where did this bastard come from? Did you not understand what I said? Do not harm Prince Uzun. Do not harm Prince Uzun. Are you deaf? If a member of the diplomatic mission is injured, it will cause a dispute between the two countries. Which bastard are you from? Are you ignoring the words of the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies? The official from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was furious. They had already warned him time and time again, and had even sent imperial soldiers to stand guard here. Who would have thought that someone would not listen to them? Guards! Hurry and take him away! At the edge of the railing, the official stretched out his index finger and pointed at Wang Chong. His face was ashen as he shouted. The crowd at the edge of the training ground was in an uproar. Several imperial soldiers immediately rushed towards Wang Chong. On the other side, the first Prince of Uzun also had an ugly expression. That arrow just now had not been merciful. Had it not been for his quick reaction, he would have been shot. Sharpshooter! The eldest Prince of Uzun turned his head abruptly and glared fiercely at Wang Chong, who was standing at the edge of the training field. His hatred was instantly attracted to Wang Chong. At the same time, everyone in the training field was attracted by Wang Chong. I've said it before, this battle is over. Even if you pretend not to understand, then I'll say it again. Didn't Uzun want to meet the young elites of the Chinese server and find someone who can defeat you? Then you have got your wish. The people of Uzun have always advocated martial prowess. Don't tell me they only have this little ability and only know how to bully the weak. Wang Chong urged his horse forward calmly. His first sentence was in the language of the Central Plains, but the next sentence was in the language of Uzun. Buzz! When Wang Chong spoke a string of fluent words in Uzun, the furious Uzun First Prince and even the Uzun Great General Duso Mangpoj and the other Uzun warriors paled in fright. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains regarded the Uzun as barbarians and treated them with disdain, so no one would ever learn the language of Uzun, other than the few people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. This was the first time they had encountered someone who could speak the language of Uzun in the Central Plains. This was not a very good feeling. Moreover, this meant that they could no longer use the language of Uzun in front of these people of the Tang dynasty. Who are you? Why do you speak the language of our Uzun? The Uzun First Prince narrowed his eyes and finally turned around. He was far more interested in this fully armored knight of the Tang dynasty than anyone else. In fact, he was even more interested in killing the scion of the great Tang, who had already lost the ability to fight back. Moreover, even if you want to go up, that's fine. You should know the rules of our competition. Only those under the age of 26 have the right to participate in this challenge. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains is said to be a land of heroes, a gathering of heroes. They shouldn't even need to cheat in this sort of challenge. The Uzun First Prince had a proud expression, but his eyes glimmered with a cunning light. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and capture him. A harsh voice rang out in his ear as footsteps rumbled behind him. Several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Wang Chong chuckled. Without even turning his head, his hand shook and a dazzling token flew out and landed in front of two imperial soldiers. Looking at the lifelike dragon on the token, the imperial army soldiers shuddered and came to an abrupt halt. Ha ha ha! Didn't you want to know who I am? As you wish, I'll tell you. Wang Chong looked at the Uzun First Prince, his eyes sharp and perceptive. He already knew what the Uzun First Prince was thinking. His right hand grabbed the edge of his helmet and forcefully put it on. His long black hair fell down, revealing the face of a fair-skinned, handsome youth beneath the sturdy armor. Ah! Seeing this extraordinarily young face, a burst of soft exclamations suddenly came from all around. In the building at the edge of the practice field, an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, who had been sitting calmly and motionlessly like Mount Tai, suddenly sat up. His entire body seemed to have been shocked by electricity, and his expression abruptly changed. "It's him." At this moment, he finally recognized the person who had suddenly appeared on the practice field to stir up trouble. If there was one person in the Chamberlain of Dependencies who was most disliked and unwelcomed, then it was undoubtedly this youth. Whether it was the regional commander's incident or the Gogrian assassins, Wang Chang's every action had easily nullified the efforts of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Wang clan had obtained the honor and reputation they wanted. But in order to make up for the unease they had caused in the capital, the Chamberlain of Dependencies had expended a great deal of energy and money to appease the envoys of the other countries and foreigners in the capital. They had to convince them that this was just a coincidence and that the empire's policies toward the other countries would not change. Without question, everyone in the Chamberlain of Dependencies agreed that the most unwelcome person was the youngest son of the Wang clan. Bastard! Didn't I tell them? We can't let this young master of the Wang clan get close. How did he manage to sneak in? The veins on the forehead of the authoritative official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were throbbing. He suddenly had an ill foreboding. The matter at the practice field was about to get out of hand. Wherever this young master of the Wang clan appeared, it would always be a mess. Stop him. No matter what, we can't let him injure the first prince of Uzin. The official said as he pinched his forehead, "My lord, I'm afraid that it's already too late." An expert of the Chamberlain of Dependencies said as he watched the two approaching figures, his face fraught with worry. "Neither the people of Uzin nor that brat will agree with us. Moreover, that Wang Chong still has the token of the King of Song." These last words struck at the Achilles heel of that imposing figure, like a punctured rubber ball. He slumped back into his seat in disappointment. The token of the King of Song. It was like a mighty wall blocking all his thoughts. There's no need to worry. The mighty Tang dynasty doesn't need to send anyone formidable to deal with you. Sending me alone is enough. Wang Chong didn't know that an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies was watching him from a building at the edge. As he spoke, Wang Chong put on his deep-sea Xian iron helmet, revealing only his eyes. Then he urged his horse forward. "Arrogant, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the first prince of Uzin. Without another word, he urged his horse forward, heading to the other side of the practice field. Wang Chong's gaze swept over, seeing the defeated scion being carried off the practice field. He smiled coldly and urged his horse to the other side. Wang Chong's body didn't emit any aura. This made it impossible for the first prince of Uzin to see through him, and for a moment he couldn't tell how strong he was. The two of them, one on the east and one on the west, faced each other across the huge practice field. The atmosphere instantly tensed. The eagle, Huang Qin'er, the official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Dusong Mengpoj, and all the scions around the practice field focused their gazes on these two. The sound of falling leaves could be heard. Swoosh! Wang Chong placed his hands in front of him, his woozy steel spear aimed at the distant first prince of Uzin. Humph! Wang Chong sneered, his entire body vibrating with stellar energy, his aura suddenly becoming somber and somber. He had not come to take revenge for what had happened on the road to the west. To provoke him in the capital like this, these Uzin people were far too arrogant. Not even the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies would be able to protect them. Boom! The earth quaked, and a moment later, the white hoof shadow exerted strength on its limbs, bringing Wang Chong with it as it charged toward the first prince of Uzin like a bolt of lightning. "Come!" The Uzin first prince savagely grinned. At the same time, his highland steed neighed and shot forward with a similarly majestic aura. In a short period of time, the two warhorses had reached their maximum speed. 40 zhang, 30 zhang. Boom! There was a metallic clattering that shook the earth. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong released the halo of Dusk Stallion from his body. A massive halo expanded from Wang Chong's body to the white-hoofed shadow's feet and then began to expand. This massive halo weighed 1,000 June, causing the earth to slightly sink. Easy. After the first halo, there was a flash of light as another halo shot out. Ha. The sight of the halo beneath Wang Chang's hooves caused a chorus of laughter to erupt from the practice field. Kid, so this is all you've got. And here I was wondering how formidable you were. You're dead for sure. Roar. Amidst the fierce neighing of a horse, there was a flash of light. The space behind the Yusang first prince turned dark, and in this darkness, a massive black yak could be faintly seen. In a flash, it had burrowed into the highland steed beneath the Yusang first prince. The Uzin first prince's speed instantly increased. At the same time, there was a metallic clattering. 1, 2, 3. 5 halos began to expand from beneath the hooves of the Uzin first prince's highland steed. Boom! The air rumbled as the 2 men and their horses reached their maximum speed. Like 2 comets streaking across the sky, they charged at each other with indomitable will. They did not hold anything back, nor did they hesitate. Chapter 414. Not good. In the crowd, Huang Qin'er's expression tightened at this sight, and her heartstrings tightened. Given the Uzin first prince's strength, there was no way Wang Chong would be a match for him. At the same time, a worried look appeared in Old Eagle's eyes. Although he spoke calmly, the anxiety in his heart was no less than Huang Qin'er's. The crowd around the practice ground let out cries of alarm. This kid is dead for sure. A group of Uzin envoys gathered together and sneered. They looked at Wang Chong as if he were a dead man. No one was optimistic about Wang Chong's chances. Even those who wished for the first prince to be defeated could see this. In his current state, Wang Chong was definitely no match for the Uzin first prince. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame me for this. On a building at the edge of the practice ground, a figure from the Chamberlain of Dependencies leaned on the railing with both hands and sneered. The Chamberlain of Dependencies could not deal with Wang Chong, but if Wang Chong was courting death, then they could not be blamed. Even if the Sage Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to blame them. At this time, the only person who still had confidence in Wang Chong was probably himself. 20 zhang, 10 zhang, 8 zhang. Time seemed to slow down countless times. Wang Chong's eyes were clear. Just when he was 6 zhang away from the Uzin first prince, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then something strange happened. Whoosh! With a shake of Wang Chong's hand, a cold light shot through the air at lightning speed. However, this cold light was not aimed at the Uzin first prince, but at the highland steed beneath the Uzin first prince. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's gang chi iron cloak, which was the size of a wicker basket, sank into the highland steed's open mouth and into its stomach. At such a short distance, even the eldest prince of Uzin could not react in time. Chi! Just as the two were about to collide, the white hoof shadow, which had reached its peak speed and was almost impossible to change its direction, suddenly swerved, drawing an arc in the air by a hair's breadth and passing by first Prince Uzin several zhang away. This move not only stunned the audience, but even the eldest prince of Uzin was shocked. Therefore, the faster the speed, the harder it was to change direction in a short period of time, because the huge inertia was not that easy to eliminate. The result of abruptly changing direction would only cause the warhorse to be unable to support its own inertia. In the end, its bones would break and it would fall. This was not something an ordinary warhorse could do. Rumble! Before there was time to think, the highland steed beneath the Uzin first prince neighed, and then like a rolling rock, it tumbled away with the Uzin first prince. Whoosh! At almost the same time, after charging Tensum Zhang, Wang Chong suddenly made an S-turn and immediately turned back. Not only did he not slow down, he actually increased his speed. Man and spear were one, and the silver tip of the spear was pointed at the distant Uzin first prince, who had just stood up from the corpse of a steed. Not good. Serpentine circle. How could this young man have such a high-level horsemanship? In the distance, the Uzin great General Dusong Mangpo's pupils constricted when he saw Wang Chong use this move. He instantly recognized this exquisite horsemanship technique that Wang Chong was using, and his entire body paled. Serpentine circle. This was one of the best horsemanship techniques in the world. In a narrow range, these top-class riders could temporarily increase their speed without slowing down or stopping, and at the same time make a 180-degree turn. On the battlefield, where cavalry reigned supreme, one could easily imagine the usefulness of this horsemanship technique. But whether it was in the Tang dynasty or in the Uzin, this horsemanship technique was not something that an ordinary person could grasp. At the very least, one needed to be at the level of a general to be able to control a warhorse to such an exquisite level. No matter what, this was not something that an ordinary youth of a great clan or a scion of the capital could grasp. Wang Chong was simply too skilled at using this technique. An intense sense of danger welled up in Dusong Mangpo's heart, and he immediately shot out of the crowd. Dusong Mangpo's reaction was very fast, but Wang Chong's was even faster. Rumble. On the massive practice ground, Wang Chong's steed left a trail of dust in his wake, the earth cracking and the heavens collapsing. With the speed of the white hoof shadow, the halo of Dusk Stallion, and Wang Chong's own strength, at this moment, Wang Chong had the strength to contend against a true martial tier 5 expert. Come! Wang Chong fiercely bellowed, the silver spear in his hand exploding with dazzling light. At this moment, Wang Chong exuded an awe-inspiring divine might, a god of war. Meanwhile, on the practice ground, the Uzin first prince, whose warhorse had been killed, gave a cold and sinister laugh as he suddenly did something that no one had expected. In the face of Wang Chong's full-strength attack, not only did he not retreat, he even unsheathed his saber and slashed at Wang Chong with all his strength, completely disregarding the openings that had appeared on his body. Bastard! Despicable! Shameless! He's using this move again. The crowd on the practice ground was infuriated by this sight, and they began to curse. They were all too familiar with the sight. The Uzin first prince was clearly playing the same old trick. He wanted to use his body as a shield, using the method he had used against the scions of the great clans to deal with Wang Chong. Humph! You're courting death. No one can blame you for this. Wang Chong couldn't help but sneer at this sight, staring at the Uzin first prince like he was a dead man. If the Uzin first prince wanted to use this move against him, he had truly found the wrong person. Others might not dare to kill him for fear of harming him, but he, Wang Chong, was not one of them. Rumble. With a heaven-shaking boom, Wang Chong and his horse finally collided in midair with the Uzin first prince. Like two comets colliding in midair, a peerless shockwave swept through the practice ground like a gale sweeping up fallen leaves. Boom! At the moment when the man and the horse collided, Wang Chong suddenly bounced off the horse's back. Clang! Before the crowd could react, a cold light flashed. Wang Chong's woozy steel sword pierced the Uzin first prince's 100 acupoints on the top of his head. Time froze. Dark red blood gushed down from the top of the Uzin first prince's head like a fountain, drowning his eyes, brows, nose, and lips. The Uzin first prince's eyes were wide open, and his lips were trembling, but he couldn't say a word. Boom! Boom! His body fell down like a wooden stake. Until the end, the Uzin first prince's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that Wang Chong really dared to kill him. The two countries were at odds. In the war between the Uzin Empire and the Tang dynasty, millions of civilians were involved and countless soldiers died on the battlefield. Wasn't he afraid? Didn't he know the consequences? He actually really dared to kill him. Boom! After a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the practice ground. At this moment, whether they knew Wang Chong or not, no matter which aristocratic family they belonged to, they couldn't help but raise their arms and cheer excitedly. Wang Chong did it. Wang Chong actually killed the arrogant, first Prince of Uzun. Kacha! A wooden railing fell. An official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, who was in a nearby building, slammed his palm on the railing. Bastard! The Wang family! Is the Wang family rebelling? The official's face turned purple, and the veins on his palm, which was clenched on the railing, bulged. Due to excessive shock and anger, his body trembled in agitation. First Prince of Uzun! First Prince of Uzun! That bastard of the Wang family had actually killed him. This was a calamity of the heavens. Did he even know what he had done? In that instant he felt like he couldn't even stand straight, as if the sky was about to change. In the entire building, anyone from the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had even a little understanding of politics had all turned deathly pale. They already had a premonition that a great calamity was about to befall them. The same paleness appeared on the faces of another group of people. First Prince of Uzun, he actually killed him. Huang Qian'er tightly gripped the edges of her sleeves, her face pale. Wang Chong defeating the stronger should have been something to be happy about, but now Wang Chong had no choice but to accept it. But now Huang Qian'er's heart was filled with anxiety because of another matter. The first Prince of Uzun was dead, and killed by Wang Chong at that. She could already foresee a violent storm, and the Wang family was at the center of this storm. The Huang family had just submitted to the Wang family. If the Wang family was swept up in it, the Huang family would not be able to escape either. Wang Chong had been too impulsive. "Kid, take your life." All of a sudden, a furious roar cut through the cheers of the crowd. On the enormous practice ground, a surging torrent of golden stellar energy swept toward Wang Chong like an avalanche. Compared to this destructive energy, the battle between Wang Chong and First Prince of Uzun had been like child's play. This attack had been unleashed in anger, and even steel would have been pulverized, much less flesh and blood. Not good. Alarmed, the eagle immediately raised his arm and sent out a signal. Boom! A thick iron arrow shot toward the practice ground with the speed of a thunderbolt, leaving a long trail of white chi behind it. But when the iron arrow shot by the master archer struck the golden torrent of stellar energy, it clattered like it had struck steel and was sent flying, shattering into pieces in midair. No one had expected that Uzun had hidden such an expert in his ranks. Not even the eagle had been able to react. "Young master!" The eagle's heart sank, and he immediately charged forward. But it was already too late. Just when Wang Chong was about to lose his life to the golden torrent of stellar energy, everyone suddenly heard a soft voice. Dusong Mangpoj, losing his composure so quickly? Chapter 415. On the practice ground, 10 samjang away from Wang Chong, Dusong Mangpoj stared in shock at the nearby Tang Dynasty youth, his fur coat flapping in the wind. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. His trip as a diplomatic envoy had been extremely secretive, and very few people knew of it. Even within the Uzun Empire, not many people knew of it. Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined that the secret he had kept for more than 3 months would be exposed by a youth of the Tang Dynasty of unknown origins. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj's mind was in turmoil. For the first time, he felt like he couldn't see through this youth. But Dusong Mangpoj was far from the only one shocked. Dusong Mangpoj. On a building in the distance, a figure clung tightly to the railing. His eyes were wide open as he looked down at the figure in the square in disbelief. On the battlefield between the Empire and the Uzun, there were very few people who did not know of Dusong Mangpoj. On the Empire's blacklist, this Uzun great general was definitely on it. In the capital of the Empire, there were countless people who wanted his life. Without this person, the Uzun Empire's strength would be greatly weakened. But even though they had heard of Dusong Mangpoj's name, very few people had actually seen him in person. Even if they were in person, not many people would know who he was. The Chamberlain of Dependencies was responsible for receiving the diplomatic missions of the various countries and for dealing with him. The envoy to the Uzun Empire had been arranged by them. But not even they knew that this titan of the Uzun Empire, Dusong Mangpoj, had secretly infiltrated the Tang dynasty. And he had done it right under their noses. "Young man, I don't know what you're talking about," Dusong Mangpoj said, but these words were spoken in the language of the Uzun. His expression was calm, and it took only a few moments for him to return to normal, so fast that one would think that everything that had just happened was an illusion. "Ha ha ha, Dusong Mangpoj, do you really not know what I'm saying?" Dusong Mangpoj spoke to Wang Chong in Uzun, but Wang Chong did not fall for it. In front of countless scions and nobles, he spoke in the language of the Central Plains. If I remember correctly, the legendary Dusong Mangpoj should be able to speak both the Han and Tibetan languages. Moreover, "Haha, Dusong Mangpoj, if I were you, I would leave the Tang dynasty as quickly as possible. Leave this land of trouble. I would not stay a moment longer in the capital of the Tang dynasty." Wang Chong heartily laughed. Not only did he not retreat, he even led his war horse forward toward the Uzun great general. Wang Chong had only guessed that Uzun First Prince would be accompanied by Uzun Great General Dusong Mangpoj. After all, legends were often exaggerated and could not be taken seriously. But Dusong Mangpoj's reaction was enough to explain the problem. If Wang Chong had only been guessing at the start, then now, Wang Chong was sure that this Uzun warrior standing in front of him, his aura restrained and his stature not particularly tall, was the Uzun Great General Dusong Mangpoj, renowned throughout the world. The Uzun did not have many famous generals, but Dusong Mangpoj was definitely one of them. The Uzun army he led was fierce and valiant, and also extremely intelligent. It did not rely purely on brute force. In the war against the Uzun, the Tang dynasty had always held the advantage, but Dusong Mangpoj's appearance had filled this gap. Many of the empire's generals, high-ranking officers, and seasoned veterans had died at the hands of his army, and the vast majority of these generals and officers had come from the capital's great clans and clans. It could be said that any clan with a descendant serving in the army in the West would hate Dusong Mangpoj to the bone. This person was extremely aggressive and proactive. As long as this person existed, the clans with descendants on the Western Front would continue to suffer massive losses. Wang Chong was sure that there were many scions in the capital, even the emperor himself, who would be more than happy to take Dusong Mangpoj's life. A great general was no trifling matter. Wang Chong was well aware that not even all the experts of the Wang clan would be able to do anything to this great general. But just because he couldn't kill him and the Wang clan couldn't kill him didn't mean that there was no other way. There were plenty of people in the empire that could kill him. As long as he exposed his identity, whether or not he was right, someone else would take care of the rest. You asked for it. Wang Chong inwardly sneered. In normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to deal with a foreign great general like Dusong Mangpoj outside of the battlefield. But he had been too careless, believing that his tracks were well hidden and that no one would recognize him. So he had sneaked into the capital of the Tang dynasty. "Young man, what is your name?" Dusong Mangpoj spoke in the Uzun language, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable, dangerous light. He already understood the intentions of this youth, and no matter what he said or did, it would be useless. He had already made up his mind to use this method to deal with Wang Chong in front of all these people. At any other time, Dusong Mangpoj would have slapped him to death without even glancing at him. But right now, Dusong Mangpoj only felt a sharp edge, like he had encountered a hedgehog. "Wang Chong, you probably don't understand right now, but in the future, you'll definitely understand." Wang Chong proudly smiled as he sat on his horse. "Humph, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now?" Dusong Mangpoj narrowed his eyes, still speaking in the Uzun language. One of them spoke in the Uzun language, while the other spoke in the language of the Central Plains. They spoke completely different languages, but they had no problem communicating. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid." Wang Chong smiled. "But do you believe that if you don't kill me, you still have a chance to leave the Tang dynasty alive?" But if you kill me, you won't even be able to leave this practice ground? Dusong Mangpoj narrowed his eyes in silence, his sharp eyes seemingly trying to peer into the depths of Wang Chong's soul. In the 3 months he had spent in the Tang dynasty, this was the first time he had encountered someone he couldn't understand, and it was even a teenager. Killing intent bloomed in his eyes, but Dusong Mangpoj still did not move. He had no confidence, nor could he guess at this youth's background. No matter what this youth's background was, he was right about one thing. Starting from now, the capital of the Central Plains was no longer safe for him. The longer he stayed here, the safer he would be. Young man, I won't kill you this time, because you and your clan will soon be in even greater trouble. Dusong Mangpoj gave Wang Chong a profound stare. The first prince isn't someone you can kill just because you want to. Ha ha ha! Wang Chong almost laughed at Dusong Mangpoj's words. In the end, he was still a great general of the Uzun Empire, a mighty eagle of the plateau. Yet he still dared to use such methods in front of him. If Wang Chong didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, he would never have been able to do anything. Great General speaks well. It just so happens that I also have a few words I wish to say to Great General. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong suddenly bent down and whispered into the ear of this renowned Great General of the Uzun Empire. These words caused Dusong Mangpoj's entire body to tremble, and he raised his head to look at Wang Chong like he had seen a ghost. The indistinct, killing intent in his eyes instantly vanished. Ha ha ha! Wang Chong suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Slapping his horse, he galloped toward the Uzun diplomatic mission on the other end of the practice ground. In front of the Tensum Uzun cavalry, Wang Chong stopped, a smirk on his lips. Chihan! Wang Chong's first words in the Uzun language caused the faces of the Uzun cavalry to change. Be careful of your little brother. It's true that the throne is yours, but alas, you might not have the life to sit on it. Ha ha ha! After saying this, Wang Chong roared with laughter. Not lingering any longer, he urged his horse to gallop away. Whether it was the Uzun Great General Dusong Mangpoj or the Uzun cavalry on the practice ground, none of them tried to stop him. They just watched as he arrogantly galloped away. Let's go. Dusong Mangpoj's eyes widened as he said this. Carrying the corpse of the Uzun cavalryman killed by Wang Chong, he broke through the crowd and left. This place was no longer safe, even though nothing had happened in the surroundings. But Dusong Mangpoj could already sense an enormous danger. The mission had been a complete failure, and the capital of the Tang dynasty was now fraught with danger. Dusong Mangpoj didn't even know if he could survive to return to the Uzun plateau. Just as the youth had said, every second he spent here was one more second of danger. Whoosh! The Tensum elite Uzun cavalry followed behind Dusong Mangpoj without a single word. Congratulations to user for changing the practice ground event. Uzun's challenge. You have been rewarded with 10 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user for changing the Uzun royal family war. You have been rewarded with 5 points of destiny energy. 2 voices rang out in Wang Chong's mind like heavenly music. Almost at the same time, the originally quiet training field once again exploded into a wave of cheers that soared into the sky. Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wave after wave of cheers crashed down like tsunamis. Not many people knew what Wang Chong had just done, but everyone knew that the insufferably arrogant Uzun diplomatic mission had been forced to flee in dejection. And all of this had been accomplished by Duke Jiu's grandson, that Wang Chong of the Wang clan. This is really both fame and fortune. As Wang Chong listened to the cheers of the practice ground, his lips slowly curled into a smile. His trip down the Spirit Vein Mountain was not in vain with the gains he got from the training field. Defeating the Yusang First Prince had been rewarded with 10 points of destiny energy, and speaking those words had been worth 5 points. He had easily earned 15 points of destiny energy from this trip. This was almost as much as the Gogrian assassin's encirclement. Wang Chong was beginning to realize that as long as he could successfully change the course of events that would have a major impact on the empire, the rewards would be far greater than if he worked alone. Adding on the 79 points of destiny energy from before, I now have 94 points of destiny energy. It's just a pity that Uzin is too far away, the heavens high, and the emperor far away. I could only say those words. Otherwise, if I tried to sow discord, I would have gained far more than just 5 points of destiny energy. Wang Chong said to himself, feeling rather regretful. Chapter 416. As Wang Chong walked into the crowd, he was greeted by cheers. No matter what, after so many days, someone had finally done something gratifying. Young master. Amidst the crowd, the eagle's face lit up with joy as he led a group of people to welcome Wang Chong. Only Huang Qian'er stood to the side, a look of worry in her eyes. Wang Chong. Just when the crowd was at its most lively and jubilant, a cold voice, like autumn frost, suddenly came from the crowd. Amidst the crowd, protected by the imperial guard, was an ashen official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. His face was filled with rage as he walked over aggressively, as if he was going to denounce Wang Chong. This time, Wang Chong had barged in uninvited. The people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had long since tolerated him. It was already quite impressive that they had been able to endure until now. Wang Chong, you sure have guts. Do you know that you've already committed a calamity? Your Wang clan has committed a calamity, and yet you can still laugh here. The cold voice was like a gust of cold wind that swept through the crowd. The area within Tenjiang immediately fell silent. All eyes turned to the ill-intentioned official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and Wang Chong. A look of fear appeared in many people's eyes. In the capital, the Chamberlain of Dependencies was a special existence. They did not have any real authority, but they wielded more authority than any other organization. This was because the Chamberlain of Dependencies could bypass the imperial court and directly reach the heavens. Moreover, as long as the Chamberlain of Dependencies needed it, they could act first and report later. This was a privilege that had been bestowed upon the Chamberlain of Dependencies when it was first established. They had enormous authority to complete matters of utmost importance to the imperial family, such as the Mount Tai pilgrimage, the annual temple sacrifices, god sacrifices, and the imperial ancestral temple ceremonies. Every one of these matters was of great significance to the imperial family, so they also bestowed upon the Chamberlain of Dependencies a transcendent power and authority. Although the nobles, scions, and aristocrats were high and mighty in the eyes of the commoners, they were insignificant ants before the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He, my lord, Wang Chong's actions have not been out of line. I wonder where the Chamberlain of Dependencies' so-called calamity came from. Wang Chong grinned. He saw that the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies did not retreat, but rather, with a flick of his sleeve, he walked towards the official who seemed to have an extraordinary status. Don't you know what you're saying? The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies glared at him. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would have died 1,000 times over. Don't you know what kind of person Prince Uzin is? This was the heir to the Uzin Empire, the true crown prince. Our Chamberlain of Dependencies did everything we could to protect him, but he was actually killed by you. Do you know how big of a disaster this is? The decades of peace between the Empire and Uzin will be destroyed by you. Your Wang clan should go apologize to the Holy Emperor. Guards, take this kid down for me. As the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies spoke, he suddenly pointed his finger at Wang Chong. Who dares? The eagle roared and stomped down, standing in front of Wang Chong. His arms were wide open, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he firmly shielded Wang Chong behind him. Humph! The authority granted by His Majesty, the decree of Emperor Gaozu and Emperor Taizong, allows the Chamberlain of Dependencies to act as it pleases. You didn't think you could just walk away after causing such a disaster, did you? The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless Imperial Army soldiers and experts of the Chamberlain of Dependencies immediately swarmed in, surrounding Wang Chong and Old Eagle. The Yusang First Prince followed protocol and joined the diplomatic mission, handing over his credentials. Everything had been done in an orderly fashion. Everything had been done in accordance with the rules. But he had died in a small practice field not far from the imperial city, right before the eyes of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. This was no small crime. Not even the Chamberlain of Dependencies could bear such a crime. And compared to the destruction that the death of the first Prince of Uzin would cause in the future, this matter paled in comparison. If the Chamberlain of Dependencies wanted to smoothly escape responsibility, they could not allow the main culprit, Wang Chong, to escape. If anyone dares to act against young master, don't blame me, the eagle, for being impolite. The eagle's arms were wide open, and his eyes were red with anxiety. The surrounding guards from the Wang clan and the Zhang clan also drew their swords. Forget it, this is all I can do. Huang Qian'er sighed. Her right hand gripped the silver sword on her back, and she stood in front of Wang Chong, but she did not draw her sword. This battle was unavoidable. The death of the first Prince of Uzin would cause the entire capital to be in turmoil. It was certain to cause an earth-shattering uproar, and all the great clans, including the Huang clan, would be drawn into it. No matter what would happen in the future, at the very least, she had done her part by protecting him today. Bastards, do you want to rebel? Men, take him down for me today, no matter what. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies suddenly pointed at Wang Chong, also enraged. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, swords and sabers were unsheathed, gleaming with cold light. The two sides faced each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Ha! Sheath your weapons. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, Wang Chong suddenly sneered and pushed aside the eagle's hands. Young master. The eagle turned his head anxiously. The Chamberlain of Dependencies was no laughing matter. If he was taken away by them, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Not to mention, the Chamberlain of Dependencies was clearly trying to push Wang Chong to his death, using him as a scapegoat. Don't worry, the eagle. Things haven't reached that point yet. Wang Chong grinned and waved his hand, placating the eagle. His expression relaxed. Under the astonished gazes of the two sides, Wang Chong suddenly walked out of the encirclement and stood in front of the official and the experts of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. What is your name? Wang Chong walked over and asked. Zhang Qinzhou, how is it? Zhang Qinzhou coldly said, thinking that Wang Chong wanted to remember his name so that he could take revenge in the future. But how could the Chamberlain of Dependencies be afraid of the Wang clan's threat? Haha! Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Under the dazed gazes of the experts of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he suddenly stretched out a palm and lightly patted Zhang Qinzhou's face. The Chamberlain of Dependencies is just this group of experts. No wonder you were blinded by a single leaf and rode all over your neck. What do you mean? Zhang Qinzhou fiercely dodged Wang Chong's palm and raised his head, glaring fiercely at him. Haha, the Chamberlain of Dependencies is in charge of receiving all foreign nations, but you can't even tell the real and fake princes apart? Rumble. When Wang Chong said these words, let alone the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, even the eagle and Huang Qian'er were stunned. What do you mean? After receiving a fake prince for more than 3 months, you still can't tell? Fools! Do you think that if that really was the Uzin first prince, those Uzin cavalry would leave so easily? Didn't any of you notice that their reaction was too calm after the death of the first prince? You've received them for more than 3 months in vain. Yet you can't even recognize a fake prince. And you even let them kill so many people on the practice field. Buzz. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Before Huang Qian'er and Zhang Qinzhou could say anything, The surrounding people were thrown into an uproar by Wang Chong's words. Fake prince? How is that possible? Does this mean that we've all been deceived by the Chamberlain of Dependencies? A fake prince actually killed so many of our people? Damn it, it can't be, right? Why can't it be? If it wasn't fake, how could young Master Wang have dared to kill the first prince so decisively? So you're saying that we've all been deceived. Bastard. This is infuriating. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with rage and irritation. The first prince on the practice field was actually not very strong. But because of his identity as the Uzun first prince, and because he always used his body as a shield to block swords, everyone was afraid to take action, and he had used tricks to kill so many people. If they had known his true identity, they would have long since cut him into pieces. In an instant, everyone was filled with rage at being deceived. The eagle and Huang Qian'er looked at each other. Hiss! Zhang Qinzhou took in a deep breath and stared in a daze at Wang Chong, suddenly speechless. He had originally intended to capture Wang Chong so that he could explain himself to his superiors. But now, capturing him was no longer important. If what Wang Chong said was true, then the Chamberlain of Dependencies had truly failed in its duty. How did you know? Zhang Qinzhou sternly said. Although he did not nod, even he believed it. Killing the first prince of the Uzun, first prince, was no trifling matter that involved two countries. Wang Chong's actions had been far too straightforward. So straightforward that he had not hesitated in the slightest. If he had known about the background of the Uzun first prince, if he had known that the one on the practice field was a fake, then his actions could be completely explained. Moreover, with the death of the first prince, Dusong Mangpoj, and the others had left too quickly. Although there was nothing wrong with wanting to protect oneself, one had to consider the situation. If the Tang dynasty had encountered such a problem, it would have never so easily left. Not even the main culprit, Wang Chong, had been eliminated. This has never been a very difficult matter. It's just that all of you have underestimated the Uzun. How could the mighty first prince of the Uzun first prince, the future successor, so easily put himself in danger and even use his body to block a sword? Even if he agreed, would great General Dusong Mangpoj allow it if he was there? None of you suspected anything about such an obvious matter. A simple game of leopard and crown prince left all of you running in circles. If I hadn't appeared, how many more people were you prepared to let him kill? Truly foolish beyond belief. Could the lives of the Uzun be more precious than those of the Tang dynasty? There's no need for all of you to worry about the matter of first prince of the Uzun, first prince. Our Wang clan will take responsibility for this matter. If you have the time, you should think about how to explain to His Majesty those 30-some scions and young elites who died in vain. With these words, Wang Chong pushed Zhang Qinzhou aside and began to leave. Zhang Qinzhou stood there in a daze, not even trying to stop him. Wang Chong's words had completely surpassed his imagination. Zhang Qinzhou's mind was blank. He could not accept that he had been abandoned by a group of Uzun people. How could this be? Chapter 417. As Wang Chong was leaving the practice ground, deep within the palace, Fifth Prince Li Heng was pacing back and forth with his head lowered, his heart brimming with apprehension. In front of him was a threshold, not even a foot high. But this threshold was like an invisible wall, firm and boundless, exuding a suffocating pressure as it stood in front of Li Heng. All was quiet. But Li Heng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his heart was filled with indescribable anxiety. More than 2 hours had passed since the audience, but even now, Li Heng still had not received the summons. Li Heng was well aware that his fate would be decided by this tiny threshold. Buzz! Suddenly, the gate opened, and a sharp voice came from deep within the hall. Summon Fifth Prince Li Heng for an audience. Buzz! It was like a heavy hammer had struck his heart, causing Li Heng's entire body to tremble as he came to his senses. The summons he had waited so long for had finally arrived. Li Hung took in a deep breath, calmed himself, and tidied up his clothes. Only then did he raise his foot and nervously step over the threshold. Thump! The sound of his foot landing on the ground made Li Hung feel like he was stepping on a mountain. The hall was deep and serene, seemingly without end. Beneath his foot was a cold and icy sensation, other than the solemn and cold guards of imperial insignia, each 50 zhang tall. There was no one else in the passage. The passage was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After what seemed like only a moment, but also like countless eons, when Li Hung felt like he would never reach the end, his vision suddenly opened up and a bright light came from up ahead. At the same time, a boundless, noble, divine, and immeasurably vast qi emerged. In front of this qi, the pressure on Li Heng's body suddenly became thousands of times heavier. "Your son pays respects to Imperial Father." Li Hung stepped over the threshold, not daring to raise his head as he respectfully and fearfully kneeled on the ground. Even though he was already 20, Li Hung still felt the same reverence for that godlike figure in the hall, even more so than when he was a child. Hu Guang shook his head. The figure above the hall remained motionless. Below that figure, Li Hung sensed many weak but equally powerful auras. They were the princes in the depths of the palace. It was obvious that he was not the only one who appeared here today. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Cold and callous gazes came from all around, landing on the kneeling Li Hung near the gate. There was no kinship in the royal family. It didn't matter if it was a wise ruler or an incompetent ruler. Dynasty after dynasty, generation after generation. This was an iron law that no one could change. In the palace, Li Hung felt no warmth, only a deep chill. "Get up!" After an unknown period of time, a dignified and vast voice finally resounded from above the hall. Li Hung trembled in fear as he stood up, but he still did not dare to raise his head. Following his usual custom, he lowered his head and walked to the very end of the hall. Although he was the esteemed 5th prince, Li Hung had the least background and was the weakest of the princes. Thus, in terms of seniority, he would always stand at the very end. The princes had never cared about his status as the 5th prince, and the Holy Emperor had never cared about such things. Contrary to what Li Hung had imagined, the Holy Emperor did not immediately question him after he entered the ranks, as if he had forgotten about him. The other princes also retracted their gazes. The air seemed to have suddenly returned to normal, and everything returned to normal. Li Hung was like a ball of air, standing at the very end of the line, no one paying any attention to him. An enormous qi, as heavy as a mountain, towered closest to his father. Although it was as bright as the sun, it was inconceivably powerful to the other princes. Li Hung knew that this was the 1st prince's qi. In terms of seniority, no matter which method was used, the 1st prince, as the future heir apparent, would always stand at his father's feet, the person closest to him. This was a fact that no one could change. Every time he was summoned, his father would ask him about the politics of the court, the maintenance of armaments, the cultivation of martial arts, the livelihood of the common people, and so on. Every time they met, it was a test. It was not just him. The other princes were the same. While each of them was being tested by their father, they were also displaying their talents. The imperial household lacked the warmth of ordinary fathers and sons. This was also why Li Hung had avoided the imperial palace. The politics of the court, foreign affairs, irrigation works. Li Hung did not understand any of the things the princes discussed. It was not that he was too shallow, but that he had never had these resources, not even a teacher to teach him these things. Li Hung did not dare to hate, nor did he dare to complain. Just like before, he stood there with his head lowered, trembling in fear and motionless. The 1st prince, the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, and then the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and all the princes stepped forward to accept the Holy Emperor's test. When it was finally his turn, Okay, let's end it here for today. The dignified and majestic figure at the top of the hall suddenly waved his hand. Li Heng had been mercilessly skipped. A hint of disappointment flitted through Li Heng's eyes. He was a little disappointed and a little glad, but he quickly regained his composure. He had experienced this sort of thing many times in the court. Today, we father and son have gathered together, so let's not talk too much about politics. Come, bring on the music. Feast. This order was like a sluice gate had been opened. Countless maids and eunuchs immediately rushed in through the door of the side hall, carrying plates of fruit, tables, chairs, wine pots, and incense burners with smiles on their faces. In just a few moments, the princes were surrounded by tables and chairs brimming with an ancient charm, laden with fruits, pastries, wine, and dishes. Once the princes were seated, clang! The chimes of the bells and the sounds of musical instruments could be heard. Several beautiful maids dressed in white dresses, with fair skin and white bones walked in like fairies. Imperial Father. Just when the maids were preparing to enter the center of the hall and perform a palace dance, a voice interrupted the music. Imperial Father, this sort of soft palace music is a bit lacking in the iron-blooded style of our Tang dynasty. Your son has heard that fifth brother has prepared a sword dance for Imperial Father to entertain his brothers, and it was with Imperial Father's permission. Fifth brother, don't you think so? The third prince suddenly stood up from his seat and spoke to the ceiling of the hall. He then turned his head to look at Li Heng at the very back of the line, his cold eyes shining with a domineering light. Buzz. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. All the music, dancing, talking, breathing, chewing, everything vanished. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense, brimming with the silent glint of swords. All the maids and eunuchs in the palace lowered their heads at the same time, apprehension in their eyes. The other princes sneered and turned to look at Li Heng at the very back. Even the first prince, who was seated at the top of the banquet table, put down his chopsticks and turned his head to look over, even though he did not have the same sarcasm as the other princes. The entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It's here. Li Heng sensed the suffocating pressure that followed him like a shadow, and his entire body paled. He had originally believed that he could escape this calamity. He hadn't expected his third imperial brother to still let him go. The fact that he hadn't made trouble at the start wasn't because he hadn't noticed Li Heng, but because he had left this opportunity for now. As he sensed those gazes of ridicule, sneer, malice, or hostility, Li Heng's forehead suddenly became covered in cold sweat. He had never experienced this sort of feeling before. For the first time, he was the center of attention, but it was not what he wanted. Third brother really isn't willing to let me go, Li Heng quietly said to himself. He had never learned a sword dance, nor did he know how to do it. None of the princes had ever performed a sword dance. Li Heng knew that the third prince was doing this on purpose. Your Highness, you must remember that in the palace, the more you speak, the more mistakes you make. The less you speak, the less mistakes you make. This is the result of this old servant's decades of experience. Your Highness, you must remember this. Li Jingzhong's words before entering the palace once more rang out in his ears. No one could predict what would happen after entering the palace, and Li Jingzhong would not be able to enter. These were his final words before Li Heng entered the palace. Imperial Father, Li Heng was just about to refuse when he heard the fifth prince's voice. Fifth brother, what's wrong? Why are you so hesitant in front of Imperial Father? Do you want to go back on your word and suddenly become unwilling? His voice was cold and tinged with a sneer, as if he had long ago seen through Li Heng's thoughts. Third brother, Li Heng straightened his body, but just when he was about to speak, it was like an ancient mountain was pressing down on him. Li Heng suddenly felt a majestic and awe-inspiring gaze fall upon him. Imperial Father, Li Heng's heart trembled, and he immediately swallowed the words he had been about to spit out. But before he could speak again, He heard the Holy Emperor wave his hand and speak in an indifferent and calm voice. Enough? Bow. Don't make things difficult for your fifth brother. Buzz. A bloody aura suddenly rushed to his head. This was not the first time Li Heng had been ignored, but this time Li Heng found it extremely difficult to endure. The words Wang Chong had said outside the Kunwu training camp suddenly appeared in his mind. Your Highness, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? You have no path of retreat. If you want to change your situation, change His Majesty's view of you, you can only take the initiative and dare to fight for it. After entering the palace, the third prince and the others will definitely do everything they can to make things difficult for you. In normal circumstances, you will definitely shrink back. So, no matter what, you must do the exact opposite. You must take the initiative to display yourself in front of His Majesty. This audience is your best chance. No matter what, you must grasp it well. Only by putting yourself on the line can you be reborn. If you want to obtain His Majesty's favor and attention, this might be your last chance. Blood continued to gush to the top of his head. Li Heng could endure the ridicule, cruelty, apathy, attacks, and assassinations of the princes, but the one thing he could not endure was the disregard of his most respected and beloved father. Imperial Father, I'm ready. Your son truly has prepared a sword dance that he wishes to offer to Imperial Father. This sentence was loud and clear, and the rumbling sound reverberated throughout the entire hall. Li Heng kneeled on the ground, his body trembling, but his voice was firm. For a moment the hall was silent. All the princes were dumbfounded. Even the Holy Emperor's gaze froze for a moment. He turned his head, his gaze once more falling on Li Heng. Permitted. Chapter 418. Boom! The gate opened and a rider galloped in. Outside the palace gate, Li Jingzhong's heart tightened when he saw the fifth prince ride out. Tugging on the corner of his robe, he strode forward and took the reins of the fifth prince's horse. Your Highness, how is it? Your Highness, how is it? How is it? Li Jingzhong raised his head, his body fiercely trembling from nervousness and excitement. This matter was no small matter. One could say that the fifth prince's life depended on it. Similarly, Li Jingzhong's life depended on it as well. In the palace, it was common for a subject to die when the master was humiliated. Thus, one could easily imagine how uneasy Li Jingzhong had been in the last few hours. Uncle Jing, don't be nervous. It's fine, it's fine. Li Heng sat on his horse, his face red with excitement, his neck red. He seemed even more excited than Li Jingzhong. Li Heng still couldn't restrain his excitement when he thought about what had just happened in the palace. His entire life of being low-key, cowering, tolerating, and cowardly had all vanished into thin air in that moment in the palace. Li Heng knew that the third prince was trying to harm him, and he also knew that if he revealed the truth that he knew martial arts, he would likely infuriate the Holy Emperor and be attacked by his imperial brothers. He would then be accused of deceiving the sovereign. But Li Heng couldn't worry about such things. After being bullied, plotted against, ignored, and ridiculed in the palace for 20 years, Li Heng's most intense desire suddenly exploded. Even if he was to be executed tomorrow, he still wanted his father to look at him in the eye with dignity. Li Heng didn't know how to perform a sword dance, but he did. There was no technique, and it was different from any other sword dance in the world. Li Heng's sword dance came from his heart, a bold and unrestrained dance of decades of venting his emotions. When the sword dance ended, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Heng was prepared to await the worst judgment, but then he heard the world's most beautiful voice. After tensome years, he finally heard the voice of his father from his childhood, a voice filled with affirmation. Li Heng could still remember the surprised and marvelous expressions on the faces of his imperial brothers when they heard those words. Uncle Jing, Wang Chong was right. He was right. Let's go and find Wang Chong. Li Heng was extremely excited. If it wasn't for Wang Chong's encouragement and his analysis, Even if he wanted to perform at that time, he wouldn't have had the courage to do so. As it turned out, everything was as Wang Chong had predicted. If he showed even the slightest bit of hesitation or denial during today's audience, then he would really be unable to escape today's calamity. Wang Chong was right. Only by taking the initiative and fighting for it with all their might would they have any hope of survival. Just as Wang Chong had analyzed, His Majesty was an aggressive army. His life had been forged through all kinds of adversities. As long as she took the initiative and performed well, she would be able to gain her father's favor. The moment his imperial father spoke, Li Heng raised his head. His eyes could clearly see the look in Li Heng's eyes. He had never felt his father's feelings as he did now. Like a bird in a cage, the moment his sword began to dance, Li Heng had broken the shackles in his heart, broken all the apprehensions in his body and heart. Li Jingzhong did not say anything. He stared blankly at the excited fifth prince, who was waving his hands and feet in joy. He was completely stunned. He had never seen Li Heng like this before. He was dancing around, confident, passionate, and brimming with initiative and enthusiasm. In all his years of serving Li Heng, Li Jingzhong had never seen him like this. Li Jingzhong had a faint feeling that the fifth prince standing before him seemed to be a little different from the fifth prince he had remembered in the past. But not even he could tell what was different. "Let's go!" Li Jingzhong came back to his senses and led Li Heng's horse out. "Humph! Bastard!" Upon returning to the palace, the third prince furiously slammed his palm down, crushing the 3-inch thick table of black gold into a ball of paper. When he thought about what had happened in the palace, the third prince's face turned ashen and nasty. He had put in a lot of effort and had calculated everything. The only thing he hadn't expected was for the fifth prince to change from his usual routine and offer a dance. And even more surprising was that not only had his father not punished him for such a major matter, he had even bestowed upon him a special robe of the imperial clan. A robe bestowed by the emperor was no trifling matter. Even the slowest person would understand what his father meant. Starting from now, no one was allowed to do anything to Li Heng. The robe bestowed by the emperor was a protective talisman. Anyone who dared to do anything to Li Heng would be seeking their own death, because doing so was tantamount to challenging the holy emperor. "Investigate for me just what's going on with fifth brother? Not even imperial father can cure his illness. How in the world did he manage to cultivate all of a sudden? Furthermore, he has already reached origin energy, tier 9. The third prince turned his head, his heart seething with rage. "Your Highness, it's useless." In the hall, the black-robed elder with triangular eyes, ghost hands, who had once appeared near the Spirit Vein Mountain, sternly said, "The first prince has already investigated, but he didn't find any clues at all. The fifth prince has been very low-key in the training camp. Moreover, the fifth prince's illness, not even His Majesty can do anything about it. This isn't something a normal person can do. There's definitely something we don't know about." The third prince said nothing, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This was one of the reasons he hadn't sent anyone to assassinate Li Heng. If Li Heng really did have some formidable expert protecting him, someone who could change Li Heng's fate and completely alter his constitution, then this was not someone the third prince could deal with. If things went wrong, this person might even leave behind some clues that would be disadvantageous to him. He had taken such a big detour to plot against Li Heng in front of his imperial father precisely because of this apprehension, even though he had still failed in the end. Damn it! The third prince clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. "No matter who he is, I have to find him. I'd like to see just who is helping him. Ghost hands, take your men and leave." Old Fifth has just been rewarded by Imperial Father and is at the height of his success. Once he leaves the Imperial Palace, he will definitely go find that person. Take your men and carefully reward them. Bastard thing. Even if he's an immortal from the heavens, if he dares to interfere in the struggle for Crown Prince, I will have him fall to the ground. Yes, your subordinate will immediately take his men. Ghost Hands lowered his head, gathered his men, and left with them. Meanwhile, in the palaces of the other princes, the second prince, the fourth prince, the sixth prince, the seventh prince, all the princes were also paying attention to this matter. Old Wu, who had always been a coward and appeared to be a coward, suddenly became so proactive and showed off his abilities, which surprised everyone. Even more shocking was the Holy Emperor's attitude. The matter of Old Fifth had actually been so lightly brushed aside. Not only had the Holy Emperor not rebuked him, he had even gifted him a robe. He hadn't even asked about the cause of the matter. This Old Fifth, I truly underestimated him. I didn't think that he would hide himself so deeply. If he had been obedient and didn't have any improper thoughts, it wouldn't have mattered. But since he has such ambitions, he can't be tolerated. There's only one imperial throne. Since he wants to sit on it, there's no need to talk about brotherly affection. While he's still weak, we have to find a way to get rid of him no matter what. Otherwise, if he's allowed to sit on the throne, what will happen? There are already enough brothers in the palace fighting over the throne. There can't be any more. Not even Li Heng could have imagined that his sword dance had simultaneously aroused the hostility and killing intent of the other princes. If their hostility toward Li Heng had been limited to thoughts before, now, after this banquet, these thoughts could be transformed into action. There was no familial affection in the imperial household. If this was the case between father and son, then what about brothers? Not even a saint could resolve a problem, so how could a robe solve it? It was just that everything had to be done in even greater secrecy. Flap, flap. As the darkness deepened, a black crow flapped its wings and flew through the sky, ultimately landing in a corner in the northwest corner. It's here. The eagle raised a hand and caught the crow. It seems that the fifth prince's side is safe. Wang Chong held his hands behind him as he gazed at the crow in the eagle's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, he was most worried about the fifth prince. He had been waiting here this entire time for news of the fifth prince. Young master is correct. Li Jingzhong's message says that the fifth prince has managed to escape unscathed, and he even obtained an official robe bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor. The fifth prince says that he wishes to see you, but Li Jingzhong says that he has already stopped you from seeing him. The eagle finished reading the letter on the crow's leg and nodded. This fellow is rather useful. Wang Chong nodded. As he listened to the eagle read the contents of the letter, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Li Jingzhong, the future treacherous official, reacted quickly in this aspect. He knew that this was not the time for them to meet, so he had taken the initiative to stop the fifth prince. It was worth sparing his life back then. I hope that he can continue to be like this. Wang Chong thought to himself. Li Jingzhong was gradually displaying his true potential. As the future treacherous official, he had almost complete control over the entire imperial court. Li Jingzhong's perception of politics and his ability to sense danger were unquestionable. With him by the fifth prince's side, the fifth prince would be much safer, and he would also be a great help. At least that was the case for now. Let's go, we should set off. We still have a very important mission ahead of us. This is just the beginning. Wang Chong raised his head, his gaze piercing through the buildings toward the imperial palace. Only he understood that although Li Heng had successfully escaped this calamity, it was not the end. It was merely the beginning of an even more magnificent and dangerous chess game. Once one entered this chess game, one could not withdraw. Until the very end, it could not be considered resolved. Big Uncle himself, the entire Wang clan, the King of Song, King Qi, the first prince, the second prince, all the princes and princesses, no matter who they were, could not withdraw until the very end. Chapter 419. In the depths of the imperial palace, Wang Chong finally saw the first beauty of the Tang dynasty for the first time. But as soon as he saw consort Taizhen, Wang Chong's heart sank. He suddenly knew that no matter what plan he had before, he had to reconsider it from this moment on, because the first beauty of the Tang dynasty was completely different from what he had known before. The dark-colored palace curtain swayed, and a jade-like foot with smooth skin and jade-like bones stretched out from behind the curtains, lightly landing on the white jade steps. That delicate jade-like toe was even more sparkling and translucent than the white jade beneath it. As the slender foot stretched out, a peerless beauty with smooth skin and fair bones slowly walked out from the inside with her head held high. "Wang Chong, you're finally willing to see me?" A voice echoed in the palace, accompanied by a pair of sharp eyes with a faint smile, looking down at Wang Chong. With this gaze, Wang Chong immediately felt an invisible pressure on his shoulders. Wang Chong had never seen Consort Taijin before, but no matter how ignorant he was, Wang Chong knew that although Consort Taijin had stirred up violent waves in the imperial court, she herself was just an ordinary woman. Although the Yang family was also a local high-ranking official, they were far inferior to the Wang family, a family of generals and ministers. As for Consort Taijin, she was just an ordinary person who didn't know any martial arts. But now, Consort Taijin not only revealed a sharp and superior aura that only the concubines and concubines in the imperial palace could have, but also a strong and powerful aura that far surpassed his own. The 9th level of the martial realm. No, she has definitely reached the 1st or 2nd level of the profound martial realm. Her strength has improved so much in just a few months. Wang Chong felt a chill in his heart. Consort Taijin incident. Wang Chong had learned a lot about Consort Taijin from the King of Song. Consort Taijin doesn't know martial arts. Wang Chong was certain of this. However, in just over half a year, not only had Consort Taijin changed, but even Yang Zhao had changed. However, Consort Taijin's changes were much greater than Yang Zhao's. "Ha ha ha, little sister, this is my good brother, and also your good brother. Don't make things difficult for him." A hearty voice came from the side. There were no outsiders here. Yang Zhao hurriedly stood up and spoke up for his sworn brother. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. The current Yang Zhao was completely different from when Wang Chong had first met him. He wore a white robe and a black silk hat, and his right hand was stroking his beard. His entire body naturally exuded the aura of a scholarly official that would win the admiration of others. Stellar energy rumbled through his body, and he exuded the enormous aura of a true martial tier 5 or 6. This ruffian who had once wandered the streets of the capital without the strength to truss a chicken had undergone such an astonishing transformation after entering the palace and officialdom. It was as if he had been reborn. Wang Chong had diligently practiced for almost a year, but compared to the transformations that Yang Zhao and Consort Taijin had undergone in the last few months, he truly couldn't keep up. Forbidden bestowment art. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he subconsciously thought of this forbidden art. Wang Chong was no stranger to this forbidden art. Back then, his master, the evil emperor, had intended to use this method to transfer all of his energy to Wang Chong. This method could make one an expert in a short period of time, but his master, the evil emperor, would also be doomed. This was a huge price, so Wang Chong had refused on the spot. No matter what kind of bestowment art it was, the price to make one an expert in a short period of time was not small. Thus, this method had never been widely used. But the imperial household was clearly different. I heard back then that there was a group of secret guardians in the palace. These people began cultivating from a young age, and the meaning of their existence was to accumulate energy so that they could use the bestowment art on the princes and princesses. I didn't pay much attention back then, but it seems that the rumors were true. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, but he quickly regained his composure. "Your Highness, you're right. Wang Chong should have come long ago. It's just that I've just joined the Kunwa training camp and couldn't leave. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Wang Chong immediately lowered his head and said, respectfully, "Humph, you sure are honest." Consort Taijin sneered coldly, but her expression eventually eased up. even though she was a little angry at this lad for rejecting her time and time again. She couldn't stand in the way of her cousin. Moreover, it was true that Wang Chong had joined the Kunwa training camp. However, it was impossible for her to let go of the matter so easily. Speak, what is it? The mobilization of the Ministry of War has just passed, so you wouldn't have come here if there wasn't anything special. Speak, what is it? As he spoke, he spread open his hands, and two mysterious white-clothed beauties with powerful auras, even stronger than the old nanny at Princess Anai Huang's side, walked out barefooted from within the curtain. These two middle-aged beauties had hairpins in their hair, and they had cold expressions on their faces. They each held Consort Taizhen's hands and supported her to sit on the throne in Yuzhen Palace. On their foreheads was a tear-shaped flame totem, and it was extremely eye-catching. A hint of astonishment flashed across Wang Chong's eyes, but he didn't say anything. "It's about the fifth prince," Wang Chong said. But as soon as he said those words, the atmosphere in Yuzhen Palace suddenly changed. Consort Taizhen's face darkened, and even Yang Zhao's expression darkened. Even though he was the one who had recommended Wang Chong, he hadn't known what Wang Chong was going to say. "Wang Chong, do you know what you're saying? You're crazy. Men, send the guest out." Consort Taizhen's face was as cold as ice. She shot a glance at Yang Zhao, stood up, and immediately ordered the guest out. Even though she hadn't been in the palace for long, she wasn't blind. The matter regarding the fifth prince had only happened in the afternoon, but there was no one in the palace who didn't know about it. She was favored in the palace, and with the favor of the Holy Emperor and her concubine status, no one in the palace dared to provoke her. But Consort Taizhen also knew that there were some things that she couldn't afford to provoke in a place like this. The War of the Princes just so happened to be one of those taboos. "Wang Chong, you've really gone too far this time. The War of the Princes isn't something we can interfere with. Do you know what you're asking of her ladyship? The fifth prince is now the enemy of everyone. Who knows how many people want to kill him? Whoever dares to help him will become the enemy of all the princes and princesses in the palace, as well as all the concubines in the palace. Damn it, if I knew you were here for this kind of thing, I definitely wouldn't have brought you here." Yang Zhao's expression was very unsightly. There was no need for Consort Taizhen to give him that attitude. If he had known this, he would have stopped Wang Chong first. Don't easily get involved in the disputes between the princes. This was common sense. Even if one didn't have the accumulation of great clans, without the experience and lessons of the clan, this was a principle that even an ordinary person understood. The danger of the War of the Princes was too great. They still didn't have a stable footing in the palace. Even if they were favored, this was still a taboo that couldn't be lightly touched. They couldn't agree to Wang Chong's request. This had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary request. Her ladyship. Although the temperature in the room plummeted and the atmosphere was no longer suitable for further discussion, Wang Chong didn't leave. He knew that this matter wouldn't be easy, but no matter what, Wang Chong had to try. "Her ladyship, if an elephant entered the forest, what would happen?" "What do you mean?" Consort Taizhen sneered. Had Wang Chong gone crazy? What forest? What elephant? She didn't think that these words meant anything. No matter what, she would never easily help the fifth prince and put herself in danger. However, Wang Chong was as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression. But if the forest turns into a room like this, but the animals in the forest don't change, if the elephant doesn't change, what will happen to your ladyship in the future? Wang Chong continued. "Wang Chong, what are you trying to say?" This time, Consort Taizhen's eyelids finally twitched. She stared at Wang Chong, vaguely sensing something. "Your ladyship, the forest has turned into a room, but the animals haven't changed. The elephant hasn't changed. Does your ladyship think that the animals huddled together will wait to be trampled to death by the elephant, or will they attack as a group?" "Impudent! Are you trying to say that I'm an elephant?" This time, before Wang Chong could finish speaking, Consort Taizhen interrupted him. This comparison was too rude. Your ladyship, please forgive me. Wang Chong didn't have that intention. But doesn't your ladyship feel that your situation is very similar to the fifth prince's? As Wang Chong spoke, he raised his head and gazed at Consort Taizhen, who was seated on the throne. Wang Chong, shut your mouth. Your ladyship is of noble birth and is doted on by the holy emperor. How could you be the same as the fifth prince? Don't speak nonsense. Seeing that Wang Chong was about to become ridiculous if he continued speaking, Yang Zhao hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Cousin, sit down and let him speak. I'd like to see just what he can say. Just how similar am I to the fifth prince? Consort Taizhen sneered. Wang Chong's thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. However, if he thought that a few casual words would change her mind and make her participate in the War of the Princes, then his thinking was too simple. Even if the one who came today was that old master of the Wang clan, she still wouldn't change her mind. Your Highness, the elephant is too big. Even if it doesn't do anything, it can't do anything. Even if it doesn't do anything, the animals in the room will also feel threatened. Doesn't your ladyship feel that your current situation is the same? Even if you don't do anything, you're still a threat to the other concubines, consorts, and even the princes. If your ladyship doesn't participate in the War of the Princes, will you really be safe? Chapter 420. Wang Chong was the first person who dared to say such words. Consort Taizhen's situation was actually very bad. Whether it was the Consort Taizhen incident or the Holy Emperor's favor, Consort Taizhen appeared to be boundlessly glorious on the surface. But in reality, whether it was in the court or the palace, Consort Taizhen was facing heavy pressure. In the court, there were still many officials who criticized her. Many people didn't object on the surface, but they were secretly very dissatisfied. Therefore, Consort Taizhen always tried to stay out of the court's affairs as much as possible, to avoid the dissatisfaction of those officials. And in the palace, Consort Taizhen suddenly rose to the throne, almost single-handedly snatching away all of the Holy Emperor's favor. Because of this, the Holy Emperor even wanted to go against all the officials. For many concubines and concubines, this was something they couldn't bear. If not for their misgivings about the Holy Emperor, who knew how many concubines and concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards would have long attacked her. Consort Taizhen was well aware of this, so in the vast palace, besides the vicinity of Consort Yuzhen, the Imperial Garden, and a few places she usually went, she always avoided the other concubines and concubines as much as possible. There was no relationship between them, much less any contact. The rejection and hostility in the palace was invisible, and Consort Taizhen could clearly feel the hostility from the various palaces and courtyards. This was also a taboo for her. No one had ever dared to speak like this in front of her, not even Yang Zhao. But Wang Chong had actually directly exposed her in such a bloody manner. Wang Chong, you're too impudent. Having been stabbed where it hurt by Wang Chong, Consort Taizhen's expression suddenly turned cold, like frost. Even Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he strenuously signaled to Wang Chong with his eyes. This bastard, is he crazy today? Even he didn't dare to say such words, because Consort Taizhen wasn't just his cousin anymore. She was also a concubine in the palace. Wang Chong was a little too bold. Haha. Looks like I've been thinking too much. Although I've come for the 5th prince, I've also been thinking for the Empress. Since your Highness feels that this one is speaking nonsense, then this one, Wang Chong, will not say any more. I have disturbed your Highness. Wang Chong will take his leave. Unexpectedly, when he saw Consort Taizhen was enraged, Wang Chong smiled with a calm expression. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and was about to leave. Buzz. Just as Wang Chong was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from above the hall, stopping Wang Chong. Wait, stop right there. At the top of the hall, Consort Taizhen's gaze shifted. Although her expression was still as cold as ice, it was completely different from before. Wang Chong, since you say that you're thinking for this concubine, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, just how are you thinking for this concubine? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then don't blame this concubine for being impolite. These words were far beyond everyone's expectations. Yang Zhao shook his head and turned to look at Consort Taizhen, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Only Wang Chong, with his back to Consort Taizhen, smiled. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although Consort Taizhen was no longer the same as before, and her status was lofty, and after becoming a concubine, she had even more authority. But in the end, she was still a woman. She might not be interested in the fifth prince's matters, but she would definitely be interested in his matters. Haha, Your Highness! Wang Chong turned to face Consort Taizhen, quickly concealing the emotions in his eyes. Your Highness, don't you feel that your current situation is very similar to the fifth prince's? The fifth prince suddenly recovered his martial arts, and Your Highness ascended to the position of a concubine. Both of you rose from humble beginnings, and both of you made others feel threatened, and both of you were ostracized by others. Wang Chong looked at the greatest beauty of the Tang dynasty and spoke calmly. Is this what you mean by thinking for this concubine? What you're saying is too far-fetched. I can't see any reason for me to take the risk and help the fifth prince. Consort Taizhen said bluntly. Her attitude toward the War of the Princes had not changed. She would avoid it if she could, and stay away from it if she could. Wang Chong's words were not enough to make the fifth prince sacrifice so much. Moreover, she had no friendship with the fifth prince. Of course it's not worth it now. But in 100 years, when the new emperor ascends to the throne, what will Your Highness do then? Boom! Like a bolt of lightning striking down from the heavens, Wang Chong's simple words caused the expressions of Consort Taizhen and Yang Zhao to change at the same time. From the beginning until now, this was what Wang Chong had said, and it was the words that had the greatest impact on the two of them. Wang Chong, how dare you? Consort Taizhen and Yang Zhao yelled at almost the same time. Even the two indifferent and mysterious, beautiful women in white, who had always been indifferent to Wang Chong by Consort Taizhen's sides, could not help but look at the youth opposite them. 100 years for His Majesty. This kind of thing could not even be thought of normally, much less talked about. In front of these four people, Wang Chong's words were simply outrageous. Bastard! Are you cursing His Majesty? Consort Taizhen's eyes flashed coldly, and an enormous aura exploded from her body, striking fear into the hearts of others. Wang Chong did not mean that. But there is no ruler for 100 years, and there is no emperor for 1,000 years. This has always been the case since ancient times. Taizu and Taizong are no exceptions. No matter what, the new emperor will ascend to the throne in the future. Does Your Highness think that you will still be able to maintain your current position? Right now, with the Holy Emperor present, no one in the 6 palaces will act rashly. But when the new emperor ascends to the throne, what does Your Highness think will happen to the concubines of the 6 palaces? Wang Chong did not mean to be disrespectful. Please reconsider, Your Highness. Wang Chong said sincerely. His words made Consort Taizhen uneasy, and so did Yang Zhao. No matter how outrageous Wang Chong's words were, there was one thing he was right about. His Majesty was no longer young, and the eldest prince was already in his 30s. Discussing the succession of the crown prince was an urgent matter, and it had long been on the agenda. This was also a problem they had no choice but to face. When the Holy Emperor was present, no one dared to be impudent. But when the new emperor ascended to the throne, everything would be different. Yang Zhao might not be able to maintain her current wealth. Just like the Holy Emperor, he might not be able to protect her. And Consort Taizhen had another worry in her heart. Since ancient times, it was tradition to choose the eldest, not the youngest. Even if she was pregnant now, the ministers would definitely not allow her child to sit on the throne of the crown prince. This was also something that Consort Taijin had always been afraid of, and at the same time did not dare to think about. The two of them had to admit that Wang Chong's words had stabbed at the weakest and most painful part of their hearts. Wang Chong, do you know that if I wanted to, I could throw you into the celestial prison right now? Consort Tai Zhen slowly raised her head and looked at Wang Chong said. This was the first time she had seen Wang Chong, but it was precisely this first time that Wang Chong had already angered her many times. And many of the things he had said were things that she was extremely afraid of, things that she would normally never allow anyone to mention in front of her. Haha, Your Highness, there are some things that wouldn't have happened if Wang Chong didn't say them. Wang Chong said. Consort Tai Zhen's expression was a little dazed. Once again, Wang Chong's words were impeccable. She wanted to get angry, but she couldn't bring herself to do so, because Consort Taijin knew that even though Wang Chong appeared to be outrageous, everything he had said was the truth, the things that she was worried would happen. Chapter 421. Yang Zhao was also a little absent-minded. He was also brimming with the desire for power, or else he wouldn't have entered the capital. He didn't mind getting involved in the War of the Princes, but Consort Taijin didn't like others mentioning the matters of the imperial palace in front of him, so Yang Zhao had never brought them up. As time passed, he began to feel that it was nothing. Recently, he'd been riding the crest of success, and he'd been commanding the world, causing him to completely forget about those things. But Wang Chong's words suddenly reminded him. Just as Wang Chong had said, there were some matters that even if one didn't pay attention to them and didn't get involved, they would eventually appear in front of one. It would have been fine if it was just a normal matter. But if the War of the Princes involved Consort Taizhen, then it would affect his future. Little sister, although I also feel that the War of the Princes is no small matter and that we shouldn't get involved lightly, my sworn brother's words aren't without reason. But my sworn brother's words aren't without reason. It's impossible to completely stay out of it. Perhaps we should seriously consider this matter and discuss it before deciding what to do. Yang Zhao suddenly turned around and said, let alone Consort Taizhen. Even Wang Chong was surprised by these words. After all, if Yang Zhao were to speak, the effect would be much greater. After all, they were cousins, and their relationship was much closer than his own. His words, which he had originally intended to use to convince Consort Taizhen, had moved Yang Zhao an unexpected gain. As expected, upon hearing Yang Zhao's words, Consort Taizhen finally showed some interest. In the capital, the person she relied on the most was this cousin of hers. Big brother, the matters of the imperial palace are difficult to explain, and it's not something you can understand. Consort Taizhen had a scoundrel look on her face, her attitude much softer than before. In addition, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. This is a convention. His Majesty also doesn't like women in the harem to interfere too much. If I interfere too much, I'm afraid that His Majesty will be unhappy. Furthermore, I really can't see how my situation will benefit if I help the fifth prince. The first few sentences were directed at Yang Zhao, but the last few sentences were directed at Wang Chong. Ha ha ha. When Wang Chong heard this, he laughed. Your Highness, isn't it obvious? Among all the princes in the imperial harem, only the fifth prince was like the concubine. They were both innocent people without the slightest background. In the palace, no one helped him. He doesn't have any concubines or concubines behind him. Among all the princes in the imperial harem, only the fifth prince is someone that your Highness can truly win over. As long as your Highness treats the fifth prince well, the fifth prince, who has no background, will definitely rely on your Highness and will never have any intention of betraying you. Furthermore, your Highness is currently alone in the palace. If you have the fifth prince's help, you will be able to pose a threat to the other princes and your Highness, making them even more reluctant to act rashly. More importantly, in the future, if the fifth prince ascends to the throne, he will definitely be deeply grateful to your Highness. Even if your Highness's status in the future can't be compared to that of the First Lady, I'm afraid that it won't be much worse. Of course, if your highness has other plans, such as preparing to conceive a dragon and give birth to a true dragon to ascend to the Purple Pole realm in the future, that will be a different matter. Just pretend that Wang Chong didn't say anything. As he spoke, Wang Chong lowered his head. Consort Taizhen was listening attentively at the beginning, but when she heard the latter part of Wang Chong's words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter at Wang Chong's words. Little thing, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if I conceive His Majesty's dragon, it will be at least 18 years before he grows up. By that time, the War of the Princes will have long been settled. What other plans would there be? Consort Taizhen's smile suddenly lost its previous sharpness. That charming smile was like 10,000 flowers blooming at once, bright and moving. Even Wang Chong was slightly dazed, and the atmosphere in the great hall also became much warmer with Consort Taizhen's smile. Although Consort Taizhen's smile was hearty, Wang Chong could still sense a trace of regret in it. If she wanted to take root in this palace filled with open strife and veiled strife, the best way was to conceive a dragon son. But Consort Taizhen had only just entered the dragon stage, while the other princes of the Holy Emperor had long since come of age. Even if she had any ideas, it was already too late. This was something that couldn't be changed, no matter what. To Consort Taizhen, it was a pity. Wang Chong naturally understood this, so he wisely didn't continue the topic. Wang Chong, can you tell me why you think so highly of the fifth prince? After Consort Taizhen stopped laughing, she returned to normal. She looked at Wang Chong from the side with a meaningful gaze. Your first uncle supports the first prince. This is something that everyone knows. You clearly know this, but you still want me to support the fifth prince. What is your Wang clan doing? Or rather, are you trying to go against your uncle? Furthermore, there are rumors that the fifth prince met a mysterious expert recently who helped him cleanse his body and gave him the ability to cultivate martial arts again, allowing him to do the impossible. If I'm not wrong, the mysterious person behind the fifth prince probably has something to do with you, right? As she said this, her eyes blinked, revealing a slight sharpness. It was as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong's heart trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Right now, most of the princes and concubines in the royal palace were guessing why the fifth prince had suddenly been reborn and could cultivate martial arts. They were also investigating the mysterious person behind him. If others were to find out that he was behind this, the entire Wang clan would probably be viewed as an enemy by all the princes, concubines, and concubines in the royal palace. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid meeting the fifth prince in public, lest others find out. When he met Consort Taizhen, he also tried his best to avoid talking about his relationship with the fifth prince. However, Consort Taizhen was clearly not as simple as the outside world thought, and she was definitely not someone who could be fooled easily. Wang Chong didn't even mention this point, but Consort Taizhen had already guessed the truth behind it. Yes, Wang Chong replied without any hesitation. One should never overestimate a person, much less underestimate a person. Even though many people in the outside world thought that Consort Taizhen was just a woman who relied on her beauty to rise to power and had no other merits, Wang Chong knew that this was definitely not true. An ordinary woman would never be able to endure as much criticism as she did and still be able to endure it. An ordinary woman would never be able to survive in the royal palace, which was filled with so many schemes and schemes. When many people saw Consort Taizhen, they were easily attracted to Yang Zhao, thinking that she relied on Yang Zhao to take care of everything. However, Wang Chong knew that this was a grave mistake. Consort Taizhen had entered the royal palace before Yang Zhao had entered the capital and had successfully set down her roots. Regardless of whether she had Yang Zhao or not, she was definitely not as weak and useless as others imagined her to be. When a concubine smiles in the red dust, no one will know that she is a lychee. Concubine Taizhen wasn't as weak and easily deceived as others thought. Chapter 4:22. Women were always the type that were easily underestimated. It was precisely because he understood this that Wang Chong didn't deny it, nor did he hesitate in the slightest. Any action that one thought to be clever would ultimately be the victim of one's own ingenuity. Is it really you? The two of them were stunned by Wang Chong's words. Even Consort Taijin didn't expect Wang Chong to admit to it so easily. It's me, Wang Chong admitted once more. Why? Consort Taijin suddenly asked curiously. The Wang clan had already established a relationship with the first prince, and the first prince was likely to be the future heir apparent. Since ancient times, the rule of first prince wasn't something that could be said casually. Of the princes, the first prince had the highest chance of inheriting the throne. Consort Taijin couldn't understand why Wang Chong would take such a huge risk to go against his big uncle just to help the fifth prince, who didn't seem to be of any benefit to the Wang clan. What is this Wang clan's Qilin's son thinking? Consort Taijin stared at Wang Chong with a glint in her eyes. She suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity. It would be one thing if he was an ordinary person, but the person before her was Wang Chong. Regardless of whether it was his song of purity and peace, or his inconceivable feat of persuading the King of Song to change his mind and support her when he entered the palace, or his actions in the regional commander's incident. Even the godlike Supreme Emperor, whom he revered the most, was full of praise for this young man who was only in his teens. Regardless of which angle she looked at it from, the young man before her wasn't an ordinary person. He couldn't be judged using common sense. Consort Taijin suddenly wanted to know what drove this miracle. Why would this young man disregard the stance of his clan and the first prince to come to her Yuzhen palace to recommend the unknown fifth prince to her? How did he come up with such thoughts? This, Wang Chong glanced at the mysterious, white-clothed, beautiful women on both sides of Consort Taijin. Consort Taijin understood and raised her wrist slightly. The two of them understood and left respectfully. Soon, only Consort Taijin, Yang Zhao, and Wang Chong were left in the room. It's very simple. It's because my thoughts are different from my uncle's. I think that the future crown prince is probably not the first prince, but His Highness the fifth prince. After the two white-clothed beautiful women left, Wang Chong shocked the world with a brilliant feat and said without the slightest hesitation. Wang Chong did not hide anything and immediately told him the secret he had discovered from the fifth prince. When Consort Taijin and Yang Zhao heard Wang Chong say that the fifth prince was the future son of heaven, they were already dumbfounded. When they heard that Li Heng's dragon-shaped supreme art was a five-fingered true dragon, the two of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Yang Zhao, who had the least understanding of the struggles in the palace, knew what a five-fingered true dragon meant. If Wang Chong leaked this secret, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering transformation in the palace. When the princes learned that Li Heng could suddenly cultivate martial arts, they were all filled with killing intent. If they knew that the Holy Emperor had passed on a five-fingered true dragon technique to him, even if it meant being punished by the Holy Emperor, they would definitely kill him. For a moment, the two cousins looked at the youth in the hall like they had seen a ghost. This was no ordinary news or intelligence report, but a massive secret that could alter the course of the War of the Princes. Although he was young, the intelligence in Wang Chong's grasp was so astonishing that even the most formidable king of spies would be flabbergasted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Chong said nothing, but his mind was in turmoil. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. In normal circumstances, he would never have told anyone about the fifth prince. But if the fifth prince wanted to survive this calamity, he needed Consort Taijin's help. And if he wanted to truly obtain her help, there were some secrets that he had to tell her. Only this way could he obtain her trust. The facts proved that Wang Chong's risk had not been in vain. The shock on the faces of Consort Taijin and Yang Zhao was enough to show that his words had affected them. If one were to say that the fifth prince was just a young prince who didn't have much power at the start, then right now his position in the hearts of Consort Taijin and Yang Zhao had undoubtedly risen to a whole new level. Your Majesty, the War of the Princes is no small matter. It is not strange for your Majesty to be unable to quickly make a decision. This matter is not urgent, and your Majesty still has plenty of time to think. But Wang Chong still has a few words for your Majesty. I hope that your Majesty can open it after Wang Chong leaves. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly took out a letter that he had hidden in his sleeve. Strike while the iron is hot. Taking advantage of the fact that his words had taken effect on Consort Taijin and the fact that the fifth prince's status in Consort Taijin's eyes had greatly increased, Wang Chong took out his final trump card. Whether or not it could take effect on Consort Taijin and make her completely decide to stand on the fifth prince's side would depend on this final letter. Wang Chong, what's the matter? Can't you tell me face to face? Do you really have to write a letter? Seeing the letter Wang Chong had taken out, Consort Taijin had a strange expression on her face. It was something that could clearly be explained face to face, but Wang Chong had insisted on taking out a letter. Anyone who saw this would find it very strange. No, your Majesty will understand after reading it. Wang Chong held the letter with both hands and shook his head. This time he was abnormally determined. There were some things that could only be thought of, not done. There are some things that could only be seen, not spoken. I understand. Bring it over. Then Wang Chong will take his leave. Wang Chong handed over the letter and did not linger any longer. Before the palace gates completely closed, he left Yujin Palace. Almost at the same time that Wang Chong turned to leave, Consort Taijin hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she could not hold back her curiosity and opened the letter. She pulled out the letter with the crooked handwriting. Wang, with just a single glance, Consort Taijin's mind was thrown into disarray. A hint of panic flashed across her eyes. However, it was only for an instant before she concealed it. Other than herself, not even Yang Zhao, who was right next to her, noticed it. Little sister, what exactly did this brat write? Yang Zhao leaned over and glanced at the letter in her hands as he asked curiously. He was really very curious as to what exactly Wang Chong had insisted on writing on the letter and not saying it in front of him. It's nothing. To his surprise, Consort Taijin, who had always trusted Yang Zhao and shared all her secrets with him, suddenly crushed both the letter and the envelope into powder. Before Yang Zhao could even catch a glimpse of a single word, the letter had already vanished into thin air. This had never happened before, left Yang Zhao flabbergasted. He stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Cousin, pass on my decree. Take one of my jade pendants and bestow it on fifth prince Li Heng. Say that he performed the sword dance in front of the palace and performed to the holy emperor. I am very appreciative of his filial piety and have specially bestowed it to him. After saying this, Consort Taijin turned and left, entering the inner hall. Behind her, Yang Zhao was dumbstruck. Even if you beat him to death, he still wouldn't understand what Consort Taijin had seen in Wang Chong's letter for her to be in such a panic. Moreover, Consort Taijin clearly hadn't made up her mind before. Why had she immediately changed her mind after reading Wang Chong's letter and decided to bestow a jade pendant on Li Heng? Moreover, she had even made it clear that she would pass on her decree. Wasn't this basically announcing to the entire palace that she would protect Prince Li Heng in the future? This was the exact opposite of his cousin's original intention of not lightly getting involved in the War of the Princes. Yes, this lowly subject will carry out the decree. Yang Zhao sighed, gave a deep bow, and then turned to leave. No matter what decision his little sister had made, he would do his utmost to carry it out. But what he couldn't understand was what sort of bewitching drug his sworn brother had fed Consort Taijin for her to have such a massive change in attitude after reading a single letter. This sworn brother of mine really isn't someone a normal person can fathom. Yang Zhao sighed, unable to tell whether he was happy or sad, angry or happy. Shaking his head, he quickly walked out of Yuzhen Palace. He could almost imagine that after he left this place, there would probably be another earth-shattering wave in the depths of the palace. Given his cousin's current status, she would definitely be able to stir up another storm in the palace. Meanwhile, Consort Taizhen was walking through the depths of Yuzhen Palace, her mind in turmoil, frustrated and frustrated. In her mind, Wang Chang's crooked handwriting replayed over and over again. Although the letter had been burned by her, the words on the letter became more and more profound, deeply imprinting themselves into her mind. Generally speaking, when one uses beauty to deal with others, when beauty fades, love flees, and flees leads to the end of kindness. In the letter Wang Chong had written to Consort Taizhen, there was nothing else, only this simple line that had no head or tail. Although it was simple, Consort Taizhen already understood Wang Chong's meaning. This line had not been created by Wang Chong, but more than 1,000 years ago in the Great Qin Empire. At the time when a lobbyist of the Qin Empire had persuaded the most favored Madame Huayang to accept Qin Yiren as her adopted son, he had said these words, and the latter would one day become the future heir apparent of the Great Qin Empire, giving birth to the first emperor in the history of the Central Plains, first Emperor Yingzheng. Just like the current Holy Emperor, Madame Huayang had no children, but she doted on her son, just like her. Qin Yiren, on the other hand, wandered the world without anyone to rely on and was not valued, just like fifth Prince Li Heng. But all these metaphors could not compare to the simple line on the surface of the letter. Generally speaking, when one uses beauty to deal with others, when beauty fades, love flees, and flees leads to the end of kindness. Consort Taizhen was well aware of how she had risen to her current position, which was why she was so anxious, which was why Wang Chong's words had such a great impact on her. Wang Chong had said so many things and revealed so many secrets, but none of them could compare to the shock that these words had given her. Because this truly was the greatest worry and taboo in the depths of her heart that she had never mentioned to anyone. Wang Chong, I hope that this consort did not make an error in judgment.